Let's begin our exploration of visualizations in Power BI. Remember that this learning path is aligned with preparation material for the exam DA-100, Analyzing Data with Microsoft Power BI. Now, it's never a good idea to prep to a test, and that's why the upcoming demos will not align 1:1 with the learning paths in the exam curriculum for DA-100. However, even so, the visualizations that we will construct correspond loosely to Learning Path 4, which is titled Visualize Data in Power BI. Here I am referring to the curriculum for DA-100 as it stands on September 30th, 2021. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we have open before us the Power BI desktop app. We are going to start by importing some data from Microsoft Excel and constructing a simple bar chart visualization in Power BI. This dashboard is currently untitled. Let's change that by clicking on the File menu item on the top left. In the menu that opens up, we choose the Save As dialog button, and in the corresponding file saver, the file name we choose is Creating a Bar Chart. We also navigate the file system hierarchy and save this report inside the folder Workbooks 3. Note how this report has the extension .pbix. This report consists of a single page, page 1, you can see that in the bottom left. Let's right-click on the name of that page and change it to something a little more descriptive. In the right-click menu, there are a couple of options, Duplicate Page and Rename Page. We choose Rename Page and type out the new name, which is Bar Chart. Now, this bar chart visualization is going to rely on data imported from Microsoft Excel. So let's switch over from Power BI Desktop to the Excel file containing the raw data. This Excel file is called US Superstore Data, and you can see that this, of course, is tabular data arranged into a number of rows and columns. Each row in this Excel file corresponds to one sale, that is one transaction from a retail superstore. Each row has information about the country, city, state, and other geographical information, as well as the sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Those columns are over on the right. Let's switch back to Power BI Desktop, and there you can see that we have the Home menu item group selected up in the top left, and within that we have a button called Excel Workbook. This allows us to import data from an Excel workbook into our Power BI report. So we click on that option and navigate to the Excel file location. There it is, US Superstore Data, and we then hit Open. This takes us into a navigator dialog. Over on the top left of that navigator, we have display options, and you can see that there is a folder icon along with the name of the Excel workbook, which is US Superstore Data.xls. Down below, you can also see the one tab or worksheet contained within this workbook called USA Superstore. Let's click on the little checkbox next to the name of that worksheet, and the corresponding data appears in the preview pane over on the right. This is a handy dialog for us to preview the data that we are importing, and in the bottom right of this navigator, we have options to load, transform data, and cancel. Let's click on Load. This takes us out of the navigator and back into the Power BI Desktop. Now, if we look over on the right, we can see that in the fields, we have one table corresponding to USA Superstore. This, of course, refers to the data within the worksheet USA Superstore in our imported workbook. Here we've clicked on the little down arrow next to the name of that sheet, and that in turn has opened up a list of all of the columns. Note how these are checkable, so we could choose to select individual columns from this UI. You can also see that Power BI has inferred the types of the different columns. For instance, the columns discount, order rate, and postal code have a little sigma sign next to the column name. This indicates that these are numeric columns, and the aggregation that's going to be performed on these columns by default is the sum operation. Now in the sidebar over on the left, you can see that we currently have the report view selected. Let's change that by clicking on the little icon which takes us into the data view. And this data view in turn gives us a representation of all of the data in rows and columns. Once we have explored the data to our satisfaction, we can click back on the report view icon and proceed to add our first visualization. There are a couple of ways that we could choose to do so. For one, we could click on the New Visual button that's in the top menu. As the little tooltip tells us, this allows us to add a visual to our report. Another alternative, which we are going to go with for now, is to pick a visualization from the toolbox in the center right. We click on the second icon in the first row. The tooltip there tells us that this is a stacked column chart. Clicking on that adds a stacked column chart placeholder into our report, and we can then go ahead and customize this by dragging and dropping the required fields from our data into the visualization properties. So way over on the right, we scroll down and we choose the state field. We drag and drop that into the axis input for our visualization. Next, we've got to choose the data that we wish to visualize. So we choose the sales field from the list way over on the right and drag and drop it into the values input of our visualization. You can now see that our values input contains the one column sales, and having added this column in has populated our stacked column chart. On the y-axis, we have sales in millions of dollars, and on the x-axis, we have the various states. The tallest bar corresponds to the state of California. If we hover over that, we can see that we have a tooltip which gives us the name of the state as well as the exact numeric value of the sales. Next, let's explore some of the widgets in this visualization. On the top right of this column chart is a little button. The tooltip tells us that this is for the focus mode. When we click on the focus mode, any actions that we perform will allow us to zoom in or focus on a subset of the data. Here, for instance, by scrolling to the right, we no longer have the tall bars from way over on the left corresponding to the states of California, New York, and Texas. We go back to the report by clicking on the button with the same name on the top left of the visualization, and this takes us back to the original stacked column. Let's come back to the visualizations pane towards the center right of the screen. Towards the middle of that visualizations pane, you can see that there is a little paint roller icon. And if we hover over that, we can see that this icon corresponds to the formatting options of our visualization. Down below, we have various cards. Let's choose the x-axis card. And as you can see, this allows us to customize the color, text size, font family, minimum category width, and other granular properties of the x-axis. We make use of the text size input in order to tweak the size, and correspondingly, the names of the states on the x-axis of our visualization appear a little more prominently. We can also experiment with the other settings such as the color. Let's go ahead and choose a different color, and the font used to represent the state names varies as well. Next, let's change the font. This is simple enough to do. We change the font family to Arial. And finally, if we feel that the bars are a little close together, we can use the minimum category width slider in order to make each bar appear a lot more prominently. In similar fashion, we can also adjust the inner padding and other category properties. This gets us to the end of this first demo, in which we imported data from an Excel workbook and constructed a very simple Power BI visualization. We'll continue our exploration of visualizations in Power BI in the demos coming up ahead. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had created a column chart representing the sales by state in our retail data. In this demo, we will continue to explore different ways to customize our visualization. We are still in the visualizations dialog over on the center right, and we still have the paint roller icon selected towards the middle of that visualization dialog. This tells us that we have all of the cards associated with formatting currently selected. We are working with properties of the x-axis. Let's use the toggle control for the title. We switch that from on to off and then back on again. Next, let's use the style dropdown. The one option there is show title only. That's already selected. Then let's move to the title color. This brings up a color chooser, which we could use to control the font color for the title of the x-axis. We can also tweak the font family, which is currently set to DIN. Remember that we had set the x-axis labels to have the font family Arial. Once we are done exploring the properties of the x-axis, we can close the x-axis card and open up the general card. That's the card right up above. There, if we scroll down, we can change the x position, the y position, and the width. These are properties of the visualization within the report. So as we tweak the x position, you can see that our column chart moves towards the right. In similar fashion, we can change the width. So we've changed that quite drastically to 800, and we also changed the height to 500, and our bar chart now is squished up into the top left of our report. Now we made these changes using the text boxes. We can undo them using the mouse. We simply drag our visualization and adjust its position and dimensions within our report. Let's turn back to the cards within the format pane of the visualizations. Let's scroll down and click on the data labels card. There is a little toggle control which allows us to turn data labels on or off. We use the toggle control in order to add data labels, and over on the left you can see that the actual values of the sales appear over each of the bars. Those labels are a little hard to read, so let's expand the data labels card and scroll down and increase the text size from 9 to 12. The labels now are a little more visible. So we close the data labels card and switch back over to our main visualization. We can now close the data labels card and turn our attention to the focus mode. A quick word here on the focus mode and functionality like this in the context of the DA-100 test. Remember that for the purposes of the test, not only do you need to know how to use features like the focus mode, you also need to remember what exactly these features are called and where they are located. Here, in the top right corner of our bar chart visualization, we have three icons. We have a filter icon, a little focus icon, and then three horizontal dots. The focus mode is something that we enter by clicking on the middle icon over there. So let's go ahead and do that. We enter the focus mode, and in this focus mode, the entire screen real estate is devoted just to this one visualization. The focus mode stands in contrast to the full screen mode, which we were in a moment ago. We can go back from the focus mode to the full screen mode by clicking on that Back to Report button in the top left of our visualization. In our little example so far, we just have one visualization in our report, and that's why the focus mode doesn't look very different from the full screen mode. But as we'll get to more complex examples, we'll see that in the focus mode, we only focus on one single visualization. This difference between the focus mode and the full screen mode is important, so please keep it in mind. Let's go back to the full screen mode by clicking on the Back to Report button, and let's now explore some of the properties in the y-axis card in the visualizations pane towards the center right. The controls in this card are pretty similar to those in the x-axis card. We scroll down, and as you can see, we can change the line color, stroke width, and many other properties. Let's change the text size, and as we increase this size, the labels on the y-axis become more prominent. We could use the position drop-down and change the value selected there from left to right, and if you now look closely, you'll see that the labels for the y-axis appear on the right of our visualization rather than over on the left. We can also change the scale type from linear to log, and this gives us a logarithmic chart. Here, the differences between different data values seem a lot smaller. When might you choose to use scale type log? Well, when your data points have different orders of magnitudes. So for instance, let's say you have data points where the sales in the small states are in the tens of dollars, in the medium-sized states are in the thousands of dollars, and in the large states are in millions of dollars. For a use case like that, where the orders of magnitude themselves vary linearly, a log scale type probably makes sense. Now that's not really the case in this particular instance, so let's change the scale type back to linear. We can also change the units that are used to represent our data, and we do this by scrolling down towards the display units control. By default, the choice is auto, but we can instead go with none, thousands, millions, billions, and trillions. We experiment with a few different choices, and as we do this, the data labels in our visualization change. We finally choose to go with thousands. All of the units now appear with an uppercase K next to them in the data labels on our chart. We can control every little aspect of our visualization. For instance, we can change the title text size for the y-axis granularly, and we can also change whether grid lines are on or off. Let's toggle the grid lines slider, and as we toggle from off to on, we can see that horizontal grid lines appear, and that's because we are inside the y-axis card. So here when we turn on grid lines, these grid lines only apply to the y-axis, that is, these are horizontal grid lines. If we'd like to turn on vertical grid lines, we'd have to do this by navigating into the x-axis card. This is a little point worth keeping in mind. Grid lines are controlled at the level of the individual axis. These grid lines are still pretty faint, so we can tweak their color as well as the stroke width. We use the line color in order to change the color of our grid lines, and then we increase the stroke width from 1 to 4. And doing so makes the grid lines a lot more prominent. That gets us to the end of this little demo, but not to the end of our exploration of all of the visualization controls in the bar chart. We'll pick up where we left off in the demo coming up ahead. Let's continue with our exploration of the visualizations pane in Power BI. Now at this point, you might be wondering whether it's really necessary to go into this pane in so much detail. Suffice it to say that the answer is yes, we really do need to master this pane. If you look at the modules in the learning path of the exam DA-100 corresponding to visualization, you can see that there are learning objectives there which correspond to items such as add visualization items to reports, choose an effective visualization, format and configure visualizations. From a test perspective, these are important learning objectives, and they are even more important from the perspective of actually using Power BI. With this context in mind, let's go ahead and get started. We are currently on the y-axis card of the visualizations pane. Let's close that card and move to another card titled Zoom Slider. There's a little toggle control there which allows us to toggle whether zoom is set on or off. Let's change the setting on that slider so that we add a zoom control, and we can see the change in our visualization over on the extreme left. There, a zoom control appears parallel to the y-axis. We can use the knob on the zoom control in order to zoom in or zoom out of our visualization. This is particularly useful if we'd like to look at the data for some of the smaller states in our visual. Here, the sales for North Dakota, for instance, which are in the little bar over on the right, are a little hard to read unless we zoom in. And once we do so, we can hover over that bar and use the tooltip to observe the exact quantum of the sales. And you can see that this also makes it a lot easier to focus on the cluster of states over on the right. These include North Dakota, West Virginia, Maine, South Dakota, and so on. At this point, a natural question might be, why is the zoom slider along the y-axis and not the x-axis? Well, we can change its positioning by expanding the zoom slider card. Within that card, you can see right up top that there is a toggle button which allows us to specify whether the zoom slider should be on the y-axis or not. By default, that's set to on. You can also see that there are other controls there for slider labels, as well as slider tooltips. Both of these are set to off, and we'll leave them be. Let's close the zoom slider card and move on to the next card of interest here. That's the data labels card. We expand that, and as you can see, we can choose the color, the display units, and the number of digits in the decimal point. Let's begin by tweaking the units. So we go from auto to millions, and now in the visual over on the left, each of the bars is accompanied by a label which is suffixed by uppercase M, M standing for millions. If we go with thousands instead from the drop-down over on the right, we can see that that uppercase M changes to an uppercase K, and the units are now expressed in thousands rather than millions of dollars. Let's change the orientation of the labels. There's a drop-down which allows us to choose between horizontal and vertical. Right now, the default is horizontal. That's a little hard to read because the labels get very close to each other. So we change the orientation to vertical. However, this didn't seem to improve the readability, so we go back to horizontally oriented labels instead. The position of those labels relative to the bars is governed by the position dropdown. As you can see, that position dropdown currently is set to auto. We can experiment with some of the other choices such as inside end, outside end, inside center, and so on. And after trying them all, we decide that auto works best, and that's what we select once again. Those other choices would have placed the data labels inside and under the blue bars, and that's why they weren't visible. Now, if we look closely at these labels, we can see that most states do indeed have a label, but some do not. For instance, if we look closely, we can see that the bar for Illinois, which lies between Florida and Ohio, does not have a data label above its bar. And that's because there simply isn't enough space. In order to force Power BI to display all of these labels, we can toggle the overflow text slider. Here, we've now clicked on that slider, and those additional labels which were previously missing now appear in a white font. You can see that these overlap with the blue bars, making them a little hard to read. But now when we turn back to the position dropdown and experiment with choices such as inside end or inside center, we can see that those white labels appear in the middle or on top or at the bottom of the blue bars. So you can see that there is some interesting interplay between the position dropdown and the overflow text slider. By this point, we've made a number of tweaks to our UI. What if we decide that we just don't like any of them and we'd like to undo them all? It might be tricky for us to remember every one of the settings that we've just changed, and that's why Power BI makes it really easy via the revert to default link button which you see towards the bottom right of this card. We click on that link button and all of the changes that we have made which overrode or changed defaults are reverted. Let's close the data labels card and open up the title card, and here we can change the title text as well as its various properties. This card contains a text box containing the title text, which currently is set to sales by state. You can see that that same text, sales by state, appears in the extreme top left of our bar chart visualization. You can also see that there is a little button next to this input box, which reads f of x, and that allows us to input a DAX formula to compute or calculate the title rather than hard coding it as the literal sales by state. We can also control the appearance of the title text, such as the title heading, the word wrap, font family, and so on. Let's click on the title heading dropdown, and you can see that there are options here which range from normal all the way through to heading 6. Below this is a toggle for word wrap, and then if we scroll down a little more, we can align our title at the left, right, or center. Let's choose center alignment, and you can see that at the very top of our chart, the words sales by state have moved from the extreme left to the center of the visualization. We can also change the background of this title by clicking on the color chooser right above, that's the background color, and from there we choose a fairly bright shade of pink. You can see now that there is a bright pink background for the title. In similar fashion, we can also adjust the font family and text size. We change the text size to 16, making the title a little more prominent, and then we use the font family dropdown to choose a font family of Arial. And this gets us to the end of our exploration of this particular title card. Let's very quickly also explore the data colors card, which is also in the visualizations pane. So we scroll up and expand the data colors card, and as the name would suggest, we have a color chooser there. We can pick a different color, and all of the bars in our visual change from bright blue to a dark burgundy red. Once we are satisfied, we click on revert to default, and this reverts the appearance of our visualization without our having to keep in mind and undo each of the customizations that we individually applied. So again, the revert to default link button is a very handy feature in Power BI. In this demo, we are going to experiment with working with colors of our data bars in Power BI. To set the stage for that exploration, let's just clean up some of the aspects of this UI. We click on the title card and there we go down and change the background color of the title back to no fill. This is a way of reverting to the default setting for the title. Next, let's scroll into the data colors card. You can see up above that the data colors card is already expanded. There we see a toggle control called Show All. That's currently set to off. Let's pay close attention to this control because it's very powerful. Let's switch that toggle control from off to on. And as soon as we do so, we see that individual color boxes appear for each bar in our data. If you've spent hours trying to figure out how to individually color bars and visualizations in Excel or other packages, well, you can see just how easy Power BI makes it. Let's scroll down and change the color of the tallest bar, the one that corresponds to California. Let's pick a shade of green representing the high profits associated with these sales. Then let's scroll all the way down and pick the bar with the lowest sales, which corresponds to North Dakota. There we again click on the color chooser and pick a shade of red. Now at this point, you can't really tell that we have a red bar for North Dakota, but that's easy enough for us to fix. We simply add in a zoom slider. And this again is an interesting and important use case from a test perspective as well. If you'd like to highlight or view a particular section of your visualization, you can just add in a zoom slider to your visualization and use it to view the data in detail. Here we clicked on the zoom slider card, we slid the toggle control from off to on. The zoom slider appeared next to the y-axis over on the left, and using the controls on that zoom slider, we were able to see the shortest bar corresponding to North Dakota, and we can confirm that that bar is indeed colored red. As an aside, please remember that in addition to the zoom slider, which we are now turned off, we can also switch to the focus mode. We do so by clicking on the focus mode button in the top right of the visualization. And in contrast to the full screen mode, this makes use of all screen real estate for just one single visualization. Let's add another widget to our report. So we click on the back to report button and then click on the three horizontal dots in the top right. A right-click menu opens up and we choose the option Show as a Table. Selecting this option also reveals the data in the form of a table down below our bar chart. Please note that at this point we are still in the focus mode. So again, the focus mode allows you to still interact with your visuals. You can see that our table has two columns, state and sales. Let's hit back to report, and this takes us back to the original report. And here we could again click on those three horizontal dots, and this time we will choose the spotlight option. As the name would suggest, this option allows us to only focus on a single element of our data. And how do we choose what that element is? Well, we simply click on the corresponding data item. Here, for instance, we click on the bar for California, that's the tallest green bar. And you can see that we have a spotlight on California. All of the other bars are now shaded in a much lighter shade. Those three horizontal dots, which represent the context menu over on the top right, also have other interesting options. For instance, we can use that menu in order to sort our data in ascending or descending order, or even in a specific custom order, such as in alphabetical order of state. So let's explore those, and first let's eliminate the spotlight on California. We do that by simply clicking on the other data items. Clicking once on an individual data item will transfer the spotlight to that bar. That's what's happened now. We've transferred the spotlight to New York from California. Clicking again will cause the spotlight to disappear. By clicking twice, we've now eliminated the spotlight and all of the columns in our bar chart appear again. Let's return to the More Options menu on the top right. There, let's choose the Sort Ascending option. And you can see that the bars now range from smallest to largest. So way over on the extreme left, we have North Dakota. California has shifted to the extreme right. Now, so far, we've been sorting by values in the y-axis, but there's no reason why we can't sort by the x-axis as well. So we return to the More Options menu by clicking on those three horizontal dots, and then we choose Sort By. This brings up a sub-menu with state as well as sales, and we choose state. This has the effect of displaying the bars in alphabetical order rather than in any sorted order on the sales. We can continue to explore this data as before using the focus mode. We click the focus mode icon on the top right, and this allows us to examine even the smallest values. North Dakota, for instance, appears between North Carolina and Ohio. So this is clearly in alphabetical order. Let's go back to the report by clicking on the button in the top left and then use the More Options menu in order to go back to sorting by the sales rather than by the state. So again, we've used sort by and now we click on sales. This will change the sort order so that it's based on the values on the y-axis. Once this is accomplished, by default, we have sorted in ascending order, but we can change that. We can go back to sort descending, and this takes us back to where we started with the tallest bar for California over on the extreme left and the shortest bar for North Dakota on the extreme right. In the previous demo, we saw how we can adjust the colors of individual bars in our bar chart, and we also saw how we can customize the sort order. In this demo, we will come back to the topic of the colors of our bars. And this time, we will be making use of a slightly more advanced functionality. So let's return to the Data Colors card. We expand that card in the Visualizations pane towards the center right, and you can see that we already have the slider for Show All set to on. And that's why we have individual color controls for each of the bars in our chart. You can see above that toggle control that we have the default color, which is set to blue. If you look closely, you can also see that there is a little formula box. It's titled f of x next to the default color, and that allows us to specify a DAX formula to control the default color. In any case, let's now scroll down and click on Revert to Default. This will allow us to come back to the default color formula box. We click on that formula box, which is titled f of x, and a new pane opens up. This is called Default Color Data Colors. Let's take a moment to orient ourselves with this dialog. In the top left is a Format By dropdown with the default value set to color scale. Let's click on that dropdown. There are three possible options: color scale, rules, and field value. Let's stick with color scale and move to the next dropdown, based on field. And from the dropdown here, let's compute sum of sales. This dropdown has all of the fields from the table that we are working with. And if it's a numeric field, you can see from the little sigma notation next to the name of the field that it's the sum that's going to be taken by default. So we choose the sigma sales, and that appears in the dropdown as sum of sales. So far, we've asked Power BI to pick the colors of our bars using a color scale based on the sum of sales in that state. We can also customize the summarization function. There's a dropdown for that as well, and you can see that the default choice is the sum summarization function. Other possible choices here include average, minimum, maximum, count distinct, count, standard deviation, variance, and median. It's a good idea to keep all of these options in mind. Next, let's move to the default formatting. Here the choices are don't format, format as 0, and format as a specific color. Let's go with the current choice, which is default formatting as 0. Next, we can specify the minimum value. This could either be the lowest value in our dataset or it could be a custom value. We'll just go with the lowest value. Right next to this is a color chooser from which we can pick the color for the minimum value. And here we again choose a deep shade of red. Now remember that this formatting is by color scale. We can see that in the Format By dropdown on the top left. And this means that we are going to have a gradient for the bars, and that gradient is going to range from a specific shade for the lowest value to a different shade for the largest value. Let's now pick that shade for the maximum value. The dropdown there again allows us to tee off of either the largest or highest value in our dataset or a custom value. We'll go with the highest value. And then we specify the shade of the color that we are interested in. from the color chooser, we pick a shade of green. So we are keeping with our practice so far of having low values of sales represented using red shades and large values represented using green shades. Let's hit OK, and this has the effect of giving us a nicely gradiated coloring in our bar chart. California over on the extreme left is a deep shade of green, and then the color scale kicks in, and as we move towards the right, the bars become shorter as well as redder. And as we move towards the extreme right of the chart, we can see using the focus mode. As usual, we enter the focus mode by clicking on the icon on the top right, that the bars become a deep shade of red. Now at this point, we have a visualization in which we have the state on the x-axis and we have the sales on the y-axis. We've also color-coded the bars using the sales. So effectively, this visualization contains two data series. Now we could choose a different data series for the color coding, and this would turn this into a visualization with information about 3 dimensions instead of 2. To see how this is done, let's go back into the data colors card. This is in the visualizations pane. Let's again click on the FX button. This is for the default color. And now we do something interesting. In the format by, we continue with color scale, but in the based on field dropdown, we change our choice of field. Instead of sum of sales, we now go with sum of profit. And the result of this is that the colors of our bars now no longer have the same information as the heights of those bars. Now, instead, the colors represent the profits and the heights represent the sales. At this point, it's worth our paying attention to a color scale right up above in the top left of the visualization. That color scale, which ranges from deep red for negative 25.73K to deep green for positive 76.3K, represents the profit. And this tells us how we can interpret the shades of the bars in our chart. This now gives us some fascinating insights into the profitability of these different states. We can see that California and New York are the tallest bars, and they are also the deepest shades of green. So in these two states, not only is the sum of sales the largest, but the sum of profits is very healthy and green as well. We have a different picture when we get to the third state, which is Texas. We can see that the third bar, Texas, is clearly taller than the fourth bar corresponding to Washington. However, the shade of the Texas bar is a deep red, while that of Washington is a greenish red. And that tells us that even though the total sales in Texas are greater than the total sales in Washington, the total profits in Texas aren't quite as good. And in this way, we've obtained some good information about the profitability of the different states. Now, these color differences between the green and the red are a little hard to pick up, especially because the tooltip only includes the sales but not the profits. So let's go back to the default color by clicking on the FX button. This is inside the data colors card in the visualizations pane. And there, let's check the little checkbox towards the center left called diverging. In case you're wondering what this diverging checkbox does, look closely and you'll see that we now have a third color picker appear in the dialog, and that is for the center color. In a diverging color scale, we are going to have one color transition between the minimum value and the center value, and then a different color transition from the middle value or the center value to the maximum or the highest value. Let's quickly choose a color for the center. So we use that color picker and choose a shade of yellow-orange. So now we are going to have values which lie below the middle value, range from red through orange, and then the values which go from the middle value to the maximum will vary in color from orange to green. We hit OK, and we can see that there is a subtle change not only in the colors of the bars but also in the color scale over on the top left. Not only are the color changes more obvious and easy to pick up, but also in the center we have a vertical black line corresponding to the value of 25.33K. In order to zoom into this, let's click on the focus mode button on the top right corner. This brings up that color scale. It's much larger now, and we can see that the color scale contains information about the profit from minus 25.73k with a midpoint of plus 25.33k all the way over to a maximum value north of 76k. Turning our attention to the colors of the bars, we can also now very clearly see that some states, such as for instance Texas and Pennsylvania, have pretty tall bars, meaning that the sum of the sales in these states is quite large, but these are shaded pretty deep red, which means that the profits in these states are below the middle value. And in this way, we've obtained a wealth of information about different fields, specifically the sum of sales and the sum of profits. This gets us to the end of our exploration of the default color dialog. So let's revert to default by clicking on that link button in the data colors card over in the visualizations pane. And this brings us back to where we started. All of the bars are back to being this bright shade of blue. Let's continue with our exploration of visualizations in Power BI. So far, we were working with bar charts with just one series represented on the y-axis. Please pay careful attention to the paint roller icon in the center of the visualizations pane. It currently appears with a little bit of yellow highlighting. This is the format pane, and we can click on the pane next to that, which allows us to control the data in our bar chart. So let's go ahead and click on that little icon to the left of the paint roller, and this allows us to customize the axis, legend, values, and so on. We can also see from the tooltip what exactly this is called. This is the Fields menu. So let's go ahead and click on that Fields menu, and then let's change the data that we represent in our graph. You can see that in the axis, we currently have the state. In the values, we have the sales. Now, if we look closely at the fields over on the extreme right, we can see that we have a little yellow checkbox next to the fields sales as well as state. Let's scroll up and let's choose the category field. That's the first field in this table. And let's drag and drop the category into the legend drop down. As soon as we do this drag and drop, we can see that the appearance of our bar chart changes. We now have a stacked bar chart. And as you can see from the legend over in the top left, we have different colors for the categories furniture, office supplies, and technology. As we hover over these bars within the bar chart, we can see that the tooltip contains information about three fields: state, category, and sales. And this is true even as we scroll over towards the right. By adding the category into the legend field, we now have a stacked bar chart instead of an ordinary bar chart. We experiment by going into the focus mode and then coming back to the main report. Next, let's change the type of visualization. In the visualization toolbar towards the center right of our screen, you can see that it's currently the second icon in the top row that's been highlighted, and that is the icon for a clustered column chart. We are now instead going to click on the third icon in that same row. This is a clustered bar chart. And in the context of Power BI, the difference is that bar charts are oriented horizontally rather than vertically. You can see that the tooltip for this visualization confirms the name clustered bar chart. We click on the third icon, and indeed our visualization now appears from left to right rather than from top to bottom. To view data for the different states, we now have to scroll down. So we have California up top and North Dakota down below. We can still go into the focus mode by clicking on the focus mode icon in the top right of this visualization. And this in turn allows us to view the clustered bar chart in more detail. There's another interesting aspect here, which is that our bar chart is no longer a stacked chart, it's a clustered chart. What does that mean? Well, we now have three separate bars corresponding to the categories furniture, office supplies, and technology. A moment ago, when we had our column chart, that was a stacked column chart where the categories furniture, office supplies, and technology were placed one on top of the other. Here, however, these categories are placed next to each other. From a certification test perspective, two little points worth keeping in mind here. Please recall the difference between a bar chart, which is horizontal, and a column chart, which is vertical. And also keep in mind the difference between a clustered chart and a stacked chart. In any case, let's now move on to yet another kind of visualization. One of the really cool features of Power BI is the fact that it can infer the types of different fields, and in fact, it also can support rich types of visualizations for categorical fields. Let's go back to the entire report and click on the three horizontal dots in the top right and choose the remove option. This will remove this visualization from our report. We are back to having an entirely empty report before us. We'll continue our exploration of other types of visualizations in the demo coming up ahead. We ended the previous demo by removing the one visualization in our report that in turn left us with a blank report before us. In this demo, we are going to quickly work through some different kinds of visualizations, starting with a map visualization for a categorical field. Now, this is going to demonstrate a remarkable piece of functionality in Power BI, so I'd like you to please keep your eyes on two different parts of the screen. First, towards the extreme bottom right in the fields, we have the state field. We are going to select that field. And next, I'd also like you to keep an eye on a specific visualization in the visualizations pane towards the center right. There in the fourth row, the first icon represents a little globe. And as you might imagine, that corresponds to a map icon. Now we are going to go ahead and check the checkbox next to the state field in the bottom right of the screen. And as soon as we do this, you can see that the little map icon is automatically selected. And this causes a map visualization to be added in to our report. This is already quite remarkable because it shows that Power BI was able to infer that state was a categorical field containing states and that a map made sense for this data. But there's more. You can see right now in the top left of your screen that the visualization of the map is a world map. However, if we expand that selection, we can see that the data has automatically zoomed in to the United States. And there we have points corresponding to each of the states. As an aside, you can also see that the filter and the focus mode buttons now appear in the bottom right rather than in the top right. Let's click on the focus mode icon, and this allows us to view our data in more detail. We can hover over the different points, and each of these has the tooltip with the name of the corresponding state. Let's go back to the main report and see how we can use this map in order to visualize some numeric fields from our data. If we look closely at the fields list over on the right, we can see that only one of those fields has a yellow checkbox, that's the state field. What happens if we now go ahead and check another box? Maybe the sales field. As soon as we do this, our map visualization changes. The size of the circles within each state now are proportional to the sales coming from that state. We can see, for instance, that the circle for California has the largest area. And if we scroll down inside the visualizations pane, we can also see that in the drop-down titled size, the sales field appears in there. So this tells us that the size of each of the bubbles within this map is going to be proportional to the sum of the sales. Now there are two other little points worth mentioning here. Start by focusing on the paint roller icon in the center of the visualizations tab. To the left of that is another tab, and that's highlighted with the yellow marker underneath, and that is the Fields tab. So do keep in mind from a test perspective as well that it's in the Fields tab that we make changes to the data contained within our visualization. You can also see that it's possible for us to specify fields containing the latitude and the longitude. And finally, down below, you can see that there is a control titled Tooltips. We can add data fields in there as well. So we could customize the tooltip associated with each of the territories in our map. Remember that through all of this, we're still working with a map visualization. We know that because in the visualizations pane, we can see that it's the map, which is the first icon in the fourth row that has been highlighted. We can hover over the different bubbles, and the tooltip contains the name of the state as well as the sales. what happens if we now simply change the type of visualization? Let's try this. We now click on our familiar stacked column chart. That's the second icon in the first row. Remember that in Power BI, a column chart refers to one which extends vertically. So the bars here are vertical and it's stacked rather than clustered. Looking closely, we can see that we still have values taken from the sales. So Power BI was smart enough to figure out that even though the name of the control changed, it was called size in the case of the map, it's called values in the case of the clustered column chart, but it's still the sales data that we are interested in visualizing. And what's more, Power BI also realizes that it's the categorical value, that's the state, which we want on the x-axis. Now, so far, what we've demonstrated in this demo is how Power BI is able to infer a default kind of visualization for a specific field. Remember that we started with the state field for which the default visualization was a map. Let's see what the default visualization is for a numeric field. To do this, let's start by removing this visualization from our report. We are currently in the focus mode, so we hit back to report on the top left, and then in the bottom right, we click on the three dots, and from the menu which appears, we choose remove. We are back to having a blank report in front of us. Let's now see what happens if we select a numeric field from the fields list over on the right. You can see that the sales field is numeric. How do we know? Well, because there's a little sigma sign, that's the Greek letter sigma, next to the name of the field sales. We check that little checkbox and we can see that a clustered column chart has been added by default to our report. This is the default type of visualization for a numeric field. And you can also look at the visualizations pane towards the center right of your screen, and there it's the fourth icon in the first row, which corresponds to a clustered column chart that has been highlighted. Now at this point, our clustered column chart has just one bar, and that's for the total sales. The tooltip tells us that this is north of $2.29 million. This one number isn't very interesting to visualize, so let's go ahead and cut up our data using another field. So we now select the state field. This is visible towards the bottom right of the screen. Doing so causes the x-axis to change. So once again, we have the individual states on the x-axis and blue bars corresponding to the total sales in each of these states on the y-axis. This is the same visualization that we've worked with in a lot of detail so far. Let's round off this demo with a look at one more type of visualization, and this will demonstrate how the default visualizations vary for different types of fields. Let's get rid of this clustered column chart. We go back to the report, right-click on the three dots in the bottom right, and choose the remove option. We are back to a blank report. Now, before we go any further, let's quickly take stock of the two default visualizations we just saw. We began by selecting a categorical field, that's the state field. This particular field was a special one. Power BI could infer that this referred to geographical states in the USA, and that's why it went with a map visualization by default. Then we removed that and we added in another field which was a numeric field, and there Power BI went with a default visualization type of a clustered column chart. Now we are going to select yet another categorical field called subcategory. Unlike the state field, this one doesn't map to any pre-existing visualization that Power BI is aware of. And so when we choose this, what Power BI will do is create a table visualization. You can see on screen now that we have a table containing all of the values of subcategory, and you can also see the table control selected in the visualizations toolbox. If you look at the third row from the bottom, the third icon from the left, that's currently been highlighted, and that's a table. Now this table by itself isn't very interesting, but it will become a lot more interesting if we add in another field. Let's select a numeric field, the sales field. And as soon as we do this, we can see that our table now has not one but two columns. So the first column is the subcategory and the second column is the sum of the sales for that subcategory. That gets us to the end of this little demo in which we explored different types of default visualizations corresponding to the different types of fields that Power BI detects. We explored categorical visualizations corresponding to geographical entities, which use the map visualization. We saw numeric fields, which made use of a clustered column chart. And finally, we saw how for other categorical variables which do not map to a geographical area, the default visualization is a table. In this demo, we will change tracks a little bit and move from exploring default visualizations and a lot of different types of bar and column charts to working with line charts. Along the way, we'll also explore some of the other functionality within Power BI Desktop. At this point, we have before us a blank report. You can see that we are being invited to build visuals with our data, so there are no visualizations in here at this point. One aspect of a Power BI report that we've not discussed yet is the pagination. You can see at the bottom left that we have a single page in this report, and this is called page 1. Let's right click on page 1. There are two options there to either duplicate this page or to rename it. Let's go ahead and rename it to line chart. Now we are going to add a line chart into this report, but first let's explore how the formatting pane appears when we have a page selected without any visuals in there. And to get to the formatting pane, we click on the little paint roller icon in the center of the visualizations control. And when we do so, we can see that we have a number of cards which now relate to the pagination of our report. Page information, page size, and so on. This also demonstrates the context-sensitive nature of the Power BI menus. In previous examples, when we clicked on the paint roller icon with a bar chart selected, we would have cards within the format menu for the axes and the data. Here, because we don't have any visualization, all of these cards relate to pagination. Let's quickly explore some of these cards. So we expand the first card, which is page information. You can see there that we can specify the name of the page, the tooltip, Q&A, and other attributes. Let's scroll down a little bit and choose another card. This is page size. You can see here that in the type dropdown, we can go with different values for aspect ratio. The default is 16:9. Other options include 4:3, letter, tooltip, and custom. You might be thinking to yourself that tooltip isn't an aspect ratio, and that's a great observation. Tooltip pages can be used in order to create really complex, sophisticated tooltips for other controls embedded in other pages. In any case, let's move on for now from this card as well. Next, let's expand the page background card. There, you can set the color, transparency, and other visual properties. You can also add an image, which will serve as a background for all of the controls embedded in this page. The next card here is page alignment. That allows us to specify the vertical alignment. There's a drop down there in which the acceptable choices are top and middle. We then revert to default by using that link button if we so choose and get back to the default settings for our page. Next comes the wallpaper card. This allows us to specify a color and various properties for the wallpaper. Let's experiment with the color picker. We choose a bright orange color and we can see that our report, the page as well as the background behind the page, are now both in that color. That's a pretty bright color, so we hastily undo the change and then switch over to another card for the filter pane. The controls here govern the background color, transparency, and other properties of the filter pane, which lies to the left of the visualizations pane and to the right of the report. Let's specify a background color, and you can see now that the filter pane appears in bright blue. Once again, we revert to default. Hopefully, you've gotten a good sense of how we can control different aspects of the appearance of our pages as well as of the other panes in the Power BI desktop. Let's now turn to the Excel data, which we are going to import in order to create the line chart in this eponymous page. You can see here that this Excel workbook has a single tab, a single worksheet called VG Sales. We can see that in the bottom left corner. VG is short for video game, and the columns in row 1 tell us that these relate to the ranks of different video games by year. We also have the genre, publisher, and then the sales in different geographical areas. NA sales, for instance, refers to North America sales. Once we've oriented ourselves with our data, let's switch back over to Power BI Desktop. There you can see that we have the Home menu selected. We tell that from the little yellow underlining under the word Home in the top left corner. And there in turn we have a control in the middle of the screen which allows us to import data from Excel. That's the control titled Excel Workbook, but for now we are actually going to make use of a different button, the one titled Get Data. Clicking on that brings up a menu with a large number of different possible data sources. The first of those is an Excel workbook. There are also Power BI datasets and data flows. And then if we scroll down towards the middle, we see another choice, text/CSV. Now, our video game data had been opened in Excel, but it was actually in a .csv file, and that's why we've gone with this particular option. We navigate to our VG sales file and hit open, and that leads to a navigator tab. Here we have a preview. You can see that we have all of the data in VG sales.csv visible right here. At the bottom right, we have buttons for load, transform data, and cancel. Before we click on any of them, let's quickly look at the controls over up top. There you can see the file origin, the delimiter, which is comma, and the data type detection, which is based on the first 200 rows in our CSV file. Now we could choose to load the data in directly, but instead let's click on the Transform Data button. And this opens up a Power Query Editor window. If you've used Excel in order to import data, you might have worked with Power Query. It's a really powerful application which can be used from within other Microsoft applications such as Excel or Power BI Desktop. Over on the left, we have a pane called Queries, and you can see there that we have not only VG Sales, which is what we just imported, but we also have USA Superstore. That's the data that we were working with in the previous demo. In the center of the screen, you can see the data within the VG Sales.csv file. And then over on the right, we have a query settings pane where we can specify properties and applied steps. That set of applied steps is worth looking at. You can see that there are already 3 steps which have been performed implicitly for us: sourcing the data, promoting the headers, and changing the type of certain columns. That is why you see that the rank column appears with 1, 2, 3 next to it. That 1, 2, 3 indicates that Power Query has recognized this as a numeric column. In similar fashion, we can see that the string columns appear with the icons ABC next to their names. Let's take a moment to orient ourselves through this data. We can use the scroll bars to examine the rows and columns, and once we are done with that, we can move on to using this data in our Power BI report. As we scroll through the data, we can also apply conversions as appropriate. For instance, we observe that the column titled Year appears with the icon ABC next to the column name. That's not quite right. This needs to be treated as a year rather than as a string. And so in order to change that, we click on the little drop down. You can see that we can sort data and examine different values. We scroll all the way down, and there we see why Power Query has treated this particular column as a string column. That's because at the very bottom, we see the string value NA. All of the other values in this column are numeric, and we'd like to change the value to numeric and eliminate the NAs from this column. What we really would like to do here, however, is to change the type of the data. So having examined these values, we hit cancel, and then we right click on the column and use change type to whole number. This brings up a dialog titled change column type. We are asked whether we'd like to replace the current step or add a new step. We go with the add new step option. And once this is done, there are 2 changes in the UI. First is that the year column now appears with the icon 1, 2, 3 next to it. And the second is that in the applied steps over on the right, we have yet another change type 1 step added in there. Now, if we look really closely at the shading right under the column name, we can see a little bit of red that's right below the 1, 2, 3 icon. This indicates errors in this step. So let's right click, and you can see there that 10 rows corresponding to 1% have had an error. So we are going to eliminate that error by clicking on the View menu. There is a little checkbox called Column Quality, and that gives more information about the error. You can see that there is a header which has been added to every one of the columns, telling us how many of the rows in that particular column are valid. So the three values are valid, error, and empty. Looking at our year column, we can see there that 1% of the rows have an error, and those are because of the NA values. We click on the little dots next to remove errors, and from the sub-menu which opens up, we choose the remove errors option. This simply eliminates those 10 rows with the error from our data, and at the end of this process, you can see that underneath the year column name, the status bar is solid green, and this column now has 1000 valid rows and 0 errors. We can now go ahead and use this data in order to build visualizations in Power BI. In this demo, we will pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There, we had used Power Query Editor in order to cleanse our data, specifically the year column, of all invalid rows containing the value NA. We can use Power Query Editor to explore and transform our data in many different ways. Once we have done so to our heart's content, we can return to the Power BI desktop app by clicking on the Close and Apply button over in the top left. Please note that this Close and Apply button is visible in the Home menu. We click Close and Apply, and that causes our data to be loaded. Note that we are back in the UI of Power BI desktop. If we look closely at the fields over on the right, we can see that we have a couple of relations there. The first is USA Superstore, and the second is VG Sales, which is the data that we just loaded in. Let's click on VG Sales, and we can get a list of the fields contained within this data down below. Now this is the report view. If we'd like to view the data in VG Sales, we can click on the data view icon way over on the sidebar on the left. We click on the data view, and we have a grid with all of the rows and columns in USA Superstore. That's because that's the table chosen over on the right. We click on VG Sales, and it's now the video game sales data that appears here. Once we've previewed the data, we can click back on the report view that's in the sidebar on the left again, and we can now build our line chart. Let's choose the line chart from the visualizations pane that's visible on row 2 of the visualizations toolbox. The first control from the left represents a line chart. Clicking on this adds a placeholder for the line chart. We haven't yet populated it with any data, but we then go ahead and select fields from the right. So we drag and drop the year column into the axis control of the visualization. No data yet in our chart, but then we drag and drop the global sales field into the values control. Global sales is a numeric field as indicated by the little Greek symbol sigma next to the name of the field, and as soon as we do this, we get a nice line chart representing the sales of video games by year. We can now hover over this line chart, and tooltips appear corresponding to the different data points. The tooltip has the year as well as the total sales globally for that particular year. You can see here that the peak was attained in the year 2008, when global sales stood at $678.9 million. Next, let's click on our familiar paint roller icon in the middle of the Visualizations tab. This paint roller icon represents the format pane for our visualization, and clicking on it reveals cards such as General, X-axis, Y-axis, and so on. Let's explore some of this functionality, starting with the Data Labels card. We switch the slider over from off to on, and that brings up data labels for each of the points in our line chart. Those labels are a little too small for us to see clearly, so we expand the card, scroll down, and increase the text size. They are now a lot more visible, but even so, a better way to view the detail of the visualization is by clicking on the focus mode icon over on the top right of the visual. Doing this allows us to zoom in. We can now see our visualization in a lot more detail. In any case, once we've examined the data, let's go back to the main report and drag and drop yet another numeric column into the values control. The column we choose is NA sales, that's short for North American sales, and as we drag and drop that into the values, we now get two line charts within the same visualization. Now, hovering over the line chart reveals a tooltip where we have the year as well as the values of sales for global sales as well as for NA sales. So the tooltip has figured out that we have two series represented along the y-axis. And as before, we can use the focus mode if we'd like to view this data in more detail. Let's click on Back to Report and click on our friend, the paint roller icon. This is the format pane, and start customizing the appearance of this visual. We can see once again that the cards which appear here are very different again. This again demonstrates the context-sensitive nature of the format menu. Here the cards are titled General, Legend, X-axis, Y-axis, and so on. Let's scroll down and expand the Shapes card. There we have controls for the stroke width, joint type, and line style. Let's experiment with the stroke width. As we increase this, the lines become thicker. Then we change the joint type. Acceptable values include round, miter, and bevel. Let's stick with round. This makes the joints between different points in our line chart appear rounded. The line style could be solid, dotted, or dashed. We experiment with different values of the line style. However, because the stroke width is pretty thick, the changes are hard to tell. So we revert to the solid line style and then start experimenting with the show marker slider. Let's toggle that from off to on, and that in turn brings up markers for each of the individual data points. There's a drop down there for marker shape. The current choice is a little solid circle. Let's change that to a triangle. Many other options are available as well, and as you can see here again, we can control every aspect including the marker size. So we experiment with a combination of the marker size and the marker shape before turning the show marker slider back to off. Another interesting control is the stepped slider. That's currently off. If we change that to on, you can see that there is a drastic change in the appearance of our visualization. All of the lines connecting adjacent points are now either horizontal or vertical. So it's no longer possible for a line to go directly from one point to another. There are use cases where you might want to go with stepped visualizations, but here for year-wise data, it's better to set step to off. We can also choose to customize our series, and if we change that slider from off to on, additional controls appear which will allow us to tweak the appearance of the individual series, global sales and NA sales. In this particular case, we are fine to leave both series with the same settings, but in any case, you should know that this is possible. Let's close this card and move on to another card, that's the data colors card. Here you can again see that we have color pickers, one for each of the series, global sales and NA sales. Let's customize the color of NA sales. We pick a bright orange color. This highlights the contrast between the global sales and the North American sales more effectively. We've had our fill experimenting with this line chart which has two series. Let's change some of the properties that we had tweaked, such as the stroke width, and then let's eliminate one of these series. To do so, we click on the fields view, which is to the left of the format view. That's the paint roller icon. The cards displayed there change, and from the values control, we remove the NA sales field. Doing this changes the appearance of our visualization, so we are back to having just the one line representing the global sales. Our line chart looks pretty simple. We are going to make it a lot more complicated in the demo coming up ahead. We ended the last demo with a nice sparse line chart representing global sales of video games by year. Let's add some complexity to this chart. To begin with, let's click on the genre field from the list of fields way over on the right and drag and drop that into the legend control of the visualizations pane. Well, the appearance of the chart changes immediately and not for the better. This is now a really complicated and hard to read chart. In a moment, we'll see how to control this by using the filter pane, but for now, let's click on the focus mode icon on the top right and this will allow us to explore the data in a little more detail. As we hover over these lines, we can see that the tooltip now includes the total sales for a given year. That year appears at the top of the tooltip, and then we have the individual sales for all of the genres in that year. Do keep in mind that this is all global sales data. You can see in the visualizations pane that in Axis we have the year field, in Legend we have the genre field, and in Values we have the global sales field. Clearly, this visualization is too messy for us to work with meaningfully. And the way we are going to fix that is by expanding the filters pane. Let's click on the back to report button in the top left, and then we expand the filters pane. If you look closely, you can see that there is a collapsed version of the filters pane between the visualizations tab and the line chart itself. So we click on the expand arrow and the filters pane now appears. That filters pane includes a search dialog with a magnifying glass lens icon up top and then filters on this visual. You can see that those filters are specified on each of the fields. So we have genre, global sales, as well as year. And at the start of this process, each of these filters is set to the value all. Let's click on genre because we really need to simplify this chart, and the best way to do this is by filtering on the genre. Let's click on the filter type. That dropdown has three choices: advanced filtering, basic filtering, and top N. Let's start with the basic filtering. As you can see, we can choose to select all of the genres or to only include specific genres that we are interested in. At the bottom of that control, you can see a little checkbox which says require single selection. Let's hover over that. The tooltip has some interesting insights. If we select this checkbox, only one item at a time can be selected in the basic filter on the genre. In addition, this tooltip references a feature known as Q&A. Q&A, which we will get to, allows us to search using human-readable search phrases. And this tooltip is telling us that when we have this checkbox selected, Q&A will only display this particular visualization in the output if one of the items in the list is mentioned. Now we don't check this checkbox. Instead, we hover over the visual. That visual is now a lot cleaner and simpler because we only have a few genres selected. The tooltip also updates and only displays those genres which we've selected in the filter menu. Now let's clear the filter. We can do this by clicking on the little eraser icon over on the top right of the genre control. You can see there that we currently have the genre selected that has a list of values. Clicking on the eraser resets the genre filter so that all genres show up. The visual once again becomes a lot more cluttered. We could also click on the lock filter button. That would prevent users of this report, once it's been published, from changing the filter selection, or we could just choose to hide the filter. You can see both of those controls as well as the corresponding tooltips. Similarly, the tooltip next to filter type tells us that this will allow our report readers to be able to choose between basic and advanced and top N filters. We've explored basic filtering. Let's now try the top N filter. So we change the value from the corresponding dropdown, and there you can see that this allows us to show the top N values. Let's enter the value 5 into the input control there. And what's really interesting is that we can filter the top 5 values on a different field. So now we're going to drag and drop the global sales field into the by value control. So effectively, when we click on the little apply filter button that's at the bottom right of this genre filter, we are only going to see a filter which shows the top 5 values, that is the top 5 genres by global sales. Let's go into the focus mode. That will allow us to view these top 5 genres in a little more detail. You can see that these are action, platform, role-playing, shooter, and sports. The tooltip also includes the sales per year. It's important to note that this top N filter is going to take into account the top 5 genres by global sales across all years. That's just a little detail worth keeping in mind. We've now covered 2 out of 3 types of filters. What's left is advanced filtering, but we'll come back to that later. So let's click on the little eraser icon to eliminate all of the filters on the genre. This takes us back to our cluttered visualization. Let's undo this state by getting rid of the genre from the legends field, replace NA sales into the values field, and add another data series, that's the JP sales. We're going to go ahead and construct a line chart with multiple series in the demo coming up ahead. In this demo, we will continue our exploration of filtering. We'll cover advanced filtering, which we didn't in the previous demo, and we'll move on from line charts to stacked area charts. At this point, our visualization has two series, North America sales and Japan sales. Let's add in a third series corresponding to sales in the European Union. We drag and drop EU sales into the values control and see that there are now 3 lines in here. We click on the focus mode that's in the top right corner, and that allows us to examine our data in more detail. Once we are done, we can go back to the main report. Now, when our visualization has these 3 data series, it's starting to get a little complex. And to make things even more complicated, we drag and drop in yet another series, that's other sales. At this point, we have individual sales for each of the 4 regions, North America, Japan, EU, and other. Now, if we look at this visual in detail, you can see that these are not stacked. In other words, all of these data series start from the value of 0 on the y-axis. What if we were interested in viewing them as parts of the cumulative sum, that is, as a part of the global sales? To do that, we'd have to change the type of visualization from a line chart to an area chart. If you look closely at the visualizations pane towards the center right of the screen, you can see that it's the first type of icon in row 2 that's currently highlighted. That's the line chart. Let's click on the area chart icon, which lies to its immediate right. You can see the focus mode there in the visualizations pane. As soon as we click on this, the appearance of the visualization changes. All of the charts have the region below them shaded in. Now, at this point, this is still not a stacked area chart. So these series still all begin from 0 on the y-axis. We'll fix that in just a moment, but first let's take a segue into advanced filtering. We begin by revealing the filter pane. We click on the little arrow which lies between the visualizations pane and the visualization itself, and in the filters pane which opens up, we can now tweak the filter type. There's a list of the filters on this visual. There's one entry for each field, and all of those fields are currently set to all. To try out advanced filtering, we'll have to expand the filter card for one of these fields. Let's do this on the year field. And there you can see that we have filter type, which includes advanced filtering, basic filtering, and top N. Let's choose the advanced filtering dropdown, and from the other control titled show items when the value, we can choose a predicate of our choice. These predicates include is less than or equal to, is greater than, and so on. Here we choose the predicate is greater than or equal to, and then we've got to specify a value. We hard code the literal 2000. Note then that we have radio buttons which allow us to perform logical and or ors of different predicates. The radio button currently has and selected. Let's add a second filter condition or predicate. This time we choose the predicate is less than or equal to, and we type out the value 2015. So the result of this combination is that we are going to restrict our visualization to only have years which are greater than or equal to 2000 and less than or equal to 2015. Once we've set up our predicates as we like, we can go ahead and click on the little apply filter button. One note on the apply filter button. It turns out there are a couple of ways of loading data into Power BI from a data source. One of these modes is known as the import mode, the other is known as the direct query mode. In the import mode, data is going to be cached in memory inside Power BI, whereas in the direct query mode, every interaction with the report causes a corresponding interaction with the underlying data source. Now, when you see a button like this apply filter button here, you should keep in mind that this can lead to powerful performance improvements while working with direct query. Let's say that we did not have an explicit apply filter button here. Every tweak which we made to our predicates would have caused interactions with the underlying database if we had direct query turned on. So here it's a best practice while designing your Power BI dashboards and reports to make use of apply functionality like the one that you see on screen here. In any case, with that little segue done, let's come back to our visualization. Here we have only the years between 2000 and 2015. We can confirm that by clicking on the focus mode icon over on the top right. The x-axis indeed starts at 2000 and ends at 2015. So our attempt at advanced filtering has clearly worked. One last tweak that we'd like to make here, we'd like to go with a stacked area chart instead of an ordinary area chart. And that will allow us to view the sales in these different geographic regions stacked or layered one on top of the other, summing up to the total global sales for that year. In order to change the visualization type, let's exit out of the focus mode. So we click on the back to report button on the top left, and then in the visualizations pane, we click on the little icon for the stacked area chart. There it is in row 2. It's the third icon from the left. And as soon as we choose the stacked area chart, the appearance of our visualization changes so that all of the series now start one after or one above the other. Let's go back into the focus mode in order to get a better view of this data. It's very clear that our series now do not all start from 0 on the y-axis. Rather, each series starts off the baseline set by the data point of the previous series. And by hovering over these points, we can see the individual sales for each region, and the highest point for a particular year can be marked off against the y-axis in order to get the total global sales. That gets us to the end of this demo, in which we saw how advanced filtering works in Power BI, and we also worked with stacked area charts. We have now come to the end of this course creating and formatting charts in Power BI. We began this course by creating a report in Power BI, importing data into that report, and creating a column chart out of that data. We spent a great deal of time customizing and formatting the aesthetic design in our column chart in multiple ways, such as adding data labels to our columns and applying conditional formatting in the form of color scales on our columns. We also discussed how to create bar charts in Power BI. The difference between column charts and bar charts in Power BI is that the column chart is made of columns which are vertically aligned bars, while the bar chart is made from horizontally aligned bars. Finally, we visualized data over time using line charts. We started by importing and transforming some data in Power Query, and then we created a line chart. We experimented with multiple formatting operations on our line chart, such as changing the type of markers in the line chart. We added multiple lines to the chart and performed a filter on the data. After that, we created stacked area charts. Now that you have some experience building line charts and column charts in Power BI, you are ready to move on to more complex charts such as ribbon charts, pie charts, and gauge charts. That's in the course Leveraging Power BI with Ribbon Charts, Line and Column Charts, and Pie Charts coming up next. In this demo, we start afresh with a blank Power BI report, and we are going to go ahead and explore a couple of visualizations, notably line and stacked column charts. Let's rename the page. We do that by clicking on the name page 1, which is at the bottom left of the screen. We choose the rename option and type out the new page name. As before, over on the right, we have fields corresponding to the two tables that we've imported from different Excel and CSV files. We have the USA Superstore and the VG sales data. We can explore the fields available in either of those by expanding the drop-downs next to the relation names. Then we switch over to the visualizations pane and we click on a specific visualization. This is the fourth icon from the left in the second row. And as the tooltip tells us, this corresponds to a line and stacked column chart. A placeholder appears, but we haven't populated this visualization with any data. Let's hide the filter and let's drag and drop the field called subcategory, which is at the very bottom right. we drag and drop it into the shared access card of our visualization. Next, we drag and drop the sales field into the column values card, and this causes our column chart to be populated. Note that at this point, we just have the one series. This corresponds to the sales in our US Superstore data. We then click on the paint roller icon to switch into the formatting dialog, and we expand the x-axis card. There we can tweak the text size that makes the subcategory names a lot more legible. We also scroll down and increase the title text size. This increases the size of the title on the x-axis at the bottom center of the visual. Let's close the x-axis card and open the y-axis card and make similar tweaks there. We increase the text size and the title text size on the y-axis this time around. It's always a good idea to know exactly how these fine changes in the formatting are performed. We also then expand the title card and increase the size of the overall title of the chart that's in the bottom left corner. And by the end of this, it's just a lot easier to read all of the data in the chart. We hover over the bars, and the tooltip, as usual, includes data for the subcategory, which is what we have on the x-axis, as well as the sales, which is what we have on the y-axis. We can experiment with the appearance of this chart in a few different ways. We click on the three horizontal dots over in the top right, and in the menu which opens up, we choose to change the sort of our data. Currently on the x-axis, we have the subcategories in order of total sales. So we have the tallest bar over on the left and the shortest bar over on the right. But now in the menu which is opened up, we are changing the sort by so that we are sorting by subcategory rather than by sales. And doing this causes the order of the bars on the x-axis to change. This has the initial effect of sorting in descending order, that is from tables to accessories. So we again open up the menu and choose Sort Ascending. We now have the bars in alphabetical order. A for accessories comes first and T for tables appears last, way over on the right. We spend some time hovering over the different bars, and then we make our column chart a stacked column chart by adding in yet another series. We drag and drop the field segment from the list of fields over on the right into the column series card of the visualizations pane. We now have a stacked column chart. Each column has individual subsegments corresponding to segments consumer, corporate, and home office. And we have a legend over on the top left giving us the colors corresponding to these three segments. These are cumulative rather than placed next to each other. Remember that if we have these stacked one on top of another, we have a stacked column chart. On the other hand, if the bars appeared next to each other, all starting from 0 on the y-axis, that would be called a clustered column chart. In any case, we spend some time hovering over the different segments, and you can see that the tooltip now includes information for all three fields: the subcategory, the segment, and the sales. Now, the name of this page, as well as the name of the visualization type, is line and stacked column chart. We now have our stacked column chart, but we don't have the line in there yet. We are going to fix that, but before that, let's just tweak the formatting of the stacked column chart a little bit. So we click on our friendly paint roller icon. This opens up all of the formatting cards, and there we add in data labels using the slider in the data labels card. We also tweak the text size of those data labels. After that, we close the data labels card, switch to the total labels card, and turn the slider position to on. Turning on total labels is also going to alter the tooltips of our visualization. To see how that's the case, let's open up the focus mode by clicking on the focus mode icon in the top right of the visual. Now when we hover over individual bars, we see that the tooltip has 4 bits of information. These include the subcategory, the segment, the sales, and finally the total. If you look closely, you can see that the total in the tooltip matches the total on top of the column which is displayed on the visualization itself. For instance, the current total displayed inside the tooltip is $328,449.1, and a similar rounded number appears above the column, that's 328.45K. We are now ready to go back to the main report and add in the line component of our line and stacked column chart. To do this, we drag and drop the profit field from the list of fields way over on the right into the line values control in the visualizations tab. Doing so has the effect of adding in a line into our line and stacked column chart, and that line represents the profit for each subcategory. As we hover over the line, you can see that the tooltip tells us the name of the subcategory as well as the corresponding sum of the profit. For instance, here, for subcategory copiers, we have the profit, which is equal to $55,617.82. The tooltip varies based on whether we are hovering over the line or the stacked column chart. So if we move our mouse upwards and hover over the column instead, you can see that the tooltip will now reflect information for the subcategory, segment, sales, and total. Here, for instance, the tooltip tells us that for subcategory chairs, segment consumer, the sales stood at $172,862.74. There's also a total in there, and that total matches the total label above the column as a whole. We can flip the total labels on or off using the corresponding card from the visualizations pane. Let's turn those total labels off. So we click on the paint roller icon that's in the center of the visualizations pane, and there we see the card called total labels. The slider position is currently set to on. Let's slide it to the left so that it's off. And we can also make similar changes to the data labels if we so choose. We can also change the formatting of those labels in the data labels card. Here, for instance, we are applying a background to each of the labels. From the color picker, we choose the color white, and now each of those labels appears with a white background. We could also alter the orientation. There, in the Visualizations tab, you see the drop-down with choices horizontal and vertical for the orientation. We can experiment a bit more with the label position, and that is currently set to the default choice of auto. The drop-down has other choices such as inside end, inside center, and inside base. Finally, let's go ahead and reset that background color. Find a slider for show background and toggle that from on to off. The white background on our data labels goes away. We close the data labels card, and in the demo coming up ahead, we will continue with our exploration of this visualization. In this demo, we will continue working with a line and stacked column chart. We will explore various formatting options and then switch over to a line and clustered column chart instead. Let's plunge right in. We have the paint roller icon highlighted in the center of the visualizations pane. This means that the cards displayed down below relate to the formatting of the visualization. We currently have the shapes card expanded. We scroll down and increase the stroke width. This causes our line chart to become thicker. Then from the joint type dropdown, we see that the values are miter, round, and bevel. Let's stick with round. In similar fashion, the possible line styles are solid, dashed, and dotted. We experiment with these before settling on solid. We then turn the show markers slider to be on rather than off. There's also a marker shape choice. The current choice of marker shape is a solid circle, but those circles are too small to see. So we just increase the size of those markers. Once the marker size is 8 rather than 5, those points appear a lot more clearly. In any case, let's turn the show marker toggle button back to off and reset the stroke width to make the lines less prominent. We switch out of the shapes card into the data colors card, and there we customize the appearance of the profit field. Remember that we have profit represented via the line chart. From the color picker, we choose a bright green color, and this in turn makes the line within our line and stack column chart appear in bright green. We can sort our data on the x-axis in many different ways. To explore these, let's click on the 3 horizontal dots over on the top right of the visualization. There, from the Sort by submenu, we choose Sales. The other choices are Subcategory and Profit. The columns now appear in increasing order of height. So we have the top selling categories over on the right. These are chairs and phones. If we'd like to sort by a different field, we can again click on the three dots in the top right, again choose the sort by menu item, and this time we choose to sort by profit. This gives us a quick view into the profitability of the different subcategories, and we can see, for instance, that tables are a clear outlier because the total profit for tables is negative. This is why the green line dips below the x-axis at the extreme left. It will be interesting to know the exact profit or loss figure for this category. So let's click on the focus mode button in the top right, and then when we hover over the green line, we can see that the table subcategory yielded a loss, that is a negative profit of more than $17,000. This is in contrast to the copier subcategory way over on the right, where the total profit is more than $55,000. We've done a pretty thorough job of sorting our data. Let's now see how to go from a stacked column chart to a clustered column chart. First, let's fix the sorting so that we are back to having a sort by sales. Before we switch over to a clustered chart, let's switch the column series from segment to the region. So we delete the segment from the column series card in the visualizations pane, and we drag and drop in the region field instead. At this point, we have a stacked column chart where each column corresponds to the total sales by subcategory and region. In addition, we also have a line, and that line represents the total profit by subcategory. And in order to change the type of visualization from a line and stacked column chart to a line and clustered column chart, we simply click on the little icon in the visualizations pane. This is the second icon from the right in the second row. And the tooltip tells us that this is indeed a line and clustered column chart. As soon as we click on this visualization type, the display changes, and now the different columns are not stacked one on top of the other. Rather, we have individual bars corresponding to the different regions which are clustered together. To see this in more detail, let's click on the focus mode, and there, as we can see, we have a cluster of bars for each subcategory, and those clusters represent the different regions. We have a legend of symbols over on the top left. The regions are Central, East, South, West, and Profit. In case you're wondering why we have Profit along with the regions, do remember that this is a line and clustered column chart. So the line denotes the profit, and that's why we have the green circle for the profit. You can also see by looking at the x-axis why this is called a clustered chart. We have individual columns corresponding to the regions, and for every value of a subcategory, the region columns are clustered together. So there is white space between the clusters of bars corresponding to the different subcategories, but within a subcategory, the bars for the different regions are clustered, that is, they are contiguous with each other. This brings us close to the end of our exploration of a line and clustered column chart. You should remember that all of the functionality that we've been working with so far applies to this chart type as well. So for instance, we could choose to click on the three horizontal dots over in the top right and then sort our data in different ways based on different fields and in ascending and descending order. We could also choose to open up the filters pane and apply a combination of basic, advanced, or top-end filtering. Because we've already covered that functionality in a lot of detail, we can leave this as an exercise to the viewer. On screen now, you can see that we've applied a top-n filtering where we've set n equal to 6, and we are sorting the subcategories to only include the top 6 subcategories by sales. With that, we come to the end of this demo where we worked with line and clustered column charts. In the demo coming up ahead, we will turn our attention to ribbon charts. On screen now is a sneak preview of the visualization that we are going to be building. This is known as a ribbon chart, and ribbon charts in Power BI have a very specific usage. It's also worth keeping in mind this specific use of ribbon charts from a certification perspective. To understand that specific use case, let's understand this ribbon chart on screen now. On the x-axis, we have quarter, which is a variable representing time. Then, as we can tell from the title and the legend of symbols in the top left of this visualization, this denotes sales by quarter and product line. And we can see from the legend that the different colors correspond to the different product lines such as classic cars, planes, and so on. So this ribbon chart is telling us the ranks of these different product lines as ranked by sales in a given quarter. And that in turn leads us to the use case for ribbon charts. They help us to understand how ranks have varied within data over time. The name ribbon chart comes from the ribbon-like appearance of each of these data series. Note that the thickness of the ribbon at any point on the x-axis is proportional to the sales in that particular quarter. So the thickness of the ribbons measures the sales, and then the order of the ribbons gives us the ranks within a particular quarter. In this visualization, for instance, we can see that the product line corresponding to trucks and buses, that's the purple ribbon, has been steadily rising in popularity. In quarter 1 and quarter 2, it lay below the orange ribbon, then in quarter 3 it overtook the orange ribbon, and then in quarter 4 it also overtook the deep blue ribbon. And so again, the ribbon chart is a powerful Power BI visualization which can be used in order to measure the evolution of ranks over time. This is what we'll be aiming to build in the upcoming demo, and alongside building this ribbon chart, we will also be exploring some powerful features related to drill downs in Power BI. If you look closely at the buttons over on the top right of this visualization, you can see that to the left of the funnel, we have some arrow-like icons. These are all related to drill downs. So let's go ahead and get started. You can see here that we have a brand new Power BI report. It's a blank report with just one page. The name of that one page is page 1. Let's right click on the page name and change that name to ribbon chart. Now we'll be reading in data from an Excel file. So let's switch over and examine that data in Microsoft Excel. As you can see up top, this is a workbook called Toy Sales. We'll be exploring the data more thoroughly in Power BI. So let's switch right back over. Notice that we have the home menu selected. We click on the get data command. And from the corresponding menu, we choose text/CSV because our toy sales file is a CSV, that's a comma separated values file. We navigate to the appropriate location on our file system and hit open. This in turn connects to the file and opens up this navigation dialog that you see on screen. Up top, we have file origin, delimiter, and data type detection, and we can then preview the data. Now we've imported data in this manner before, and then we had made use of the transform data button, which you see in the bottom right. That in turn led to Power Query Editor, which is a great way to manipulate our data and transform it before loading it in. However, in this instance, our data is actually ready to use as is. So we simply click on that bright yellow load button, and the corresponding data is available in the fields view over on the right of our Power BI report. At this point, there are 3 relations visible there: Toy Sales, USA Superstore, and VG Sales. Let's expand Toy Sales, and there we get a sense of the fields contained within this CSV file. If we look closely, we see that there is a little drop-down button next to order date. Let's try and click on that, and when we do, we see something somewhat surprising. Order date is a hierarchical field. That is, it contains within it a nested hierarchy of other fields. We will rely on this property in the demo coming up ahead. And this hierarchy is represented by the text which is partially cut off, which states date hierarchy. To see what that's all about, let's switch over to the data view by clicking on the data view icon in the toolbar over on the left. Remember that those 3 icons correspond to the report view, the data view, and the model view respectively. Here, we've clicked on the data view. This brings up the data in the center pane, and we can eyeball it. If we look at the order date column, the one which was marked as hierarchical, we can see that this is a complete timestamp, which includes the year, month, date, as well as a specific time. And that's why this was picked up by Power BI as being hierarchical data. Now that timestamp information represents a hierarchy within a column, specifically the order date column, but we also have hierarchy implicit in some of the other columns, namely quarter ID, month ID, and year. Clearly, these three columns can be arranged or used together to form a hierarchy. We could, for instance, aggregate data by year, then drill down into it to view the same aggregation by quarter, and then if we choose to drill down again, to aggregate it by month. Once we are done exploring the data in the data view, we can switch back to the report view. We do that by clicking on the report view icon on the left sidebar. There, once again, we have the blank report before us, and that is where we are going to introduce the ribbon chart. That ribbon chart icon is the rightmost icon in the second row in the Visualizations tab. You can see that tooltip which states ribbon chart. We click on it and a placeholder gets added into our report. Now at this point, we've yet to select any fields, so let's go ahead and drag and drop the year ID field into the axis card and the sales field into the values card. Now, before we move any further, we should address why we've selected ribbon chart as the visualization we wish to build, but we have a column chart in our report. Well, this has to do with the default visualization associated with the sales column. We dragged and dropped the sales field from our toy sales data into the values card, and that caused the default visualization to be chosen, and the default visualization for a numeric field is a column chart. You can see that sales is a numeric field from the little Greek alphabet sigma next to the word sales in the fields pane. Now, if you're wondering why that default visualization overrode the explicitly selected type of visualization of ribbon chart, well, it's because ribbon charts inherently require three fields. If we now drag and drop one additional field from the fields pane over on the right, we choose the product line field and drag and drop it into the legend card, that instantaneously has the effect of changing the chart type into a ribbon chart. This is a ribbon chart, and we will carry on performing many more operations with this visual in the demo coming up ahead. In this demo, we will continue with our exploration of ribbon charts, and we'll add in hierarchy representing different time units on the x-axis. Let's start by exploring the ribbon chart that we already created at the end of the last demo in a little more detail. On the x-axis, you can see that we currently have years, and then the ribbons have thickness proportional to the sales. As the legend of symbols on the top left tells us, the different ribbons correspond to the different product lines. The other special property of the ribbon chart is that the ribbons are always arranged in order so that the highest value appears on top for any given unit on the x-axis. We can see, for instance, here that the bright blue ribbon, which corresponds to classic cars, is the top ranked product line in every year. On the other hand, the orders of some of the other ribbons change. And so again, the ribbon chart is a very specialized kind of visualization that you use when you would like to track ranks over a period of time. Once we've explored this ribbon chart, we switch over into the Visualizations tab. You can see there that we have the paint roller icon selected, so all of the cards there relate to the appearance or the formatting of this visualization. Let's turn on labels just so that we can see the values more clearly. Then let's switch over to the field view from the formatting view and delete year ID from the axis card and drag and drop in there the order date. Now please pay careful attention to this particular operation. Before we perform this operation, take a close look at the icons in the top right of our visualization. There we have a funnel, then we have the focus mode icon and the three horizontal drops. So note that we do not have any icons related to drill downs in there right now. We can see that as we drag and drop order date into this axis, we get not one, not two, but 4 different fields. And that's because the order date is a hierarchical field. And that hierarchical field encompasses the quarter, the day, the month, and the year. Now, if we look at the visualization, we might initially think that nothing has changed. We still have year on the x-axis, and we have ribbons corresponding to the different product lines. But then if we look closely at the top right, we can see that there are some additional buttons there. To the left of the funnel, we can see that there are 4 buttons which all relate to drilling down into hierarchical fields. This gives us our first indication that there is indeed something going on here related to the hierarchical fields. To see this a little more clearly, let's delete 2 of the fields from the axis. So we get rid of the year and the month, and that only leaves the quarter and the day. Now, in our visualization on the x-axis, we have the quarters, quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. At this point in the top right of our visualization, we still have the drill down icons. However, if we also delete the day field and we are only left with the quarter, you can see that those icons disappear. So the drill down icons only appear in a visualization when we have a hierarchical field involved. This is an important bit of information to keep in mind both when you're using Power BI in everyday use as well as on the certification test. Now that we know how those icons appear and disappear, let's add back the hierarchical fields within the order date. We click on order date over on the fields pane in the top right, and there we add back the fields for year, quarter, month, and day by checking on each of those fields. And as we do this, the icons for the drill down appear back in the visualization, and now we are going to go ahead and actually use them. Let's begin by examining the tooltips on these icons. There are 4 of them. We hover over the rightmost of them, and as the tooltip tells us, this is used to expand all one level down in the hierarchy. Now we currently have the top level element of the hierarchy, which is the year on the x-axis. Were we to click this button, we would expand all one level down. That is, we would have information for all of the quarters. We'll try this out in a moment, but first let's instead hover over the next icon that has 2 parallel downward pointing arrows, and the tooltip tells us that we click on this button in order to go to the next level in the hierarchy. The next icon is a single downward pointing arrow, and that tooltip reads click to turn on drill down. So this will be our starting point. And finally, the leftmost button, which is a single upward pointing arrow, has the tooltip drill up. Let's go ahead and try out these buttons. Let's start by clicking on the arrow which reads go to the next level in the hierarchy. This has the 2 downward pointing arrows. As soon as we click on this, the x-axis changes so that it no longer displays years, it instead displays the quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we were to click on those 2 downward arrows again, we would go one level further down into the hierarchy, and that would change the x-axis to include months, as you can now see on screen. And if we again click that, we would go to the lowest level in the hierarchy, where we would have the day of the month, and that's why you now see that we have day of the month ranging from 1 through 31 on the x-axis. At this point, that double downward arrow button has been disabled, and the tooltip tells us that we are at the lowest level of the data. Let's now switch over to the leftmost arrow, which goes up the hierarchy, that's drill up. So if we drill up from the day, that is going to change the x-axis so that it displays the months. That's what's happened on screen now. Clicking that up arrow again will further change the x-axis so that it displays quarters, and doing this one more time will display years. At this point, we can click on any one of the individual sections, and all of the other sections get blurred out ever so faintly. Now, you might have expected clicking on these sections to cause a drill down of some sort. Now, in case you're surprised that this didn't happen, well, that's simply because we have not turned on the drill down mode yet. To see how this is done, let's switch over to the second arrow. This is the single downward pointing arrow, which we can use in order to drill down one level. However, this button is stateful, and let's see what that means. Let's click on it. Note how the tooltip tells us click to turn on drill down. Note that when we clicked on it, nothing changed in the appearance of the visualization. The only thing that did change was the appearance of the arrow. However, if we now repeat the experiment of clicking on a section in the visualization, instantly we drill down further into it. Here you can see that we clicked on the section of the blue ribbon corresponding to 2004, and as soon as we did this, we drilled down to get the same blue ribbon but now at the level of the quarters in 2004. And this explains how the drill down mode works. Let's confirm that this is indeed only data for 2004. That's easy enough to do. We hover over any of these sections and the tooltips tell us that this is only for year 2004. Now remember that the drill down mode is still enabled, so if we click on this section, this is for quarter 4, we are going to dig one level further down into the 3 months of quarter 4 in 2004, namely October, November and December. And as you might expect, if we click on any section in here, that's going to give us a breakdown of each of the days of the corresponding month. So for instance, here we've clicked on November, and this takes us to the sales for the individual days in November of 2004. We now have a good overall understanding of how hierarchical fields and drill downs work. Let's wrap up this demo and quickly move on to the next, where we will continue our exploration of these same features. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There, we had created a ribbon chart where we have sales by a hierarchical field, that's the order date, as well as by the product line. Then we had drilled down to the lowest level of the hierarchy for a specific month in a specific year, and that month was November. The corresponding year was 2004. This is the visual that you currently see on screen. On the x-axis, we have all of the days of November 2004, and the ribbons correspond to the total sales in that particular month. If we look closely at the icons in the top right of the visualization, we can see that the downward pointing arrow is indeed grayed in. And this tells us that the drill down mode is still on. However, because we've now reached the lowest level in the hierarchy, we have no choice, no place to go but up. So we click on the drill up arrow, and that in turn takes us one level up in the hierarchy. At this point, we've hovered over the drill up arrow, but we've yet to click it, and that's why on the x-axis, we have the days of November 2004. As soon as we actually click that up arrow, we will go one level up, and we'll now see all of the months in Q4 of 2004. That's why the x-axis has October, November, and December. If we drill up yet again, we'll go one level up into the different quarters of 2004, and indeed that's what's visible on screen now. At this point, there's only one further level that we could drill up, so let's click on the drill up button yet again, and this takes us to the top level view in our hierarchy where we have years on the x-axis. This is where we started, we drilled down from here, and then we've now drilled ourselves all the way back up. Through all of this, please note that the drill down arrow, that's the single downward pointing arrow, is still grayed in. This means that the drill down mode is on. And so if we click on any sections in this top level chart, the drill down process will begin again. Let's confirm this. Our mouse is currently positioned over the blue ribbon for 2005. If we click on it, instantaneously the x-axis changes and we are left with only quarter 1 and quarter 2. That's because our dataset only extended until the middle of 2005. In similar fashion, we can click on a section here as well, and that will take us down into the individual months. Here we see the months for Q1 of 2005. Clicking on a month here takes us to the lowest level of the hierarchy where we only have the days. Because we had clicked on February, you can see that the x-axis only includes the days up to and including 28. At this point, we have a good sense of how the drill down mode works and how we can drill down and drill up. Now, with the drill down mode still on, let's click on the rightmost of the drill down arrows. This one has the tooltip expand all down one level in this hierarchy. Before we click on that arrow, please note that we've navigated up to the year level again. So on the x-axis, we have the years 2003, 2004, and 2005. With that in mind, when we click the down arrow to expand all down one level in the hierarchy, the x-axis changes so that we have each of the years as well as each of the quarters. So now we have 2003 quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, a similar pattern for 2004, and then for 2005 we just have quarter 1 and quarter 2 because that's as far as our dataset extends. If we click on the same button one more time, we will now get each of the individual months along with the quarters and the years. And if we click that arrow one more time, we'd get a truly long x-axis with every single day. That's way too much detail, so we use the drill up arrow, In order to navigate to a more manageable level of complexity, here we have all of the quarters for the 3 years. Clicking the up arrow again takes us to the top level of the years. And with this, we've now come to the end of our exploration of the drill down functionality associated with Power BI. Please note that this functionality is not specific to ribbon charts, and in fact, we will have occasion to use drill downs with many other different types of visualizations in the demos coming up ahead. This also gets us to the end of our exploration of ribbon charts. Please do keep in mind that the main use case of the ribbon chart is when you'd like to see evolution of ranks over time. And that's because the ribbon chart has ribbons, and those ribbons are always arranged so that the highest value appears on top. In addition, the thickness of each ribbon is proportional to whatever field we are aggregating in the ribbon. In this demo, we will start with a brand new PBIX file representing a new Power BI report, and we will turn our focus from ribbon charts to pie charts, where ribbon charts were great to track the evolution of ranks over time. Pie charts are ideal when you'd like to view composition at a specific instant in time. A pie chart will allow you to view how different components have contributed to a total. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's begin by renaming the first page of our Power BI report to something more descriptive. So we right-click on the name in the bottom left corner and change it to pie and donut chart. Next, let's quickly switch over to the Excel data which we will be importing in for our use case. This is a dataset which lists Hollywood's most profitable movies. And as you can see, this data has a number of rows and columns such as the name of the movie, the year in which it was launched, information about its Rotten Tomatoes rating, and some of its financial performance metrics. We will explore this data in Power BI rather than Excel, so let's switch back to Power BI. Once again, we have the Home menu currently active, and there we click on the button which reads Get Data. In the sub-menu which opens up, we choose the text/CSV option. And in the dialog which follows, we navigate to the CSV file containing our Hollywood most profitable movies data. This opens up a preview pane in which we see information about the file origin, delimiter, and data type detection at the top. At the bottom right, we have three buttons: Load, Transform Data, and Cancel. Remember that we can click on Transform Data if we'd like to go into the Power Query editor. Here though, our data is ready to use as is, so we simply click on the load button, and that causes this data to be made available in the fields pane over on the right. You can see that it's the first relation listed there under the name Hollywood's most profitable stories. If we quickly expand on it, we can see all of the fields which are available in this Excel file, and those fields as well as all of the underlying data are now incorporated into our Power BI.pbix file. To preview the data, we click on the data view icon that's on the sidebar on the left. This opens up a preview pane in which we can see each of the rows and columns in our data. Once we've explored the data a little bit, we can switch back to the report view. Again, that's in the sidebar on the left, and there we will begin our work with pie charts. We start by clicking on the pie chart icon. This icon is in the third row of the visualizations toolbox, where it's the fourth icon from the left. A placeholder pie chart gets added into our Power BI report. You can see that in the visualizations pane, we have the fields menu currently highlighted, and we can use this fields menu to drag and drop fields from the fields pane over on the right. We drag and drop the field genre into the legend card of this particular visualization, and then we drag and drop the worldwide gross into the values card. And doing this causes our pie chart in the center of the screen to be populated. At this point, the pie chart already has the slices as well as labels for the slices set up. Let's switch over to the formatting pane of the visualizations dialog, and there we will customize the appearance of our pie chart. We do this by clicking on the paint roller icon. Let's start with the legend card. There we have position, title, legend name, and other settings. Let's start by increasing the text size of the legend. You can see that this increases the legend which is currently in the center right. Then let's switch to another card, the Detail Labels card. We begin by increasing the size of the detail labels, and these labels now become more prominent. Then we're going to scroll up and switch to the title card where we perform a similar operation. Once we've tweaked the text sizes of the title and the other text elements to our heart's content, we can switch over and start exploring the slices of our pie chart. Notice how by default the tooltips include the genre, the worldwide gross in dollars, as well as the worldwide gross as a percent of the total. If we'd like to view the pie chart in more detail, we can click on the focus mode icon in the top right of the visualization, and when we are ready, we click on the back to report button to get back to the regular view. Next, let's click on the paint roller icon for the format tab in the visualizations dialog and open up the legend card. There we will start experimenting with the legend position dropdown. The current legend position is right center. The other acceptable choices in the dropdown include top, bottom, and many others, which we experiment with, and as we do so, we note the changing position of the legend of symbols in the visualization. We also can govern the text in which the legend is displayed using a color picker in the same legend card. Here, for instance, we've changed the legend text to be light blue, and now we change that back to a dark shade of gray. Then we close the legend card and head back to the Detail Labels card, which is particularly relevant in the case of pie charts. Let's start there with the label style dropdown, and you can see that pie charts in Power BI support many different label styles. Acceptable values include category, percent of total, category, data value, category, percent of total, data value, percent of total, and all detail labels. We spend some time cycling through all of these alternatives and noting the corresponding changes in the appearance of our pie chart. Once we are done with this label style dropdown, we then turn our attention to the label position dropdown. The acceptable values here are outside, inside, prefer outside, and prefer inside. The names are quite descriptive. We cycle through some of these, and once again we can see how the appearance of our pie chart can be customized. When we go with outside or prefer outside, we have little arrow markers which link the text of the data label to the corresponding pie chart slice. Let's now experiment with changing the data in our pie chart. To do this, we change the highlighted pane from the Visualizations tab so that it's no longer the paint roller icon for the format pane, and instead it's the fields pane. That's the little icon just to the left of the paint roller. There we have cards for the legend, details, values, and so on, which allow us to change the data contained within our visualization. We begin by removing the worldwide gross field from the values card and then dragging and dropping in a different field, that's the profitability field, into the values card instead. And doing so changes the data represented in our pie chart. Now, as you can see in the title on the top left, this pie chart gives us the profitability by genre. Let's click on the focus mode icon in order to look at this visual a little more closely. And we can see here the profitability and the percentage of total profitability contributed by different genres. And from this, in this particular data set, it seems pretty clear like comedy is the single most profitable genre, contributing 45.59% of total profits. We can hover over the individual slices, and as before, we get information about the genre as well as the corresponding data value. By this point, we have a good sense of the functionality associated with pie charts in Power BI. In the demo coming up ahead, we'll turn our attention to a close cousin of the pie chart, that is the donut chart. In this demo, we'll turn our attention from pie charts to donut charts. At this point on screen, we have a pie chart representing profitability by genre. In order to convert this into a donut chart, really all we need to do is change the type of visualization selected from the visualizations toolbox in the center right. Currently, we have the pie chart icon clicked. Let's go ahead and click on the donut chart icon, which is immediately to the right of the pie chart icon. As you can see, it also has a tooltip which reads a donut chart. And as soon as we do this, the appearance of our visual changes. The pie chart is now a donut chart. It has a hollowed out center, and the individual slices are now represented by arcs rather than by full slices which meet at the center. Now at this point we have a donut chart which makes use of the Hollywood's most profitable movies relation. We can see that in the top right in the fields pane. We can very easily just delete the card contents from the visualizations pane and add in new cards from a different relation. So let's start by getting rid of the profitability field from the values card. Then let's also delete the genre field from the legend card. At this point, our donut chart is blank. Let's now close the fields associated with the Hollywood's most profitable stories relation. This is in the fields pane over on the right. And let's expand the VG sales relation. VG sales is short for video game sales. Then from the VG sales relation, we drag and drop the genre field into the legend. Please note that this is a different genre field than the one in Hollywood's most profitable stories. And then we populate the values card with 3 data series. These include sales for the EU, North America, and Japan. And so in this way, we've changed the entire composition of our donut chart. The underlying relation has changed. The fields that we are visualizing have changed. We are now representing EU sales, North America sales, and JP sales by genre. We can see that in the title over on the top left. In addition, this donut chart has a large number of arcs, and the easiest way to view these is by clicking on the focus mode icon. Now we can see that each of these little arcs has a tooltip with the genre as well as the corresponding values of sales in that geographic region. One of the advantages of donut charts over pie charts is that it is possible to have multiple nested donuts. These would take the form of concentric rings, one inside the other, representing composition of different fields. We've not actually gone with such an example here, but you should know that it's possible. In any case, once we have a fair sense of the data in this donut chart, let's switch over to the Format pane in the Visualizations tab. We do that as usual by clicking on the Paint Roller icon. The cards change. All of the cards visible now govern the appearance or the format of our visualization. We click on the Detail Labels card and start customizing this appearance. Let's begin with the drop-down for the Detail Labels style. The acceptable values there include category, data value, percent of total, category, comma, data value, category, comma, percent of total, data value, comma, percent of total, and all detail labels. We experiment with this, and then we note that the number of decimal points in this visualization is rather large. We've got to tweak that, so we scroll down until we reach the control called Value Decimal Places. You can see that that's currently set to auto, but we simply change the number to 0. This immediately improves the appearance of our donut chart. All of the data labels are a lot more readable now. Now, anytime you see a visualization which is a little crowded like this one, you ought to be thinking in terms of filters. We can open up the filter dialog by clicking on the little arrow. You can see the filter icon wedged between the visualization and the visualizations pane. Clicking on that little arrow expands the filters dialog, and there remember that we can apply filters for each field on this visual. And also remember that there are 3 types of filtering: basic filtering, advanced filtering, and top N filtering. Advanced filtering simply allows us to specify logical and/or conditions using predicates. Now that we have the filters pane open, let's go ahead and tweak some of these filters so that we have a smaller and more manageable number of arcs displayed in our donut chart. You can see that there are filters on this visual for multiple fields. Let's expand the card for the genre filter. Currently, the filter type is set to basic filtering, but we can change that. You can see that the other acceptable values are basic filtering, advanced filtering, and top N filtering. Let's choose the top N filter type. The number of items to be shown is typed in as 5, and then we drag and drop in the global sales field, that's from the fields pane over on the right, into the by value card. Please pay careful attention to the visual as we do this drag and drop operation. You can see that the number of arcs reduces considerably, And that's because we now only are going to view or be able to see those genres which are in the top 5 by global sales. Remember that we still are going to see sales for these genres for each of the geographic regions in the EU, North America, and Japan, and that's why we still have 15 slices in total. The top 5 genres multiplied by the 3 geographic regions that we care about. We can explore this donut chart in a little more detail by clicking on the focus mode window that's in the top right, and then once we're ready, we can click on the back to report button in the top left in order to go back to the original view. Next, let's click on the paint roller icon in order to go back to the format view, and we are going to change the appearance of our donut chart to alter the thickness of the different slices. After clicking on the paint roller, a card appears. This is the shapes card, and within that you can see that there is a control there called inner radius. That inner radius is currently set to 60, but if we adjust the slider and take it all the way down to 0, you can see that our donut chart turns into a fully fledged pie chart. If we increase the inner radius, the slices become much thinner until at the extreme we have just a very narrow arc. So we can vary the thickness of the slices in our donut chart by changing the inner radius. With this, we get to the end of our exploration of donut charts. As we saw, a donut chart is very similar to a pie chart, with the important difference being that the central region of a donut chart is empty. It is possible to use the central region in order to depict yet another nested donut chart, but that leads to pretty cluttered visualizations. We'll now move on to other kinds of Power BI visualizations in the demo coming up ahead. In this demo, we are going to aim to build a gauge chart and wire up that gauge chart with a table control. On screen now is a sneak preview of what we are attempting to build. You can see that we have a gauge chart on the left of the visualization report, and then we have a table on the right. That table includes sales of car companies versus a target. As we click on individual companies within that table, we can see that the appearance of the gauge chart changes. This allows us to track, in an interactive fashion, how each of these brands is doing on its sales relative to its target. The beauty of a combination like this is that we have two visualization controls which are wired up so that one affects the other. And this is what gives rise to the interactivity in this Power BI report. Now that we know what we'd like to build, let's go ahead and get started. We have a blank Power BI report open in front of us. Let's rename that first page. We right-click on page 1 in the bottom left, choose the Rename Page dialog, and type in Gauge Chart. Let's quickly switch over to Excel to preview the really simple data that we will be using to build our gauge chart. As you can see here, we have brand, model, sales, and target. Now that we've previewed the data, let's switch back to Power BI, and there we click on the Get Data button and choose text/CSV. This process is now familiar to us. We navigate to the file car sales data and hit the Open button. A dialog opens up, and we are prompted to either load or transform our data. Remember that the Transform Data button would open up Power Query Editor, but here the data is simple enough, we can load it as is. So we click on the bright yellow Load button in the bottom right corner, and this car sales data now becomes available in the Fields pane way over on the right. As we can see there, the car sales data relation has fields for brand, model, sales, and target. Of these, sales and target are both numeric, as we can infer from the little Greek alphabet sigma next to the name of the field. Next, we switch to the data view by clicking on the data view icon in the sidebar on the left. We quickly preview the data. This is the same data we saw in Excel a moment ago. Once we're done, we can click on the report view icon and go back and start building our gauge chart. The gauge chart, as usual, is available in the visualizations toolbox. There it is. It's in the fourth row, the fourth icon from the left. The tooltip tells us that this is a gauge chart. We click on it and a placeholder is added to our report. Before we turn to actually populating this gauge chart, let's take a look at some of the cards in the visualizations pane down below. You can see that we are currently in the field section, So we do not have the paint roller highlighted, rather it's the icon just to the left of the paint roller, and this means that the available cards down below have value, minimum value, maximum value, target value, and then tooltips. So the cards for the gauge control are pretty different from the cards for, say, a pie chart or a donut chart. Let's begin by dragging and dropping the appropriate fields into these cards. First, we hide the filter pane to get a little more screen real estate, and then we drag and drop the sales field into the value card. Next, we drag and drop the target field into the target card. Both of these are dragged and dropped from the fields pane way over on the right. Our basic gauge chart has been populated. In the center of the gauge chart, we have the figure 249K, and that is because the total sales are currently at $249,000. If we look at the gauge chart, that's the arc, we see that there is a marker there for 350K, and that's because that's the target value. The gauge chart is filled in with a blue color. That blue color represents 249K out of 350K. The extreme ends of the gauge stand at 0 and 498K. Remember that we did not populate the minimum value and the maximum value cards. You can see that in the visualizations pane. So these values have been chosen automatically by Power BI. Now that we understand the basic working of the gauge chart, let's switch over to the format pane by clicking on the paint roller icon and start customizing the appearance of our gauge chart. Let's begin with the target card. We expand this, and as you can see there, we can change the color, the display units, and other properties. The first order of business is to increase the text size of the target. Notice how 350K now appears more prominently. In similar fashion, we change the text size of the title, that's in the top left, and then we move to the data labels card and increase the text size of those labels as well. Next, let's hover over the gauge chart. We can see the tooltip corresponding to the target. The sales are $249,000 and the target stands at $350,000. Notice that the tooltip doesn't vary as we hover over different parts of the chart. So at this point, this chart isn't really interactive, but we are going to fix that by adding in a new kind of control, and that's the table control. You can see that we are currently hovering over the icon for the table control in the visualizations pane, and the tooltip there tells us that this is the table control. Let's click on that icon and a table control gets added in placeholder form to our report. The cards for the data or the fields in a table control are relatively simple. There's just one card for the values. We drag and drop a couple of fields from the fields pane over on the right into this values card, and the fields that we choose are brand, sales, and target. This is pretty self-explanatory. However, let's increase the font sizes as usual. So we switch over into the format pane, and there we expand cards related to the column headers, where we increase the font size. And in similar fashion, we also change the fonts of the other elements contained within the table. The table control works well for tabular data arranged into rows and columns. And as you can see, this table control also has a total, that's the final row in the report. Now at this point, we have two controls in this same page of our dashboard report. And in fact, this is the first time that we have more than one control on screen at the same time. The question now is, are these two controls wired up? If not, how do we wire them up? And if yes, how can we interactively use the report? Let's try and find out. Let's start by clicking on an individual row in our table. And as soon as we do this, we see that Power BI has actually already wired up the two controls to communicate with each other. As we click on the individual rows in the table, which is over on the right, we can see that the position of the sales and the target correspondingly change. And if we click out of any specific row, then the position on the gauge chart resets to the total. So in this way, Power BI was smart enough to figure out that the fields which are referenced by the gauge control and by the table control are related. And when we click on the table control, Power BI received that information and passed those events on to the gauge control, and that in turn led to built-in interactivity. This gets us to the end of this little demo in which we introduced the gauge control as well as the table control, and we can see that interactivity in Power BI just works right out of the box. In this demo, we will continue our exploration of gauge charts. Along the way, we will also see how calculated fields can be used along with table and gauge controls. On screen now, we have the same gauge chart which we had constructed at the end of the last demo. Let's start customizing its appearance. We do this by clicking on the paint roller icon in the center of the visualizations tab, and then we expand the gauge axis card where we can specify minimum and maximum values on the gauge axis. Let's type in 0 as the minimum value and a maximum value of 100,000. Notice how the units over on the gauge chart on the right appear as 100K, and because the total sales stand at $249,000, that's greater than the maximum value of 100,000, the entire gauge chart is shaded in blue. The interactivity of the table remains in place, so when we click on individual car brands, we now find that the gauge updates. Each of these individual car brands has sales of less than $100,000, and that's why we chose this as the max value on the gauge. As we cycle through the different brands, we find that the blue shading corresponds to the sales, and the target is taken from the target value of the corresponding brand. Here, for instance, in the table, we've clicked on Toyota. The sales of Toyota are 25,000. That's why we have the large 25K in the center of the gauge chart. The target for Toyota was 40,000, and that's also the indicator that we see via the needle on the gauge. At any point, we can restore the defaults by switching back into the Format menu, expanding the gauge axis, and clicking on the Revert to Default link button. And with this, the maximum value goes back to 350,000 and the total sales to 249,000. Next, let's switch over to the data view by clicking on the data view icon in the sidebar on the left. We are now going to add a new column, and this is going to be a calculated column. At this point, our data includes the columns brand, model, sales, and target. We then click on the button which reads a new column, that's in the toolbar ribbon on top, and a new column gets added to our view. This column has its header highlighted in yellow, and right above the data table is the formula bar where we can enter the DAX formula for this calculated column. To begin with, we rename the column from just the word column to be sales versus target. We do this simply by changing what's on the left-hand side of the equal to sign in the formula bar. Then on the right-hand side of the equal to sign, we start typing out some simple DAX formulas. We start with the round formula, and within the parentheses, we have 100 multiplied by sales divided by target. Note how sales and target both refer to fields in the current relation, and that's why we enclose these words within square brackets. The second input argument into the round formula gives the number of digits after the decimal point. Here we pass that in as 0. As soon as we hit enter, we find that the calculated column appears in the data view. It's called sales versus target, and we can see that the percentage attainment for each brand appears below. For instance, for Toyota, this percentage of attainment is 63%. Let's verify that this is correct. The sales stand at 25,000. The target stands at 40,000. 25,000 divided by 40,000 gives 62.5%. When that's rounded to the nearest integer, that gives us 63. And that's why sales versus target for Toyota Land Cruiser stands at 63. Another point worth noting is that sales versus target now appears under car sales data in the fields pane over on the right. So our calculated field is now available as a first-class citizen in this particular relation. If we look closely, we can see that the icon next to sales versus target is a little different, and that icon indicates that this is a calculated field. So far, so good. We can now switch back to the report view by clicking on the icon in the sidebar on the left. And at this point, we can now add in our sales versus target as one of the fields into our gauge control. There are many possible ways in which we could do this, and we are going to choose to encode attainment of sales versus target using the color that the gauge is filled with. So let's click on the paint roller icon, that's the format pane. We scroll down and expand the data colors card. We click on the little formula button next to the fill color chooser, and that formula button opens up a dialog where we can specify the color scale. Let's quickly recap how color scales work. You can see that we have a minimum color that's over in the middle left and then a maximum color over on the middle right. Then the actual color of any particular value will lie somewhere between the minimum and the maximum colors. The exact shade will be calculated based on the field that we specify, and that's why there is a drop down with that name. Let's click on that particular drop down, that's the based on field drop down, and this will allow us to choose a combination of the summarization function and the field. We expand the car sales data relation and we select the sales versus target field from this relation. The summarization function, which is in the middle dropdown, is currently set to sum. That's fine, we don't need to change that. The default formatting is fine as well. We do, however, decide to change the colors associated with the minimum and the maximum. So we open up the color picker for the minimum color, click on the More Colors icon at the bottom left, and choose a yellowish ochre shade. We then apply a similar change to the color for the maximum. We choose More Colors and pick a deep shade of red. Once we've chosen the minimum and the maximum colors, we can also enter explicit values for the minimum and maximum bounds. The minimum is 0, that's 0%, and the maximum is 100, that's 100%. We hit OK, and this takes us back to the main Power BI report view. Right now, the total sales stand at 249K and the total target stands for 350K. And this is represented using a dark red shade. As we click on individual car brands in the table control, we can see that the gauge is updated, and even more importantly, the color used to fill in the gauge changes as well. For the brands which have disappointing sales versus their target, such as for instance the Buick, we can see that the color is much closer to the minimum, that's that yellowish ochre color, rather than the red shade associated with the maximum. We can click through the other car brands and verify for ourselves that the color of the gauge chart varies with the sales versus target attainment. For Ford, for instance, where the attainment is 80% because the sales are 48,000 and the target is 60,000, we have a dark shade of red. For Toyota, where the attainment was 63% as we saw a moment ago, we have a more brownish yellow shade. We've now come to the end of this exploration of gauge charts. Along the way, we also tied gauge charts in to interactivity using the table control as well as the use of calculated fields and DAX formulas. In the demo coming up ahead, we will turn our attention to funnel charts, which are another important control in Power BI. In the previous demo, we were exploring gauge charts, which are a nice interactive way of showing attainment versus a target. In this demo, we are going to turn our attention to another specialized kind of visualization, namely the funnel chart. Funnel charts are exceptionally useful when you'd like to visualize a linear process which has sequential connected stages. On screen now is a funnel chart visualizing a hiring process. The hiring process is indeed a linear process which can be modeled as having sequential connected stages. The first stage is to collect resumes of interested applicants, then take them through various stages of evaluation before finally admitting them into the company as new hires. And that is exactly the funnel that is displayed on screen now. Let's go ahead and see how this visualization can be built. So we pick up where we left off at the end of the last demo. We have a Power BI report that's a .pbix file containing one page, that's the gauge chart. We've inserted another page into this PBIX file and we've called that funnel chart. As usual, we read data in from Excel. Let's quickly look at the data in Excel. It's a simple enough file. We have two columns, stages and candidates. The steps in the stages represent the steps in the funnel, and the corresponding numbers represent the narrowing of the funnel as we go from collecting resumes down through closing new hires. Let's switch back over to Power BI. We have the home menu highlighted. We click on the Get Data button and choose the text/CSV option from the submenu which opens up. When prompted, we navigate to the file, this is called recruitmentdata.csv, and then we hit open. We are quite familiar with this process. We can load the data or transform it using Power Query. The data is pretty simple, so we don't need to make any changes, and we can load it as is by clicking on the bright yellow load button. At this point, this relation appears in the fields pane over on the right. It's called recruitment data, and when we expand it, we can see that it has just the two fields, candidates and stages. As usual, let's also preview this data by clicking on the data view icon over on the left sidebar. At this point, we still have the car sales data highlighted, but we change that by clicking on the recruitment data relation in the fields pane over on the right. Then the corresponding data appears in the data grid on the left. Let's take a look at the stages in our funnel. These are called total CVs received, CV is short for curriculum vitae, prospects, aptitude test, interviews, and new hires. In the second column, we have the corresponding numbers associated with each funnel stage. Let's click on the report view icon in the left sidebar. This takes us back to the report view, and then we click on the funnel chart from the visualizations toolbox. You can see the funnel chart icon and the associated tooltip. This is in row 3, and it's the second icon from the left. Clicking on this causes a new funnel chart placeholder to be added. In the visualizations pane down below, we can see the cards which are called group, values, and then tooltips and so on. Let's start by adding in a field into the group card. We drag and drop the stages field from our recruitment data relation that's in the Fields Explorer over on the right. This is dragged and dropped into the group card, and then the values are taken from the candidates field of the same relation. The funnel chart is now displayed in the center of the report view. Over on the left, we have the names of the different stages. Then we have the funnel stages, which correspond to the raw numbers. And then right on top, we have the number corresponding to the initial stage, that's 100%. And down below, we have another line marker telling us how many got to the final stage. There were new 9 hires for 410 CVs received, and that's why at the end of the funnel, the final conversion number stands at 2.2%. Next, let's turn our attention to the paint roller icon. This is the format pane inside the visualizations tab, and let's start customizing the appearance. As usual, we begin by increasing the text sizes associated with the data labels, the title, and other elements. This is just to enhance the readability of our funnel chart. Please note that in order to increase the font size of the 100% and the 2.2% numbers, we have to open up the conversion card. You can see that in the visualizations pane towards the bottom right now. In similar fashion, we apply tweaks to all of the other text sizes as well, and then we click on the focus mode icon in order to view our visualization in greater detail. At this point, the tooltips give us information about the stage, the number of candidates at that stage, and the percentage of the initial that this number represents. So for instance, we've currently hovered over stage 3, that's called aptitude test. The number of candidates is 95, and that corresponded to about 23% of the initial number of candidates. How did we get that number, 23.17%? We got that by dividing 95 by 410. In addition, the tooltip also gives us the percent of previous, which here is 54.29%. That number of 54.29% is computed as 95 divided by 175. 175 is the number of candidates in the previous stage of the funnel, and that's how we got this percent of previous. Once we have satisfied ourselves that we understand the tooltips and the general workings of the funnel chart, we can head back to the main report, and there we will tweak our data labels. We do this via the data labels card. We change the position of the labels. Notice that the acceptable choices here are inside center and outside end. With that out of the way, let's close the data labels card and go to the data colors card. There, we are going to make use of a formula to specify a shading on the color scale. So we click on that formula bar, next to the default color chooser. That opens up a dialog. On top is the type of format. We're going with a color scale. So once again, we will have shades associated with the minimum and the maximum. We open up the based on field dropdown, and there we choose the relation recruitment data, and from within that we pick the field candidates. The summarization function is sum, and so the color scale will be chosen on the sum of candidates. We pick a different color, a deep shade of red for the minimum, and then hit OK. And now in the report view, our funnel has the different stages, color coded based on the percent of conversions represented by that step. The first step, which has a conversion percent of 100, because the numerator and the denominator both are taken from the same stage, is in deep blue. And as we move down the funnel, the percentage of conversion reduces until it comes down to only 2.2%, and that's why the last stage has a color of deep red. This gets us to the end of our exploration of funnel charts in Power BI. Funnel charts are a great kind of visualization for a very specific niche use case. Anytime you have a linear process with steps, where those steps are interconnected and where they are successive, a funnel chart ought to be top of mind for you. We have now come to the end of this course leveraging Power BI with ribbon charts, line and column charts, and pie charts. We began this course with a brief discussion about line and stacked column charts. These are a combination of stacked column charts and line charts. We also used line and clustered column charts, which have clustered columns rather than stacked columns. Next, we created ribbon charts from hierarchical fields. These charts are used to visualize the evolution of the ranks of different categories based on some value. We started by reading in data with a hierarchical field and then creating a ribbon chart using that hierarchical field. We drilled through the hierarchical field in the ribbon chart. After that, we visualized the composition of a whole using pie and donut charts. We started by creating pie charts to plot the proportion of each category in a whole. We then converted our pie charts into donut charts and mentioned that an advantage of donut charts over pie charts is that you can show hierarchical fields in the donut chart by adding concentric circles. We then talked about gate charts. These are useful for displaying actual performance versus target performance. We created a gate chart and a table representing the same data and synced them. Finally, we discussed funnel charts. These types of charts are used to visualize a linear sequential process where every step has a value, generally smaller than the value for the previous step. We defined and formatted a funnel chart in Power BI. Now that you have a good amount of experience building standard and specialized charts in Power BI, you are ready to move on to maps, waterfall charts, and scatter plots in Power BI. That's in the course with that same title coming up next. Power BI possesses powerful map visualization capabilities. On screen now is an example of how these map controls can be used. This is an interactive report which shows populations of different countries in 2020. You can see how we can zoom in and zoom out. And of course, this is a very generic kind of control which could be used to represent any kind of enterprise or business data. Let's go ahead and see how Power BI map visualizations can be used. We get started with a brand new Power BI desktop report. This is a .pbix file. We've already pre-imported some of the relations that we used in previous demos, just in case. These are visible in the fields pane over on the top right. Let's go ahead and rename the page, and then let's switch over to Excel to explore the data that we will be using for this demo. Here we have rows corresponding to different countries and columns corresponding to information about those countries. In column B, we have the population in 2020. In column C, we have the yearly change. And then towards the right, we have some demographic indicators such as the fertility rate, the median age, the percentage of urban population, and finally in column K, the share of world population. The rows are sorted in order of share of world population, and that's why the first two rows correspond to China and India respectively. These are the two most populous countries in the world. We scroll down and we see that some of the columns have missing data encoded in the form of the string n.a. These strings are going to cause errors when we import the data into Power Query, and that's why we'll have to clean them up before we can use them in Power BI reports. Once we've oriented ourselves with our data, we switch back to Power BI. Once again, we have the Home menu open. We click on the Get Data button and choose text/CSV from the sub-menu. We then navigate to the CSV file, which is called Population by Country 2020, and click on Open. This in turn brings up the preview pane. Now we can either load the data directly by clicking on Load or apply more transformation steps using the Power Query editor. This time we are going to hit Transform Data and go into Power Query because this data is a little involved and we'll have to clean some of the data before we can use it in Power BI. Power Query editor opens up along with Population by Country 2020. We are familiar with this UI. We have the rows and the columns, and then we have the applied steps visible over on the right. Now, if we use the horizontal scroll bar and move towards the right, we can see that in two of the columns in there, the fertility rate and the median age, we have errors that we need to clean up. How do we know that we have errors? Well, it's because of the little red highlighting under the column name. These errors have to do with the NA symbols which we saw in the Excel data, and the easiest way to remove them is to right-click on the column header, click on the three horizontal dots at the bottom, that's where it says Remove Errors, and then in the sub-menu that opens up, choose Remove Errors again. You can see in the sub-menu that some of the other alternatives here are to remove empty rows, to replace the errors with specific values, remove duplicates, or keep duplicates or keep errors. For now, let's go ahead and choose the Remove Errors option, and when we do this for this particular column, this has the unexpected benefit of also eliminating the errors from the other column with the errors present. How can we tell? Well, it's because the red underlining has also disappeared from the median age column, even though we didn't actually remove errors from that column explicitly. Presumably, it's the same rows which were missing both fields. At this point, we've cleaned up our data and we can go ahead and use it in Power BI. Let's click on the Close and Apply button in the top left of the toolbar, and that closes Power Query Editor, loads the data, and we can now see Population by Country visible in the Fields Explorer over on the right. It's a good practice to preview the data using the Data View, that's the icon in the sidebar on the left. Initially, the data in the preview mode is from the car sales data, but we click on Population by Country and we can confirm that we have successfully imported all of the data into Power BI. Now let's return to the report view by clicking on the top icon on the left sidebar. This takes us back to the blank report and we add in a map visualization, and that is the first icon from the left in the fourth row. There you can see it. The icon is of a globe and the tooltip tells us that this is a map control. When we add this in to our report, we can see that the cards in the Visualizations tab relate to the fields. So we can add location, legend, latitude, longitude, and size. Size here refers to the field which will determine the size of the bubble displayed inside each area on the map. Let's start dragging and dropping fields from the Fields Explorer on the right, starting with the country field which we placed in the location card. As soon as we do this, we find various bubbles displayed on the map. In case you're wondering why so many of these blue bubbles seem to reside in the oceans, specifically the Pacific Ocean, do keep in mind that there are a large number of relatively small island countries in there. To increase the importance of the large countries, we've got to specify a field in the size control. We'll get to that in a moment, but first let's switch over to the format pane and let's increase the text size. We do this and then hover over some of the dots, and we can indeed confirm that the dots match with the countries that they represent. For instance, we can see that the current dot that we've highlighted corresponds to China, and that is in the correct location on the map. Now, to actually use this map to represent some meaningful data, we're going to drag and drop the population field from the Population Explorer into the size card. And as soon as we do this, The bubbles now make a lot more sense. We can see that there are large bubbles corresponding to the populous countries. For instance, the bubble over India indicates that the population is a really large number, and if we look closely, we can discern that this is 1,380,000,000 in population. In similar fashion, we hover over the bubble for China, whose population is north of 1.4 billion. So at this point, we've got a basic map visualization working. We wired it up so that the size of the bubbles in the map correspond to a field from our dataset. In the demo coming up ahead, we will continue our exploration of the map control in Power BI. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There, we had obtained a map visualization which showed countries and their populations. Both of these fields were taken from a dataset called Population by Country 2020. As we hover over the map, we can see that it's easy for us to zoom in and to zoom out. Zooming in is a great way to look at the data for a specific region of focus. Zooming in and zooming out is achieved using the scroll wheel on your mouse or via a multi-touch keypad, just as you would with Google Maps or any other map utility. In similar fashion, you can also pan around the map by moving the map. Again, this is similar to how you do it with Google Maps. In any case, let's now click on the paint roller icon. You can see the format tooltip, and this will allow us to customize the visual appearance. We open up the data colors card, we choose a different color, so this is no longer the default blue, we go with a reddish flesh colored tint. More interesting is the formula, so we click on the little FX button next to that color chooser, and this allows us to specify a color scale. Remember how color scales work? We'll have one color associated with the minimum value and another color associated with the maximum value. Every point will be graded somewhere on the color scale between those two shades. Let's open up the Based on Field dropdown, expand the Population by Country 2020 relation, and from there we pick Population 2020 as the field that we'd like to encode with the color. Next, we choose colors for the minimum and the maximum. We choose a deep shade of green for the minimum and a dark shade of red for the maximum. Once we are done with this, we hit OK. This takes us back to the Power BI report, where we can see that now we have two very large red circles corresponding to India and China, and virtually all of the other colors appear indistinguishable. It's really hard to tell any of the differences for the colors other than these two population giants. Let's see if we can fix that by making our color scale a diverging one. So we click on FX, which is the formula box to specify the color scale. We check the diverging checkbox, which is towards the center left. As soon as we check this box, a new input appears in the center. This allows us to specify a third color for the middle value. If we now hit OK and return to our visualization, we can see that the shades for the countries other than India and China now seem ever so slightly more different from each other. It's still not a very prominent difference, but it's a little greater because of the use of the diverging color scale. We could further accentuate these differences by making the colors associated with the minimum, the center value, and the maximum stand out in greater contrast to each other. In any case, let's now move on and explore how we can add labels to this map. All we need to do is to navigate to the category labels card. You can see the tooltip there, and we switch the slider from off to on. And as soon as we do this, nice translucent or semi-transparent labels appear for every country in our map. Now, these labels make the map a little too crowded. We experiment with a few different settings of the text size, and along the way, you can also see that the transparency of these labels is set by default to 50%. After a little more experimentation, we just decide to move the slider for the category labels back to off from on. Next, let's open up the bubbles card that's right below the category labels card, and let's change the size of the bubbles. You can see that by default, the size is 0. As we move the slider along towards the right, the size of the bubbles expands considerably. We eventually close the bubbles card and open up the map controls card. There are two important controls here: auto zoom, which is set to on, and zoom buttons, which by default is set to off. We've already tried the auto zoom feature. As we commented, it works similar to Google Maps and other map utilities. If we slide the zoom button slider to be on rather than off, we now see that in the top right corner of our map, we have two plus and minus buttons which allow us to explicitly zoom in or out by clicking on them, in addition to zooming in or out using the scroll wheel on the mouse. After experimenting for a while, we revert the settings back to their original positions, so we turn zoom buttons off, auto zoom remains on. We then close the map controls card and switch over to another interesting card, which is the map styles. Within the map styles card, we have a drop down, and acceptable values from that drop down include road, aerial, dark, light, and grayscale. Let's explore some of these other themes. As we cycle through, we can see that the themes make for interesting changes in the map UI. In the aerial theme, for instance, it seems like we are zooming into satellite imagery of whatever region of interest. Once we are done experimenting with these different map styles, we can come back to the original theme, which was set to road, and that brings back the rather plain but steady appearance that we had by default. Let's turn our attention away from the formatting and back to the fields encoded in our map. We can see that the size card currently contains the population field, but we are going to delete that and substitute it with the land area field instead. And as soon as we do this, the size of the bubbles change pretty dramatically. The country's bubbles are a lot more even in size now, and the largest bubble is that for Russia, because that's the largest country by land area. The point of changing the field on the map was to show just how easy it is using Power BI to change or vary the information encoded by your map visualization. Now, if we look closely at this map, we see that the largest bubble is now for Russia, but that bubble still appears a deep shade of green. The bubbles for India and China, on the other hand, are still deep red. And that reminds us that we've yet to reset the default color scale, because that default color scale is still based on the population field rather than the land area field. So let's fix that. We navigate into the Format pane by clicking on the paint roller icon, open up the Data Colors tab, click on the formula box which reads f of x, and there we change the based on field so that it no longer tees off of the population, and we instead select the land area. And once we're done with this, we hit OK. No other changes required here. When we come back to our map visualization, we can see that Russia now has the largest bubble, but what's more, the bubble for Russia is also the deepest shade of red. The bubbles for the other countries with large land areas are now orangish, and the relatively small countries by area are shaded green. We're almost done with our exploration of maps, but let's first look at the heat map card. So we close the data color card and scroll down and open up another card called heat map. There's a slider there which by default is set to off. We switch it over to on, and we now see that the circles associated with each of the countries now is blurred rather than explicitly defined. We can vary the radius as well as the color associated with the gradient map. The default is blue, but we now change it to red. And in this fashion, we can see that our heat map-like representation appears to fill the area of the map, but in a very partial and imprecise fashion. The heat map is useful in specific use cases, but if you'd like to fill the area of a specific geographic region, never fear, Power BI has a better way of doing that. That's using the filled map visualization, which we will get to next. For now, we simply turn the heat map slider to off, and that takes our map visualization back to the clearly defined circles within each country. That also gets us to the end of this exploration of the map visualization. We move on to filled maps next. In this demo, we will move on from the map visualization to its close cousin, the filled map. Along the way, we will also see how we can create a hierarchy in a dataset where the fields are hierarchically related to each other. This is something that we do from inside Power BI. Once we create a hierarchy, we can then use Power BI in order to drill down and up that hierarchy. That's quite a packed agenda, so let's go ahead and get started. Let's start by renaming this page in the lower left corner from page 1 to Filled Map. Next, let's turn our attention to the Field Explorer. There, we already have preloaded different datasets which we have used in the demos so far. In this demo, we are going to go back to a dataset which we imported in a previous demo. This is the toy sales dataset. Let's expand the toy sales relation in that Field Explorer. And as we look through the fields there, we can see that there are clearly hierarchically related fields. There are several possible different hierarchies that we could choose to create, but we will go with a hierarchy: country, state, and city. You can see the city and the country fields on screen now. And if we scroll down a little bit towards the bottom right of your screen, you can see the state field there as well. We are going to link these fields together in Power BI. Please note that there is no hierarchical relationship between these fields in the raw data. This relationship is something that we will create using Power BI. Next, let's add in the filled map visualization. We do that by clicking on the icon for the filled map. You can see that icon right now. It's in the middle of the visualizations tab, and it's got a tooltip which reads filled map. We click on it and a placeholder filled map appears in the center of the report. Let's close the filters pane to get a little more screen real estate, and then let's drag and drop a few fields into it. We begin by dragging and dropping the country field into the location card. The filled map is now populated. You can see that the US, Canada, Australia, and some countries in Western Europe have been highlighted in blue. The first thing that jumps out is the fact that the entire area of a country is now filled in. For instance, we can see that we have the US and Canada in North America. We can confirm this by hovering over those countries, and the tooltips tell us that these are indeed the USA and Canada. In similar fashion, if we hover over Western Europe, we see that we have countries Spain as well as France. And then if we scroll towards the bottom left, we also see that Australia is highlighted. Now at this point, all of these countries are shaded the same color blue, and that makes it quite hard to discern island nations such as Japan. You can see that it's hard to tell because it's shaded in blue against a blue background. How can we fix that? Well, we can drag and drop another field into the legend card. So we drag and drop the territory field into the legend card, and as soon as we do this, the shading for all of these different regions changes. If we are unsure as to what territory contains, we can hover over these countries and see for ourselves. For the countries in Western Europe, territory is EMEA. For Australia, the territory is APAC. For Japan, the territory is also Japan. We now have the basics of our filled map covered, but it's time to create and use a hierarchy. And in order to do this, we'll first remove the territory from the legend, and then we scroll up in the Field Explorer and find the field for country. Next to that field, we can see over on the right, there's a tooltip with the words More Options, as well as 3 little horizontal dots. When we click on them, a context menu opens up, and in the context menu, the second option from the top reads Create Hierarchy. That's what we select. Power BI does some processing, and then if we look closely at the Field Explorer, we see something interesting. We still have the country field. Notice that it has the yellow checkbox next to it because that country field is still used in the location card of our field map. But what's interesting is that below it, we have another field called Country Hierarchy. And we can expand that country hierarchy. At this point, country hierarchy has just the one level, and that's the field country. The next step is for us to add in additional levels into the country hierarchy, and we'll do that by adding the city and the state fields. Let's first add the state field. So we scroll down the Field Explorer, find the state field towards the bottom. find the More Options menu with the 3 horizontal dots and click on it. And this time in the context menu which opens up, we choose the third option from the top, which is Add to Hierarchy. Now please note that when we select Add to Hierarchy, to the left of those words in a slightly hard to discern font is the only currently available hierarchy, which is the country hierarchy. And we click on that country hierarchy. That has the effect of adding the state field to the country hierarchy field that we just created a moment ago. After we add the state to the country hierarchy, if we scroll back up to the country hierarchy field, you can now see that there are two fields listed under country hierarchy, country as well as state. In similar fashion, we'll now go ahead and add the city field to this hierarchy. City is above country. We find the 3 dots and the More Options menu. We click on it. A sub menu opens up. The third option from the top is Add to Hierarchy. When we hover over it, the only available hierarchy is displayed to the left. That's country hierarchy, and that's what we select. When we click on country hierarchy, city also gets added to the country hierarchy field. And if we now scroll down and examine the country hierarchy, we can see that there are 3 levels of hierarchy in there. Before we actually make use of this hierarchical field and explore drill downs, let's just hover over one of the subfields inside the country hierarchy. Here you can see that when we hover over the state subfield, a tooltip appears, and that tooltip tells us that the name of the field is toy sales state, the base field is state, and the description is state. So we've successfully created our country hierarchy. Let's go ahead and use it. We'll do this by simply dragging and dropping the country hierarchy field into the location card of our filled map. Please note that we've yet to do this, and before we do, turn your attention to the top right corner of the map. You can see that we have the usual funnel and focus mode icons. We do not have any icons related to drill downs. And if we now drag and drop the country hierarchy into the location card, all of a sudden the icons related to drill downs appear in the top right of the filled map visualization. Now at this point, our location card has the country field, that's the standalone country field, as well as the country hierarchy. Clearly there's some redundancy there, so we delete the standalone country field and we are left with only the country hierarchy. At this point, we've successfully created a filled map visualization, we've created a hierarchy of fields, and we've associated the two. In the demo coming up ahead, we will now explore drilling up and down the data in our filled map using Power BI's drill down capabilities. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had created a filled map visualization. As you can see, the location card contains the country hierarchy, and at this point we don't yet have any fields in the legend, latitude, longitude, and so on. Where we are going to go with this is to color code these hierarchical fields based on the sales of toys in that geographical area. But before that, let's just see how the filled map can be used in order to drill down even without the use of any other numeric fields. So we are going to use the filled map purely as a map. Let's start by clicking on the double arrow button. You can see this in the list of icons in the top right. As the tooltip tells us, this double arrow button helps to go to the next level in the hierarchy. At this point, we are at the top level, which is the country level. So when we hit that double arrow button, we are going to go down one level to the level of states. If we look closely, we can see that some but not all states in the US, Canada, and Australia are now shaded. And this tells us that we are missing state information for several of the states in our dataset. Of course, that's perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing to say that we need to have sales in every state of these countries. What happens if we click on the 2 downward arrows again? This is going to go one level further down into the hierarchy, and one level down from the state is the city. We try that, we click the 2 downward pointing arrows, and to our surprise, the map seems to go blank. Well, we know that we have gone one level further down into the hierarchy because you can see that the 2 downward pointing arrows have been grayed out. This means that we are at the lowest level and we can't go any lower. Why then is the map blank? If you stop to think about it, it makes perfect sense. The lowest level in the hierarchy is the city level, but the cities aren't large enough to appear in this view. Let's confirm this hypothesis by zooming into our map, and as we do so, looking at the west coast of the United States, we see that our hypothesis is correct. The Los Angeles area is indeed highlighted here. This confirms that the drill down into the field map is indeed working. So far so good. Let's zoom out and then move into the format pane. We do that by clicking on the paint roller icon. Then in the data colors card, we choose a different color for the default color. Let's go with that orange color. And then if we zoom in, this time we zoom in to the Bay Area in California, and we find that we do indeed have a changed color. As we scroll around, we also notice some shading in the Las Vegas area, and indeed that city is represented in our dataset as well. We can confirm that by looking at the tooltip. Now let's turn back to the drill down menu items in the top right. At this point, we are at the lowest level of the hierarchy, that's the city level. Let's use the up arrow, that's the leftmost of those icons, in order to go up in the hierarchy. Clicking on that arrow once takes us from the city level to the state level, and clicking on it again will take us to the country level. So let's try that out. We first zoom out and then click on the drill up arrow. You can see the tooltip for that. And as we click on that up arrow, you can see that the states are highlighted again. So we are now at the intermediate level, that's the state level. Let's click drill up one more time, and now the countries are highlighted. So it's clear that we have been successfully able to navigate up and down our hierarchy. Please note that the zoom is still a useful feature, and we can use the zoom in order to confirm that the tooltips also update to show the current level of the drill down hierarchy. Let's try zooming into this map from this top view. Here is the state of Hawaii. Let's zoom in a little further, and if we now hover over the map, we can see that the tooltip gives us the name of the country, which is USA, and this is because the currently selected level in the drill down hierarchy is country. We'll continue with the drill down operations, but let's also take a moment to note that zooming and panning both work with the field map visualization. You can see here that we are panning by moving the map from one place to another. This was also the case with the map visualization. In any case, let's now continue exploring the drill downs. This time we're going to click on a different button. This is the button with two diverging arrows, which reads expand all down one level in the hierarchy. We are currently at the top level, which is the country level. Let's click on the two diverging arrows. We confirm that the tooltip does indeed state expand all down one level in the hierarchy, and as soon as we click on it, the map changes so that all of the states across all of the different countries are highlighted. As an experiment, let's now zoom in and hover over some of these states, and you can now see that the tooltip includes both levels of the hierarchy. So we have both the country as well as the state. The tooltip thus reflects the current level of the hierarchy as well as all levels above the current level. A moment ago, when we had the drill down hierarchy at the level of the country and we looked at the tooltip for Hawaii, it only marked the country as the USA. But here, because we've come one level down in the hierarchy to the state level, the tooltip contains the name of the country as well as the name of the state. Let's take this idea to its logical conclusion. Let's click on the two diverging arrows yet again. This will expand one level down in the hierarchy yet again, taking us to the city level. The map seems to clear out, but we are not alarmed. We know that we just need to zoom in so that we can view the small cities. And there they are. We've zoomed into the New York area, and we can confirm that the tooltip now reflects all the levels in the hierarchy. This tooltip includes the name of the country, the name of the state, and the name of the city as well. We now have a good understanding of how drill downs and drill ups work in conjunction with hierarchical fields. Let's drill up. We do that by clicking on the drill up arrow until we can't go any further. We are back at the top level. That gets us to the end of this demo. In the demo coming up ahead, we will continue to build on this idea of the field map and the hierarchical fields, and we'll actually use this field map in order to represent some numeric data. It's worth repeating that in all of our experiments with the filled map so far, we've only been focused on the geographical data. We have not added in any numeric fields at all. That will change in the demo coming up next. In this demo, we will continue our exploration of the filled maps along with the hierarchy that we created in the previous demo, and we'll use this filled map in order to represent numeric data and also see how filters can be used in conjunction with these features. Let's go ahead and get started. At this point, we have a filled map in which we have a 3-level hierarchy: country, state, and city. The next step on our agenda is to encode or color code these geographical regions based on the total sales in those areas. Now, anytime you think of color coding, you should be thinking of a color scale. And for that, we need to click on the paint roller icon, navigate into the data colors card, and click on the formula box, that's the f of x. This opens up a dialog where we can set up a color scale. Again, please remember, anytime you've got to color code some control, be it a map or any other control, you should be thinking of color scales. This is also a handy tip from the certification perspective. On screen now, we have the color scale dialog. Up top is a drop down where we specify that we are formatting by color scale. We choose a field using the based on field drop down. There we expand the toy sales relation, and from within that relation, we choose the sales field. Notice that the sales field has a little Greek sigma sign next to it, indicating that this is numeric. We select the sales field and the summarization function changes to sum. That's the default summarization function for numeric fields. Next, let's pick colors associated with the minimum and the maximum values. We start by picking on the color picker for the minimum value and use the more colors option at the bottom left and choose a deep red shade from that color palette. In similar fashion, we specify a color for the maximum. We go with a bright green color to indicate a large quantum of sales. And once we've chosen a color that satisfies us, we go ahead and hit OK. When we now return to our filled map visualization, we can see that the different geographic areas have different color codes based on the quantum of sales in that region. For instance, on screen now, the United States is in a deep shade of green, indicating that the sales there are much larger than in Canada, Australia, or Western Europe. Let's see if we can confirm that by hovering over these countries and looking at the tooltip. But unfortunately, we are out of luck. If we hover over the country, the tooltip still has only the country name. We are not able to view the quantum of sales in that region. Of course, this is an inconvenience, so we've got to fix that. Please hold that thought, we'll get there in just a moment, but first let's just apply a filter so that we have less countries and states to work with. We expand the filters tab, and there from the country filter, we apply a filter based on the type. So this is basic filtering where we simply choose specific values. So we check the USA, and that only leaves the United States highlighted in our map. By this point, we've also had enough of the drill downs. We worked with those plenty. So let's get rid of the country hierarchy from the location field and add in the state field by itself. This now is the standalone state field. You can see that at this point, all of the drill down icons from the top right of the image vanish. Let's hover over the states. You can see that we still have the color coding. So another important little point from what we just did was that even though we changed the fields in the location card, we went from having the country hierarchy to just having the state. The data color and the color scale which we had coded up using the sum of sales has not changed. We see, for instance, that California is highlighted in green, Nevada is in red. So again, changing the data that you're plotting on a filled map does not change the color scales that you set up. The next order of business is to fix those tooltips. You can see right now that the tooltips only contain the name of the state, and that's quite unsatisfying. Thankfully, Power BI makes it really easy for us to do so. We scroll down in the Fields menu. This is in the Visualizations tab, and you can see that there is an input control there for tooltips. There's no field currently specified, We fix that by dragging and dropping the sales field from the Field Explorer on the right into the tooltip section. And now when we hover over the individual states, we can see that the tooltip contains the name of the state as well as the total sales recorded in that state. These tooltips are so handy. What if we try to add in another field into the tooltip? Power BI will allow it, no questions asked. Here we've dragged and dropped yet another field, quantity ordered, into the tooltip section. And when we hover over the states, we now see that the tooltip includes the state, the sales, and the quantity ordered. That gets us to the end of this demo. We've now thoroughly explored field maps along with hierarchical fields and drill downs, and we've also seen how anytime we wish to color code a map or any other control, we ought to be thinking in terms of color scales. In this demo, we are going to learn how to build and use waterfall charts in Power BI. An example of a waterfall chart is visible on screen now. As the name would suggest, a waterfall chart is great for showing a running total. If we have an initial value and a final value and we'd like to understand the precise steps and the positive and negative changes which led from the initial value to the final value, then a waterfall chart is an excellent choice. Let's go ahead and get started. We have an empty Power BI report in front of us. Let's rename the one page to waterfall chart, and then let's quickly switch over to Excel and look at the data that we'll be using in this example. This is a file called Order Details 2019-2020, and as we can see, it has individual order details starting with an order ID, the amount, profit, and other such fields. One important little point here is the presence of a date column. You might recall that dates, when imported into Power BI, are automatically mapped into a hierarchical field. This is very handy because it allows us to quickly analyze data on the basis of calendar periods such as quarters, months, days, and of course years. We are by now well versed with the drill of importing data into Power BI. So we switch to Power BI, click on the Get Data button. From the menu which opens up, we choose the text/CSV option, navigate to the file that we wish to read in, and then we click OK. At this point, a navigation pane opens up where we can choose to either load the data in directly or transform the data. Transforming the data is for more complex data where we'd like to make use of Power Query Editor. This dataset is simple enough that we can just click on the bright yellow load button in the bottom right. Shortly thereafter, in the Fields Explorer over on the right, we see that this order details relation is visible. Let's expand it and look at the fields. And it's important again to note that the date field is a hierarchical field. We see that from the presence of a little arrow next to it, indicating that we can drill down into the date field. We'll come back to this idea in more detail in the demo coming up ahead. For now, let's switch over from the report view to the data view by clicking on the icons on the left-hand toolbar. We click on the data view and we get to preview the data in this table. Once we've satisfied ourselves with the data, we can click on the left-hand toolbar again and switch back to the report view. We have a blank report in front of us. Let's click on the waterfall chart icon from the list of visualizations. That's the first icon from the left in the third row. This is a placeholder waterfall chart. Let's drag and drop the date field from the Field Explorer into the category card. You can see that when we do this, the date is automatically expanded into its constituent fields: year, quarter, month, and day. It's worth noting that in the top right of this waterfall chart, we have the drill down icons, and those are present because of the hierarchical nature of the date field. Next, let's take the profit field, that's a numeric field, and drag and drop it into the values card, which is visible at the bottom of the screen. As soon as we do this, we have our waterfall chart complete. We start out by default at the top level of the hierarchy, and that top level is the year. First off, it's interesting to note that we have 2019 as the initial value and then the total profit as the final value. For 2020, we only have a delta bar. That bar gives the profit for 2020, and that takes the profit from 2019 and bridges the gap to the total profit over on the right. Now, this might not have been exactly the format that we wanted, and we'll see how the waterfall chart can be customized in many different ways. Now, at this point, we don't have the drill down mode turned on yet. That's easy enough for us to change. Let's click the second icon from the left, that's the downward pointing arrow. When we do this, drill down mode gets turned on. Now, any element of the visualization that we click on will cause us to drill down into that element in more detail. Now that the drill down mode has been turned on, and we can confirm that from the grade in appearance of that downward pointing arrow, if we click on the bar with the profits for 2020, this will drill down into the year 2020. We click on it and you can see now that we've gone to the next level in the hierarchy. We were at the top level, which was the year level, and by clicking on 2020, we've gone to the next level, which is quarters within 2020. A few points worth noting here. We have 4 bars corresponding to quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we have a 5th bar corresponding to the total. You can see that the total now is 5.5k, thus representing the total profits for the year 2020. You can also see that the different bars have different colors. The positive bars have a green color, the final bar is colored blue, and the negative bar is colored red. These are called sentiment colors in Power BI, and we'll see how to customize them in just a bit. For now, let's use the up arrow to drill up. Now, if we are at the level of quarters and we drill up from here, we are going to go back to the top level, which is the view by year. From this top level, let's click on the 2 diverging arrows, which expand all down 1 level in the hierarchy. The expand all means that we will see data for all years, that's 2019 as well as 2020, and the 1 level down in the hierarchy indicates that we will have all of the quarters because quarter comes below year in the hierarchy. So we click on that icon and indeed we have the profit by year and by quarter. We have on the x-axis every year and quarter, and we have a total way over on the right. It's also worth looking closely at the y-axis of this chart. You can see that the first red bar corresponding to quarter 1 of 2019 was negative, and that's why that red bar begins from 0. It extends all the way down to negative 4k, and then the next bar, which is quarter 2 from 2019, starts from that baseline of a negative 4k. This becomes a little clearer if we click on the focus mode icon on the top right. Once we've understood the chart, we can go back to the main report, and there let's take a minute to understand quarter 2 of 2020. The profit here is negative as well, as the tooltip tells us, and if we'd like to learn more about this quarter, let's go ahead and click on the expand all down 1 level in the hierarchy again. Before we click that button, let's try and understand what's about to happen. The current level of the hierarchy that we are at is the middle level, that's the quarter. 1 level down from the quarter is the month. Because we are expanding all at the next level of the hierarchy, we will see profits for every month of every year. So let's click on that button, and indeed what we anticipated is what happened. As the title in the top left tells us, we are viewing the profit by year, quarter, and month. On the x-axis, we have every single month of every quarter of every year. Now recall that we had come to this view to try and get some context on the loss in the second quarter of 2020, and we can see that that's driven by a specific month in that quarter, that is May 2020. Notice how easy the waterfall chart combined with the drill down functionality of Power BI makes it for us to analyze exactly why something went wrong. Using the tooltip as well as the sentiment colors that we just discussed, we can see that the precise loss in May of 2020 was negative $1,371. And from the green rectangles for April and June, we can see that the other months in that quarter were profitable. So this loss in May was an isolated one-off phenomenon. That gets us to the end of this demo, in which we introduced the use of the waterfall chart and saw how it could be used with date fields which come with a built-in hierarchy in Power BI. We'll continue exploring options related to waterfall charts in the next demo. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had drilled down into the second quarter of 2020 and realized that the reason for the loss in that quarter was a one-off loss in the month of May. We will continue exploring our data and see how filters can be used in conjunction with waterfall charts. Let's drill up the hierarchy. The first time we do this, we go up one level from the month level to the quarter level, and we can always tell the current level of the hierarchy that we are at by looking at the title of the chart in the top left. For instance, right now, the title reads Profit by Quarter and Year. If we hit the drill up button one more time, we'll go up to the year level and the title will change to Profit by Year. Next, let's open up the filter pane. We click on the little arrow wedged between the visualizations pane and the visualization itself. There, as usual, we have filters on each of the fields associated with the waterfall. These include the date day, date month, date quarter, and date year. These are all fields nested within the date hierarchy, and then finally we have a filter on the profit. Let's expand the filter on the date year component. Let's change the filter type from advanced filtering to basic filtering. This will present us with drop-downs for the different years. Let's start by clicking on 2020, and this means that we'll have just one data bar and one total bar. Both are of the same height and both represent the profit for 2020. Let's click on the focus mode icon to look at these bars in more detail. While doing so, please be mindful that we still have the drill down mode turned on. How do we know? Well, because the down arrow, that's the second icon from the left, is shaded in gray. And this in turn means that we can continue to drill up and down the hierarchy of this visualization. So let's do exactly that. Let's go back to the main report, hide the filter pane, and then click on the two downward pointing arrows. These go to the next level in the hierarchy. We are currently at the level of a year, so when we go one level down, we first go to the level of the individual quarters, and if we repeat the operation, we go down to the level of the months. Remember that this hierarchy has one further level, and that is the level of the days of the month. That isn't particularly meaningful right now, so instead of drilling down any further, let's click the up arrow and go back up to the year level. Drill downs are an important topic in Power BI, so it's just as well that we understand them thoroughly. Next, we click on the two diverging down pointing arrows. The tooltip here reads Expand All down one level in the hierarchy. And as a result of this, we've come down to the level of profit by year and quarter. Drill down mode is still on, so if we click on any element, such as 2020 quarter 1, we are going to get the detail for that quarter. And that detail again will be one level down, but not for all months or years, but only for quarter 1 of 2020. On screen now, you can see January, February, and March of 2020, along with the total bar over on the right. Let's now drill up. This will take us back to the profit by year and quarter. Note that this is only 2020 again. We can confirm that by looking at the total bar on the right, where the profit is 5.5k. You can see how the interplay between the different arrows leads to different outcomes when we drill up and drill down from different places. Now, when we click the two diverging arrows, we get the profit by year, quarter, and month, but again only for 2020. So on the x-axis, we have all of the months of 2020, and we can confirm that this is only for 2020 because the total bar on the right is again still 5.5k. Let's drill up from here. We go back to profit by year and quarter and run through a few more experiments exploring the tooltips and drill down functionality. Then, once we've had our fill of such experiments, we change the data that our waterfall represents. We now decide that we are interested in the category field from the order details. So we drag and drop that field from the field explorer on the right into the breakdown card of the visualization. We notice that something pretty interesting has happened to our visual. We still have the profit by year, quarter, and category. We can confirm that by looking at the title in the top left. We can also confirm that in the category card in the visualizations pane, we still have the date with the year, quarter, month, and day. However, on the x-axis, now we have one total bar for each year and quarter. followed by individual bars for the various categories in that time period. This particular form of waterfall is pretty hard to read, but it's great if you'd like to understand the contribution of categories in a particular quarter. We can also see that the tooltip continues to display a wealth of information. Here, the category is furniture, and we see the profit for this particular quarter, which is quarter 1 of 2020, as well as quarter 2 of 2020, and then we see the profit change. We can continue exploring this data with the drill down and drill up buttons, as well as by viewing the tooltips. Once we've done that to our satisfaction, let's click on the paint roller icon and start customizing the sentiment colors, which are used to denote different types of bars in our waterfall chart. Here we can see that there's a card called sentiment colors, and as we scroll down, there are categories of sentiments and an associated color picker with each one of them. For instance, green is associated with an increase, red with a decrease, and so on. Another handy customization to be aware of is the breakdown card, which we've now opened and which appears right below the sentiment colors card. Before we actually tweak anything in the breakdown card, let's take a look at the visualization as it now stands. We've navigated down to a point in the hierarchy where we are viewing profit by month and category. This is a somewhat hard to read waterfall chart because we have months such as January, February, and March interspersed with categories such as furniture, clothing, and so on. Now, this x-axis is really hard to read, and we feel that it might become a lot easier to understand if we limited the number of categories displayed to only a few major ones. The way to do this is to reduce the number of breakdowns. In the breakdown card, we have a control which allows us to tweak the number of max breakdowns. That was initially 3. We've reduced that number to 2. And the result of that is that all of the other categories other than the top 2 are aggregated into a category called, you guessed it, Other. To see how this plays out, please turn your attention to the tooltip in the visualization. You can see there that the category shows up as Other. The other figures in the tooltip remain the same. We've now spent a great deal of time exploring the waterfall control as well as the drill down functionality associated with it. It's time for us to move on to other and new exciting visualizations in the demos coming up ahead. On screen now is a scatter plot which shows on the x-axis the number of impressions that were received by certain ads. This is in an ad campaign. On the y-axis, we have the number of clicks on those impressions. Then we have color-coded point markers with blue circles representing female viewers and orange circles representing male viewers. And finally, the radius of the circle is indicative of the spend on that ad. Finally, we also have yet another dimension. This is the first stage dimension. This is an estimate of the demographics of this particular viewer. And you can see that all of this information is visible in the tooltip as well. This visualization is a scatter plot, and we are going to be devoting this demo to learning how to construct scatter plots in Power BI. Power BI is often thought of as a great tool for business applications, but you should not underestimate its potential and its capabilities in the field of data science and data analysis. Let's go ahead and get started. As usual, we have a blank Power BI report. Let's begin by renaming one page in this report from page 1 to scatter chart. Then we'll switch over to Excel and quickly look at the data that we will be working with. In column A, we have the ad ID, and then in subsequent columns, we have information about how that particular ad performed. From the row headings, it does seem like this is an e-commerce dataset relating to Facebook ads. In columns D through F, we have age, gender, and interest, and then we have impressions, clicks, and other more ad-specific information. By this point, we are pretty familiar with the initial steps in the analysis. We switch over to Power BI. We click on the Get Data button, choose the text/CSV option, navigate to the file which contained our data, and then we are presented with a choice. We can choose to either load the data directly or to transform it using the Power Query editor. This data is pretty simple. It doesn't seem like there is any need for additional transformation, so we click on the Load button. And this causes this dataset to be made available in the list of relations over on the right in the Fields Explorer. It's called KAG_conversion_data. We can explore the fields in that dataset in the Field Explorer. You can see that we have various numeric fields but no date fields. As always, let's first look at the data in the data view. We click on the data view icon in the sidebar on the left and eyeball the data here just to make sure that nothing has gone wrong during the import process. Everything seems to be in order, so we can click on the report view again in the top of the sidebar on the left, and now we can set about adding the scatter chart. The scatter chart is in the third row of the visualizations toolbox and it's the third icon from the left. You can see the tooltip there explaining exactly where it's located. We click on it, a placeholder scatter chart is placed in our report, and we then go ahead and add the various fields for the X and the Y axis. Let's choose the impressions field. We drag and drop that from the Field Explorer and place that in the card for the X axis, and then we drag and drop the clicks field into the Y axis. Now at this point, you can look at the visualization and see that we have the X and the Y axis both defined. It says impressions on the X axis and clicks on the Y axis, but we don't have a third dimension. We don't have anything actually displayed. Or do we? If we look really closely at this chart, we can see that there's just one single blue point. Now, the way that blue point was obtained was by summing up all of the impressions and summing up all of the clicks and representing the sum of the impressions and the clicks as the X and Y coordinates of a single point. This, of course, is not what we had in mind with our scatter plot, so we've got to change this. This brings us to a really important step in constructing scatter charts in Power BI. We click on the little down arrow in the name of the field in the Y-axis. You can see that the name of the field there is clicks. We click on the little down arrow and that opens up a context menu. In that context menu, you can see in the middle section that we have a checkbox next to sum. And that's because it's the sum aggregate function which has been used to summarize all of these values. We've got to click on the value right above that which says don't summarize. So that's what we do. We click on don't summarize and our scatter chart now seems to appear correctly. But beware, at this point the scatter chart is still incorrect. And that's because we've only turned off the summarization on one of the two variables. We did this for the y-axis, but we've yet to do it for the x-axis. This is an important point worth keeping in mind. While constructing a scatter chart, it's important to turn off the summarization on both the variables that you are representing. So we repeat this process. We click on the little down arrow in the name of the field in the x-axis, that's impressions. A sub-menu opens up. We can see the checkbox next to sum. We click on the don't summarize option, and as soon as we do so, we see that our scatter chart changes drastically in appearance. There is now a clear linear relationship between the x and the y variables. Next, we click on the paint roller icon and quickly start making changes to the appearance of our chart. We begin by changing the font size of the labels. This makes everything a lot more visible. And then after making some more aesthetic changes which we know how to make, we will drag and drop yet another field, the gender field, into the legend card. As soon as we do this, the appearance of our scatter chart changes. We now have two distinctly shaded series. To make the contrast a little clearer, let's change the color associated with the male gender to be orange. And you can now see that we have two distinct patterns. The relationship between clicks and impressions for females is quite different from that for males. If we were to plot regression lines through these, the slope of the regression lines for gender female would be steeper than that for males. So at this point, our scatter chart represents three dimensions of the data. The clicks and the impressions, both of which are on the y and x axis respectively, and then the gender, which is used to color code the points. Let's add in yet another dimension. We do this by dragging and dropping the spent field into the size card of our scatter chart. And doing this means that each of the points is going to have a variable radius, and the area of the points is going to be proportional to the amount that was spent on that particular ad. Let's hover over a point on this chart and see what the tooltip tells us. Here is an outlier. We can see on the y-axis that this is an ad which has 3 million impressions from males. The tooltip gives us information about the number of impressions, which as we discussed is north of 3 million, the number of clicks, which is 340, and the spend, which is $639.95. We can see by looking at the scatter chart that there is clearly a relationship between the radius of the circles and the number of clicks and impressions. In other words, we have the small circles in the bottom left and the large circles towards the top right. Next, we tweak the markers in our scatter plot. We skip exactly how that's done because that's already been covered in previous demos and in the interests of time. But there is still time enough to see how we can pack in one more field of information into the scatter plot. And that's done by dragging and dropping the age field into the tooltip control of our scatter plot. That's what we've now done, and if we hover over points in our scatter plot, the tooltip now has one additional bit of information, namely the age bracket. In this way, Power BI allows us to pack multiple dimensions of data even into a scatter plot. It does this by allowing us to easily tweak the color coding, the radius of the circles used to denote the points in the scatter plot, as well as via its sophisticated tooltip capabilities. We have now come to the end of this course, Maps, Waterfall Charts, and Scatter Plots in Power BI. We began this course by visualizing geographical data using maps in Power BI. We represented the population of different countries on a map using bubbles. We also created filled maps which are better for representing categorical variables, i.e. whether a country satisfies a condition, than to represent a continuous value for a country. We applied a color scale on our filled map to show a continuous value. Next, we visualized a cumulative process to go from an initial value to a final value using waterfall charts. This is generally used in finance and accounting to visualize the expenses and profits of a company. We created a waterfall chart from hierarchical data and drilled through that chart. Finally, we created scatter charts. These charts are widely used in data science to visualize relationships between two variables and clusters within your data. A widely used variant of the scatter chart is a bubble chart, where the size and color of each point in the chart also contains information. We implemented both the regular scatter chart and the bubble chart. Now that you have a solid foundation on the use of these charts in Power BI, you are ready to move on to matrices and tree maps in Power BI. That's in the course with that same title coming up next. In this demo, we will begin our exploration of the matrix widget in Power BI. Now, a matrix in Power BI is pretty similar to a pivot table in Excel, but of course with all of the added interactivity and the tremendous capabilities of Power BI to back it. Let's get started. In all of the previous demos, we've made the habit of having a pre-existing PBIX file open. So just to mix things up here, we are starting Power BI Desktop from scratch. When Power BI Desktop opens up by default, we can click on the File menu in the top left. That allows us to create a new PBIX file, open a pre-existing file, or to save whatever file we happen to have open right now. If you're wondering how we might have an open PBIX file at this point, do keep in mind that when you open Microsoft Power BI, there's an untitled PBIX file created waiting for you. That's why we pick the Save option, and we save it with the name Global Sales Report. Notice how the save as type is Power BI file, that's .pbix. This is where we usually start our demos. We right click in the bottom left corner, choose to rename the page, and specify the name matrix. Next, let's switch from Power BI to Excel, which is going to be the source of our data. Here is our file, it's called Global Superstore. And you can see that we have a large number of rows and columns. These represent transactions, specifically e-commerce transactions from across the world. So we have a row ID, order date, ship date, customer information such as the customer name, segment, city, country, postal code, and so on. This is a wealth of information which we can explore in Power BI, and it's ideal for a matrix control because matrix controls work well when you have very high dimensionality data. Let's switch back to Power BI, click on the Get Data button, note that we are in the Home menu, choose the text/CSV option and open up the global_superstore file. The data does not contain dirty or missing values, so we can just load the data directly. There's no need to transform it using Power Query Editor. We click on the Load button, and this data is now available in the Fields Explorer over on the right. You can see that it appears under the relation name Global Superstore, and under this relation name, we have all of the fields, that is the columns from the original file. After importing in a dataset, it's always a good idea to explore it in the data view. We click on the data view icon in the sidebar on the left, and we can quickly check and ensure that all of the rows and columns appear correctly there. There don't seem to be any problems, so we click back into the report view and add in the matrix control. You can see the matrix control and its tooltip in the visualizations pane. It's pretty close to the center of that pane, and when we click on it, a placeholder matrix appears in our report. Let's start dragging in different fields and placing them in the rows, columns, and values cards. So we drag and drop the country field into the rows card. Then we scroll down and find the numeric sales field and drag and drop it into the values card. And for now, we leave the columns card unpopulated. Our matrix has already been populated. It has rows for the countries and values corresponding to the sales or the sum of the sales in those countries. Let's just format this a little better by clicking on the paint roller icon and increasing the font sizes. Note how there are cards for the column headers, row headers, grid lines, and so on. We skip over just a few of these small changes and take a step back to look at our matrix. If this seems like an Excel pivot table, well, of course, that's no coincidence. Excel pivot tables like Power BI matrix widgets are great for drilling down into multi-dimensional data. And in case you're wondering what the difference is between a Power BI matrix and a Power BI table, think back to Excel. In Excel, a table has rows and columns, and that's pretty much it. So it's always two-dimensional. In a pivot table, on the other hand, you can add multiple layers of hierarchies, you can add columns as well as row hierarchies, and pretty much all of these advantages apply to Power BI matrix widgets as well. Coming back to this matrix widget right here, you can see that we have one row for each country, and at the bottom we have the grand total. Notice how the grand total stays locked even as we scroll. Let's start exploring some of the features of the matrix, beginning by clicking on the three dots in the top right corner. That opens up a context menu, and that context menu has various important options, including the ability to export data, the ability to show this matrix as a table. This is something worth keeping in mind even from an exam perspective. Matrix controls and tables are interoperable. Here, our aim is to sort our data, and you can see that we have a sub-menu allowing us to sort either by country or by sales. We've chosen to sort by sales, and so the first row in our data is occupied by the United States, which has the largest sales. As we scroll up and down, we can see that the sales numbers do indeed decrease as we scroll down. We could also choose to sort by country, and if we do this, we find that by default we have a reverse alphabetical order sort on the country column. So we have Afghanistan at the bottom and Zimbabwe at the very top. If we wanted to get a straight alphabetical order sort, we just click on those three horizontal dots again, and from the menu which opens up, we choose the Sort Ascending option. This now is indeed sorted in ascending order. Afghanistan comes first, and when we scroll down to the bottom, Zimbabwe will be the last. Next, let's add another field into this matrix control. We drag and drop the category field into the columns input for our matrix. And as soon as we do this, every unique value in the category field becomes a column in our matrix. The category field happens to have three unique values: furniture, office supplies, and technology. And you can see that we now have three columns of those names. We also have a fourth column with the total. The beauty of the matrix control is that we can add additional fields along multiple dimensions. So let's now go ahead and drag and drop the state field into the rows card. And when we do this, Power BI is smart enough to figure out that the state lies within the country. And that's why, as you see, the matrix now appears in the form of rows for the countries. But what's crucially different is that next to each country name, we have a little plus sign. We can go ahead and expand any of those countries and get the sales in the individual states within that country. Let's perform a few spot checks. On screen now, we've expanded the country for China, so we can see the individual state level sales for the provinces in China. Let's scroll down and expand Iraq, and then we do so for the United States. We can see that we have a total sales figure for the United States of 2.297 million. And when we expand, we can see the breakdown by state along with the sales in each category in that state. So for instance, we can see here that for Washington State, total sales stood at $138,641.27. And of these total sales, the figure for furniture was $48,020.15. A few other spot checks like this will help us to confirm that we do indeed have a detailed drill down into the sales per state per category for every country in our dataset. This gets us to the end of our preliminary look at the matrix widget. Let's keep going in the demo coming up next. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had created a matrix widget. We had rows representing countries, and we also had a second level of hierarchy within the rows, the states within that country. The columns were taken from the category of our e-commerce dataset. There are columns for furniture, office supplies, and technology. And the values in our matrix are computed by summing the sales for the corresponding category and geographical area. Let's now collapse the United States and scroll back up to the top and try clicking on a specific country. That country is highlighted and all of the other countries are grayed out, but we can't seem to drill down. But no worries, that's just because we've forgotten to turn on drill downs. If we look carefully at the top right corner, we can see that the drill down icons do indeed appear there. So we click on the second arrow, that's the downward pointing arrow, which has the tooltip, click to turn on drill down. And once we do this, the appearance of the arrow changes. It's now filled in, and this tells us that the drill down mode is on. Let's try again, clicking on the country Brazil. We had attempted that a moment ago. We had not been able to drill down, but this time when we click on Brazil, the appearance of our matrix changes. We have indeed drilled down into Brazil. We only have information for Brazil and the states within it. And to confirm that, you can see that the grand total for Brazil, which you can see in the first row, matches the total in the last row. So there's no data here for any country but Brazil. At this point, we can navigate the drill down hierarchy in many possible ways. Let's just drill up. That takes us back to the original matrix where we have all of the countries back again. At this point, we turn off the drill down mode, and we do that by clicking again on the downward pointing arrow. Notice how this time around, the arrow is grayed in to begin with, and the tooltip is different as well. The tooltip now reads, drill down mode is on, click a data point to drill. And clicking on this arrow again changes the appearance and toggles the drill down mode to off. Now here's a little experiment to see how well we understand the drill down functionality in Power BI. Drill down mode is off. We know that because we just turned it off literally a second ago. What happens if we click on the two downward pointing arrows? That's the icon just to the right of the drill down mode button. Will we be able to expand all of the current rows to the next level of the hierarchy? Let's click and find out, and the answer is yes. You can see that the appearance of our matrix has changed. We no longer have information about the countries at all. We only have information about the states in those countries. So this is an important lesson worth keeping in mind. We can drill down to the next level in the hierarchy even when drill down mode is off. In similar fashion, we can also drill up even when the drill down mode is off. We've now clicked on the drill up arrow, and as you can see, we've gone back to a matrix in which we have one row for each country and in which we also have a little plus sign next to each country's name. There's one last bit of drill down functionality we need to experiment with, and that's the expand all down one level in the hierarchy. This is represented by the icon with the two diverging arrows. When we click on this in the context of a matrix, something really interesting and useful happens. As you can see, the matrix has been expanded so that we can see numbers for every country as well as for every state within those countries. And we can scroll down and confirm that this is the case for literally every country in our dataset. If we'd like to close all of these countries and get rid of the state information, all we have to do is click the drill up button. So we click the drill up button and you can see that all of those minus signs next to the country names turn back to plus signs. There's another way of achieving the same result. Let's right click on a country, this is Australia, and in the context menu, the first option is expand. That leads to a sub menu. We'll get back to that in a moment, but first let's take a look at the other options on this context menu. We can see that these include collapse, which is currently grayed out, drill down, show as a table, show next level, expand to next level, include, exclude, group, summarize, and copy. Do try to remember that all of these operations are possible when you right-click on a row in a matrix. In any case, coming back to the expand option, you can see that this leads to a sub-menu. We can choose to expand selection, entire level, or all. If we choose to expand the entire level, this will have the same effect as drilling down to all in the next level of hierarchy. That is, every one of our rows for the countries will be expanded and the corresponding states will also be revealed. And we can drill back up by clicking on the drill up arrow, and this again collapses every country. Next, let's try yet another experiment. We've gone ahead and dragged and dropped the segment field into the columns card. So at this point, we have two fields in the columns, the category and then the segment. And now you can see up top, there's a little drop down which says drill on, and then we can choose to drill down either on columns or on rows. For now, we decide to drill on columns, and then we click on the two down arrows, which will go to the next level in the hierarchy. Now, please pay careful attention to the column headings. Currently, these read furniture, office supplies, and technology. However, as soon as we click on the drill down button, those column headings change and those fields now read consumer, corporate, and home office. The values consumer, corporate, and home office are values of the segment. What we had a moment ago were values from the category. And in this way, we have indeed drilled down on the basis of the columns because that's what we had selected from the drill on checkbox. Next, let's change our selection from drill on columns to drill on rows. And now if we click on the same two downward pointing arrows, which expand the next level of the hierarchy, we get an entirely different result than we obtained a moment ago. This time, the column headings remain the same. They are still consumer, corporate, and home office. However, the row values no longer are the names of countries, rather these are the names of states within those countries. Let's take a moment to summarize what just happened. First, let's turn our attention to the rows card in the visualizations tab. You can see that we have two fields there, country and state. Next, we have the columns card where we also have two fields, category and segment. Because we have multiple choices when we wish to drill down either by row or by column, every time we drill up or down the hierarchy, we've got to specify our choice using the drill on drop down box, which you see right above the total. Now, for instance, if we click on the drill up arrow, we will be drilling up on rows, and the effect of that will be change all of the rows into countries. We click the drill up button and confirm that our intuition was correct. Next, let's toggle what we drill on from rows to columns. If we now hit drill up again, we are going to drill up from the segment field to the category field. And we try and click the drill up arrow, and we do indeed now find that we are back to the category values as column names: furniture, office supplies, and technology. This interplay between the drill up along the rows and the drill up along the columns can get quite complex. In order to bring our example back to a manageable level, let's remove the field segment from the columns. We are back to a simpler matrix in which we have countries and states as the rows and the category as the columns. We will continue experimenting with this matrix in the demo coming up ahead. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had come back to a matrix in which we had two levels on the rows, those were the country and the state, and we had one level on the columns, that was the category field, and the values within the matrix were obtained by summing up the sales for the corresponding category, country, and state. Let's keep going, and we will now explore more of the context-sensitive menu. Let's again right-click on a row in our matrix, and in the context menu which opens up, we choose the expand option. A sub-menu opens up with 3 items: selection, entire level, and all. Let's pick the entire level option, and this in turn causes every one of the countries to be expanded so that the sales for the states are visible as well. So it's worth keeping in mind that we can right-click on our matrix and use that in order to drill down, effectively expanding all at the next level. Let's again right-click, but this time in the blank area a little bit to the right of the matrix. In the context menu which opens up, we see that we have an option to drill up. Let's click on drill up, and every one of the countries is now collapsed. So every one of the countries now has a little plus sign next to it, and none of the states are visible. Let's go back to the countries, right click again, and in the context menu which opens up this time, we will choose to drill down. This time, please note that we've right clicked on the country Brazil, and so when we drill down, we are only going to drill down into Brazil. Let's confirm this. Click on drill down, and you can see that we now only have all of the states of Brazil displayed in our table. So this is different from when we drill down to all levels in the next selection. This time our drill down was specific to the one element that we had right clicked on. Next, let's expand the filters pane and see how filters can be used in conjunction with our matrix. Expanding the filters pane does reduce the amount of screen real estate, and you will notice that the aspect ratio of the matrix remains the same, causing all of the fonts to become a little smaller, even though we still have some white space within the matrix control itself. Let's start by quickly noting that the filters on this visual at this point are on category, country, sales, and state, and every one of those filters is set to all. In any case, let's now again right-click on the country Brazil, and from the context-sensitive menu, we choose to drill down again. And now we see that there's a new filter in the filters pane. Country is Brazil. This shows that there is an interaction between drilling up and down and the filters functionality in Power BI. Let's click on the filter for country is Brazil, and we can clear that filter by clicking on the little icon in the bottom right of that box that resets the filter to country is all. And as soon as we make this change in the filters pane, the appearance of our matrix also changes so that all countries are displayed. And in this way, we again can see that we can control drill down from the filters pane and the filters from the drill down buttons. Let's note another bit of the interplay between the filters and the drill down. Right now, our matrix control is in expanded form. Every one of the countries has its states revealed. And in the filters pane, we can see that we have a filter there for country is all. If we now right-click in the white space to the right of the matrix and choose to drill up, we can see that the matrix changes so that the countries are now all collapsed. And in the filters pane, the filter for country is all has disappeared as well. We have a good sense now of how filters and drill downs work together. Let's turn our attention to multi-select. You should know that the matrix control in Power BI supports multiple selections. All we need to do is to hold down the control key while clicking on different rows. On screen now, we've currently clicked on a single row, Brazil, and then we scroll down, remember, while holding down the control key, and we then click on some other countries such as Chile, Colombia, and then Ecuador. By the end of this process, we have 4 countries selected: Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Ecuador. And you can see that the rows for these 4 countries are all currently highlighted. With these rows highlighted, we now right-click on the matrix control and we choose the Include option from the context-sensitive menu. And as soon as we do this, 2 changes appear on screen. The first is the appearance of the matrix control itself, which now only includes the 4 selected countries. The other change is in the filters pane, where you can see that we have a filter on the country to only include these 4 country names. Do please note that this filter is titled Included, and within parentheses we see 4, indicating that 4 countries or 4 elements have currently been included by this filter. So in this way, we've confirmed that multiple selections are possible with a matrix control. To clear these selections, one simple way is to just delete the corresponding filter from the filters pane. We delete the filter for those 4 countries, and we can see that over on the left, the matrix control goes back to its original appearance. All countries are now visible in there. Now we just explored multiple selections along with the Include command from the right-click menu. Let's now try out the Exclude command. We start by clicking on the United States, and then with the control key held down, we also click on some of the other rows towards the top left. These include Australia, France, China, and Germany. Now that we have this multiple selection in place, we right-click, and from the context-sensitive menu, we choose the Exclude option. This has 2 effects. The first is that our matrix now no longer has those selected 5 countries. We can confirm this from the grand total, which now has reduced from 12.6 million to 7.23 million. And the other change is that in the filters pane, we see that we have an excluded filter. Note, excluded is accompanied by the digit 5 within parentheses, telling us that 5 countries have been excluded from the matrix selection. Once we've scrolled through the data and oriented ourselves with the new changes, we can revert the matrix to its original condition by deleting the excluded filter from the filters pane in the center of the screen. Now you should be aware that just as we were able to select multiple rows and then include or exclude them from the matrix, we can do the same with columns. Here we've clicked on the columns for furniture and office supplies. Once again, we did this by holding down the control key while we clicked on those 2 columns. We then right-clicked, and from the context-sensitive menu, we chose the Include option. That has restricted our matrix so that it only has those 2 columns. And in the filters pane, you can see that there's a new filter in there called Included To. That makes it clear that we have a multiple selection, but that multiple selection is on the columns rather than on the rows. And one way of being sure of that is to look closely at the text within that included filter. You can see that furniture is followed by the name of the field category within parentheses. In any case, let's now delete this filter once again by clicking on the little cross button in the top right of that filter box, and that reverts our matrix to its initial condition. That gets us to the end of this demo, in which we thoroughly explored the concepts of multiple selections and the interplay between multiple selections and the filters pane, as well as between the drill down buttons and the filters pane. In this demo, we will continue with our exploration of the matrix control in Power BI. So far, we've worked with 2 fields in the rows card. You can see that we have country and state. We've also experimented with 2 fields in the columns card. In the past, we had both category and segment, although at this point, we are back down to just the 1 field in there. We've yet to try what happens if we have multiple fields in the values card, and that's what we're going to try next. We drag and drop the profit field into the values input, and you can see that the appearance of our matrix changes because we now have, for every one of the categories, the sales as well as the profit. And this is also true for the total. If we scroll a little bit over to the right, we can see that we have both a total sales column and a total profit column. We've now performed a lot of experiments with the fields within a matrix. We're going to turn our attention to the formatting of a matrix. And to do this, we click on our friend the paint roller icon, which is pretty much bang in the middle of the visualizations pane. And this reveals many cards with which we can customize the aesthetics of our matrix. Let's go ahead and get started. You can see that these cards include general, style, grid, column headers, row headers, values, and so on. Let's start customizing the appearance of our values. We open up the values card by clicking on it, and then within that card, we customize the size of our text. We reduce the size a little bit, then close the values card, and then we navigate up and open the grid card. There you can see that we have sliders for both vertical and horizontal grid lines. These are both currently set to off. Let's slide the vertical grid slider to the on position, and as soon as we do this, we can see that various controls appear. There's a color chooser there for the vertical grid color, as well as a control to determine the vertical grid thickness. Let's turn that slider back off and repeat this experiment for the horizontal grid slider, and again various controls appear down there. We can use the grid card in order to customize the grid line settings. In similar fashion, we can click on the column headers card, that's the next card here, and that allows us to determine properties such as the font color, background color, and the position of the column headers. From the position dropdown, we experiment with some different choices, such as none, bottom only, top only, and so on. As we experiment with these settings, keep an eye on the way the column headers are rendered towards the top left of the screen. You can also see there that we have a control to auto size the column width, which is currently set to on. If we scroll down, there are many more settings in there as well, including URL icons, word wrap, and others. And also do note the presence of the revert to default link button. That's always a nice backup option if we make so many changes to a card that we wish to undo them all but have lost track of what we just did. In any case, let's now close the column headers card and move on to our next card, which is the row headers card. Once again, we have controls for the font color, background color, and more. We'll now turn our attention to a specific control, which is for the plus and minus icons. You can see that we currently have a slider there which is set to on, and that's why each of our rows is associated with a plus icon. We have countries, which represent the top level of the hierarchy, and then within those countries we have states which are currently hidden. If we turn this slider to the off position, we can see that those little plus icons towards the left of the screen disappear, and it then becomes a lot harder to discern that we can actually expand on the individual countries. For that reason, we switch that slider position back to on, and that in turn causes the matrix UI to change so that additional controls appear for the icon color and the icon size. Let's tweak the icon color so that the plus minus signs are in the deep shade of blue, and then we also try with a few other colors. Notice how in each instance the appearance of those icons in the left changes. Once we are done with this, let's close the row headers card and open up the next card, which is the values card. As with all of the other cards, there are lots of controls here which allow us to control all of the values in a great level of detail. We have a color picker for the font color, another color picker for the alternate font color, and then the alternate background color. We can make subtle or more prominent changes. You can see here that we've chosen a purple font for the alternate color, and there's a very subtle change in the appearance of our matrix. You can see that there's also a control called banded row style, which is why we have different row styles for alternate rows. In any case, let's revert to the original color and close the values card for now. We'll come back to the subject of formatting the values in our matrix in more detail in just a little bit when we talk about conditional formatting. For now, we close the values card, scroll down and open up the field formatting card. Here, right up top within the card, we have a drop-down which allows us to choose which field we are currently formatting. The only acceptable choices here are sales and profit, which is a clue that field formatting only applies to the values fields. For the rows and the columns, we've got to focus on the row and column formatting cards. In any case, let's now choose the sales field from the first dropdown and then customize the display units. We'll change the display units from none, that is raw US dollars, into thousands. And as soon as we do this, the appearance of our matrix changes in a corresponding fashion. All of the sales numbers now appear in thousands, followed by the uppercase K. Please note that the profit numbers still appear without any display units. Let's revert those display units back to none. Please note that there's also a control there to specify the number of decimal places. In similar fashion, there's a drop-down for the alignment. The current selection is auto, but other choices include left, right, and center. There are other controls in this field formatting card as well. The apply to header, apply to values, apply to subtotals, and apply to total sliders. Each of these can be used to control whether you apply your field formatting to specific aspects of the matrix. By this point, we have a good sense of the formatting options available for the row headings, column headings, values, and the field formatting. In the demo coming up next, we'll turn our attention to a very important topic, and that is conditional formatting. At the end of the last demo, we had just closed the field formatting card and opened the conditional formatting card. You can see that towards the bottom left of the screen in the visualizations pane. Within the conditional formatting card, we have up top a drop-down. This is very similar to the one that we had in the field formatting. From that drop-down, we choose the field that we are applying our formatting to. There are only two choices available currently in this drop-down, sales and profit. Let's go ahead and choose the sales field for now. And then we slide the background color slider from off to on. You can see that this causes each of the sales columns to appear in a pleasant blue shade. There's a little link button there called Advanced Controls. Let's click on that and more controls appear. These will allow us to choose, for instance, a color scale for the background color. We've made the observation multiple times in the past that anytime we have a color-coded field, we ought to be thinking of a color scale. And here, because we have applied conditional formatting to the sales column, we do indeed have a color scale here as well. Over on the middle left, we have the shade applied to the smallest value of the sales field. On the right, we have the shade applied to the largest value. And on the right, we have a much deeper shade of blue than on the left. So smaller sales numbers are likely to appear in a light blue font and larger sales numbers in a dark blue font. Let's hit OK and scroll through the sales columns and see whether this is the case. Right off the bat, we notice that the numbers for Australia seem to be in a darker shade. And when we look at the sales for Australia, we find that they are indeed substantially higher than for the rows above and below. In similar fashion, if we scroll down, we see that the United States, which has the largest sales quantities, is in the deepest and darkest shade of blue. So clearly, this conditional formatting color scale is working as we wanted it to. Now do remember that all of these changes are being made in the conditional formatting card. So if we now turn the background slider from on back to off, and then we turn the font color slider from off to on, the conditional formatting will now appear on the font rather than on the background color. And also do keep in mind that this is all being done in the context of whatever field we have chosen in the drop-down just below the conditional formatting card title, and that field is currently the sales field. That's why if we now look at the matrix, we can see that the font colors for the sales field are represented using a color scale. To view the details of that color scale, we just need to click on that little Advanced Controls link button, which is visible in the bottom right of the visualizations pane. Let's do that and quickly examine the colors. The small font colors are in a really light shade of blue, which is incredibly hard to even read. The darker shades are for the larger sales numbers. This particular font color formatting isn't very appropriate, so we turn that slider back to off. Next, let's scroll back to the top of the conditional formatting card and change the drop-down selection so that we are now formatting the profit field rather than the sales field. Once we make this change, let's scroll back down and start using some of the more intricate conditional formatting options such as the data bars. We turn the data bars slider to on, and we can see right away that in every one of the profit columns, we now have data bars indicating the magnitude of the profits. This is most apparent, of course, for those countries where profits are very large. For instance, with the United States, the bar representing the profits is so large that it virtually covers the entire text of the profit itself. Now there's a link button in the visualizations pane called Advanced Controls. Let's click on that, and that in turn allows us to control these data bars in more detail. You can see that the title of this dialog is Data Bars Profit, making it very clear that whatever changes we make here will only apply to the conditional formatting on the profit columns. Right up top, we have a checkbox asking whether we'd like to show the bar only. That checkbox is not currently selected. Then we have controls where we can specify the minimum and maximum values, and we also have color choosers for the positive bars, the negative bars, a drop down for the bar direction and the axis. Let's start by experimenting with a color for the positive bars. We pick a deep green color and then repeat this for the negative bars where we pick a deep red color. We then hit OK, and that takes us back into the matrix view. We can now see that for those countries where the profit is negative, i.e. where a loss has been reported, we have a deep negative bar pointing in the direction towards the left. For countries with profits, we have green bars which extend towards the right. An excellent example of this phenomenon is visible now. You can see that for Turkey, the profit in the furniture category is quite negative, and that's why we have a large red bar pointing towards the left. We also have loss-making units in office supplies and technology in Turkey. In the United Kingdom and the United States, on the other hand, the profit numbers are large and positive, and that's why we have the green bars extending towards the right. We've now explored data bars in some detail. Let's turn the data bars slider from on back to off and turn to another popular form of conditional formatting, which is the use of icons. We'll get to that in the demo coming up right ahead. In this demo, we are going to continue exploring conditional formatting of matrix controls, and we are going to turn our attention now to conditional formatting using icons. We turn the icons slider from off to on, and we immediately see that icons have appeared in the profit columns. Remember that the conditional formatting card has that drop down up top, so all of these changes apply to the currently selected column. If we scroll down, we can see rows corresponding to the United Kingdom and the United States, where we get a good sense of how these icons actually work. Let's start by looking at the row for the United States. There, the profit is highest in the technology category, and that's why we see a green circle in that particular cell. We also have a green circle in the cell for office supplies in the United States. Many of the other rows surrounding the United States have relatively low profits when compared to these numbers, and that's why we see a lot of red diamonds. The United Kingdom, which is the row right above the United States, has relatively large profit numbers, still smaller than those for the US, and that's why the icon there takes the form of that yellow triangle. Now, these particular choices of icon might not be appropriate for these profit numbers, so let's go ahead and change them. We do that by clicking on the link button in the visualizations pane titled Advanced Controls. We click on that, and in the dialog which opens up, you can see right up top that this is the icons for the profit field. There's a drop down called Format By that allows us to choose whether we'd like to format by rules or by field value. For now, let's just go with the default choice, which is rules. Another drop down to the right is the Apply To drop down, and this allows us to specify whether we'd like our formatting to apply to values only, or values and totals, or totals only. For now, let's stick with the values only option. Then we can choose the field on which the formatting is based. This is the based on field, and it's currently chosen to be the sum of profit. You can see here that we could choose pretty much any field from any of the relations or datasets currently available in this Power BI report. We can also choose the summarization function, We've seen such choices before, let's stick with the sum. Next is the icon layout dropdown, where we can choose whether we'd like our icon placed to the left of the data, the right of the data, or whether we'd like to have only the icon and not display the actual number itself. Let's stick with left of data and choose icon alignment to be top. Other acceptable choices include middle and bottom. Then we have the style dropdown, and this is maybe the most interesting control in this dialog. You can see here that there are many different icon styles, and these ought to be pretty familiar to you if you've ever used conditional formatting in Excel. It's worth scrolling down in this control to see all of the different icon sets available, and these vary widely and can be applied to many different use cases. You can also see that there are two little buttons below this dropdown: reverse icon order and add new rule. Now the plus new rule button actually governs the rules which appear down below, and you can see that each of these rules takes a specific form. If value is greater than or equal to 0% and is less than 33%, then apply the red diamond. That's what the first rule is telling us. Every aspect of this rule can be customized. We can click on the drop-down for the first relational operator, and the acceptable choices there are is greater than or equal to, is, and is blank. Let's move to the next control. This is the percent control, where we could either choose percent or number. Also note that the threshold of 0 is also editable. In similar fashion, the second logical operator also has a drop-down. This could be is less than or equal to. We can also customize the exact icon that can be applied to this particular rule. We do this by clicking on the drop-down, and that drop-down allows us to pick the exact icon across all icon sets. Along the way, we've made some small tweaks to our rules. We've set the upper threshold for the first rule to 30%. We've correspondingly changed the lower threshold of the middle rule to 30%, and we've also changed the upper threshold of the second rule to 60%. We hit OK, and this takes us back to our matrix control, where we can indeed see that our icon sets have been correctly applied to the data in our matrix. We click on the focus mode in order to view the numbers in greater detail, and we can verify with a few spot checks that our conditional formatting has indeed been correctly applied. That brings us to the end of our exploration of conditional formatting, and indeed to the end of our look at the matrix control in Power BI. This matrix control is extremely powerful and versatile. As we saw, it can be used to contain data related to multiple fields along the rows, along the columns, and even within the values of the matrix itself. In this demo, we are going to turn our attention from the matrix control to the tree map. Tree maps are described by the Power BI docs as ideal for displaying hierarchical data as a set of nested rectangles. The docs also tell us that each level of the hierarchy is represented by a colored rectangle containing smaller rectangles. The outer bounding rectangle is called a branch, and the inner smaller rectangles are called leaves. Power BI bases the size of the space inside each rectangle on the measured value, and rectangles are arranged in size from the top left, that's the largest rectangle, to the bottom right, which is the smallest. An example of a tree map is visible on screen now, where we have sales by country. In a break from our usual practice, we are going to continue making use of the same .bbix file, where we currently have the matrix example present, and that's because we are leading up to a more complex report where the matrix and the tree map exist on different pages of the report, but they still communicate with each other. Let's go ahead and get started. We pick up from the same .bbix file we were using in the previous example, global sales underscore report. We click on the plus icon in the bottom left in order to insert a new page, then right click on that page to rename it, and we call it tree map. Then we click on the tree map icon, which is the rightmost icon in the third row of icons in the visualization toolbox. You can see the tooltip there, which tells us that this is indeed a tree map. A placeholder tree map gets added in to the center of our report, we can now go ahead and drag and drop fields in order to populate it. Let's begin by dragging and dropping the country field into the group input, that's the first input card. Then let's drag and drop the sales field into the values card. At this point, we already have a nice functional tree map in place. As we can see from the title in the top left, this is called sales by country. Let's click on the paint roller icon from where we navigate to the title card and then increase the size of the font of the title. That title is sales by country, and increasing it makes this a little more visible. So our tree map is now ready in its most basic and functional form. We have rectangles. The largest rectangle is in the top left, the smallest rectangle is in the bottom right. The area of each rectangle is proportional to the total sales for that particular country. And we can verify that this is the case by hovering over each of these rectangles. The tooltip includes the name of the country as well as the dollar sales figure. The tooltips are particularly useful as we get to the bottom right, where the sales figures are only visible via the tooltip. The rectangle gets a little too small by this point. Let's now turn our attention to the data labels card. This is in the visualizations pane, and we flip that slider from off to on. This has the effect of adding in not only the name of the country that's at the top left of each rectangle, but also the dollar figure that's in the bottom left. We also open the data labels card and increase the text size so that these labels are a little more visible. Now this tree map contains a lot of information. You might almost argue too much information. We've got to restrict the amount of information here so that the really important facts jump out more prominently. And a handy way to do this is by using the filters pane on the tree map. Then let's click on the filters pane. We expand the filters pane so that it now appears between the tree map and the visualizations pane. As usual, we have a search dialog up top and then filters on each of the fields. Here, the two fields are country and sales. Let's expand the filter on the country and change the filter type from basic filtering to top N. This is a way of restricting our tree map to only the top 10 countries in our dataset by sales. We've got to specify the value of N. Let's go with 10, and then let's drag and drop the sales field from the field explorer on the right into the by value card. And once we're ready, we click on apply filter, and that has the effect of updating our tree map so that only the top 10 countries by sales appear here. We've reduced the amount of information, but that also makes this information easier to digest. Next, let's click on the paint roller icon to switch back to the format pane and customize the appearance of our tree map. Let's open up the data colors card, and you can see there that there are color choosers for every one of the rectangles. Remember here that we have 10 countries because of the top N filtering, and that allows us to choose individually the colors for these 10 countries. We've now changed the color associated with China, and then we close the data colors card and open up the next card, which is data labels. There, let's change the display units from auto to thousands. This also makes those sales figures a little more readable, and we can see that those labels are now expressed in thousands with a capital K after the number. Now let's try a little experiment where we close this card and click on the fields icon. This is just to the left of the paint roller icon. This takes us back to the field inputs where we have the group, details, values, and tooltips inputs. We are now going to drag and drop a field from the field explorer into the details card there. We drag and drop the category field into details, and as soon as we do this, we see that the rectangles corresponding to the countries are now divided up into smaller rectangles. These smaller rectangles still have the same color for the same country, but each of those smaller rectangles now represents a category in addition. For instance, let's focus on the rectangle for the United States. This large blue rectangle has now been split up into 3 smaller rectangles corresponding to sales in the United States for the categories technology, furniture, and office supplies. We can also see that the title of the tree map has changed. In the top left, the title now reads Sales by Country and Category. We spend some time hovering over these rectangles, and we even try clicking on them to see whether we can drill down. But when we do this, we notice that we can't drill down, and we also notice that there are no drill down icons in the top right of the visualization. In order to fix that, we need to introduce hierarchy into the groups represented in the tree map. So let's do exactly that. We drag and drop the state field from the field explorer. It's towards the bottom right of the screen, and we drag and drop it into the group input of our tree map. As soon as we perform this operations, we see that a couple of changes have occurred. First off, in the top right of the tree map visualization, we now have the drill down icons. And secondly, in the group input, this is in the visualizations pane, we see that we have not one but two fields. We have country and then state. Clearly, these form a hierarchy because states are contained within countries. At this point, we do have the drill down icons available. However, if we try and click on any of these rectangles, we still don't seem to be able to drill down. Can you guess why? Well, it's because we haven't turned on the drill down mode. In this case, we can either turn on the drill down mode by clicking on the single down arrow, that's the second icon from the left, or we can dispense with that and click on the two downward pointing arrows, which, as the tooltip tells us, helps us to go to the next level in the hierarchy. For now, let's go with the second option of clicking on the two downward arrows, and when we do this, we will get new rectangles which correspond to all of the states across all of the countries. This tree map is now actually very interesting to look at. So this is a tree map of sales by state and category. Remember that the largest rectangle is always going to be in the top left, and that represents sales for the category of technology in England. Now you might be thinking to yourself that England isn't a state. Well, that's just an artifact of this particular dataset in which the constituent units inside Great Britain have been represented as states. And that's why the largest rectangle here corresponds to the sales of technology in England. You can also see that all categories for England are shaded in the same color and included in the same outer bounding rectangle, and the same is true for every other state as well. The second largest unit in this tree map is California, which appears right below England. We now have a good initial understanding of how the tree map works in Power BI. Let's continue to build on this in the demo coming up next. Anytime you'd like to color code data in a field, you should be thinking of color scales. Anytime you see a really crowded widget, you should be thinking of filters. This widget that we now see on screen is a tree map which has sales by state and category, and it's incredibly crowded. So let's try and clean this up using filters, and along the way, let's also explore the interplay between filters and drill downs. So we expand the filters pane, which lies between the tree map and the visualizations pane, and we currently see that we have filters for category is all, country top 10 by sales, and then sales is all and state is all. Now let's drill up. We do this by clicking on the single up arrow in the top right of the visualization. Drilling up takes us one level up in the hierarchy. We were at the sales by state and category, and drilling up has taken us to sales by country and category. Next, let's turn on the drill down mode. We do this by clicking on the down arrow, as the tooltip there tells us. This is what we click to turn on the drill down mode. Notice that that arrow now appears against a dark background. Clicking on any of the rectangles in the tree map will now cause us to drill down into the states of that particular country. So let's start by clicking on the light blue rectangle representing the United States. And as soon as we do this, the title of our tree map changes. It now reads sales by country, state, and category. Please note that at this point, we have a tree map which only includes all of the states in the United States. To confirm this, let's take a look at the filters. You see there that there is a new filter in there. Country is United States. Now, if we drill up from here by clicking on the up arrow, this is going to take us back up to sales by country and category. And from the filters pane, we can see that the filter for country is United States has vanished. Next, let's add another layer into our hierarchy. We are going to drag and drop the city field from the field explorer into the group, and this now means that we have a 3-level hierarchy: country, state, and city. And making this change has also caused a new filter to be added into the filters pane. You can see it there. Between the category is all and the country top 10 by sales, this new filter reads city is all. Look closely at the title of the tree map. It currently reads sales by country and category. Remember also that the drill down mode is still on. We can see that from the fact that the downward pointing arrow in the top right of our tree map is shaded in. So if we click on any of the rectangles here, we are effectively going to drill down. Let's click on the United States, and this drills down into sales by country, state, and category. Note here that we only have country is United States. You can see a filter for that in the filters pane, and all of the states here are states in the US. The drill down mode is still on, and we still have one further level to go in the hierarchy because we've added city beneath the level of the states. So if we click on any of the states here, we will drill into the constituent cities. We click on New York, and the result is to open up sales for all of the cities in New York State. And as you might imagine, this tree map is now dominated by the sales in New York City. And if you scroll down in the filters pane, you can see that we have not one but two filters in there. Country is United States and state is New York. Let's click on the drill up arrow a couple of times in quick succession. This will take us back up to the top level tree map, which is for sales by country and category. Now that we've come back to the top, let's click on the two diverging downward pointing arrows. These read expand all down one level in the hierarchy. This now takes us to sales by country, state, and category. And note here that we do not have any filter on either the country or the state. You can see in the filters pane that we now have all states and all countries. This is why this tree map is truly hard to make sense of. Now the general idea that the tree map has the largest rectangle in the top left and the smallest in the bottom right continues to hold. So in the top left we have England, which is considered here a state in the United Kingdom. After that is California, which of course is a state in the US. Once we've had our fill of exploring, let's drill up. This takes us back to sales by country and category, and let's get rid of the city field as well as the state field from the group card. You can see that in the visualizations pane. At this point, the title in the top left of the tree map reads sales by country and category. Let's also delete the category field from the details control. And we are now left with just sales by country. Remember that we still have the top 10 filter on, and that's why the tree map looks extremely tractable, just the 10 large rectangles in there. We'll now turn our attention to color coding our tree map based on the sales. To do this, we click on the paint roller icon, navigate to the data colors card, and click on advanced controls. This opens up a nice dialog where we can specify the default colors, and this is done using a color scale that's governed by the drop-down in the top left. As usual, we have another drop-down. This is the based on field drop-down. From this, we choose the sales field from our global superstore dataset. The summarization function remains sum, and then we pick colors for the minimum and maximum values. Let's pick a deep red for the minimum and a bright green for the maximum sales. We then hit OK. This takes us back to our tree map where we now see that there is a nice color coding scheme for these rectangles. The larger the sales in that country, the larger the area of the rectangle, and the more green the color of the rectangle. And this is why the color of the rectangles varies quite uniformly from a bright green in the top left to a bright red in the bottom right. Remember that in a tree map, the rectangles are arranged in decreasing order of area, with the largest area being in the top left. Because of the way we set up our color scale, this largest area also corresponds to the deepest shade of green. Now if we stop to think about it, this isn't a really optimal use of the color scales. It would make more sense to have a different quantity encoded using the colors. And so let's click again on the Advanced Controls button and let's change the field that we encode, and that field is now set to be sum of profit rather than sum of sales. We don't make any changes to the color scheme. We hit OK, and we now see that the color coding is not directly related to the area of the rectangle. We still have the deepest shade of red in the bottom right and the brightest green in the top left. However, for the intermediate rectangles, the color shades vary, and that's because the profitabilities of these countries vary as well. We've now come to the end of this demo in which we saw how we could apply color coding to our tree map. Let's revert to defaults, and in the demo coming up ahead, we will focus on other aspects of tree map behavior. In this demo, we are going to learn how to create a hierarchy and associate this hierarchy with our tree map. Let's pick up from where we left off at the end of the last demo. There we had a tree map with sales by country. Let's first change our tree map so that it denotes profits rather than sales. This is easy enough to do. We simply drag in the profit field from the Profit Explorer over on the right into the values card. We then delete the sales field from this card so that we are just visualizing profit by country. One little loose end to tie up: in the filters pane, we previously had a filter specifying that we only wanted the top N, that is the top 10 countries by sales. Let's change that so that we continue to have the top 10 countries, but this time by profit instead. So we drag and drop the profit field into the by value control here, and we now have only the top 10 countries by profit. Once we're ready, we hit apply filters and the tree map updates. As an aside, you may just have noted that the by value input inside the filters control here only accepts one field. So when we dragged and dropped the profit field in, that automatically replaced the sales field. This little detail is worth keeping in mind. In any case, we now have the updated tree map, and we can also see that we have a much more diverse range of colors and countries. Australia and El Salvador in particular stand out as new additions. Let's take a moment to orient ourselves by hovering over some of these rectangles and examining the tooltips. They have the country as well as the profit. Next, let's add a new field into our tree map. We drag and drop the category field into the details input of our tree map. Doing so splits the rectangles representing the countries into 3 sub-rectangles. And that's because we have 3 categories: technology, office supplies, and furniture. This tree map gives us a nice view of profits by country and category, but as we hover around these rectangles, we can see that there's no geographic pattern to the countries in the tree map. At this point, we decide that we might be interested in aggregating countries in the same geographic region. And it turns out that there is actually a field in our dataset which enables us to do so. That field is the market field, and it takes values such as APAC, EU, US, and LATAM. We've now hovered over the market field in the Field Explorer on the right, and as usual, we have the 3 horizontal dots in the extreme right there. We click on those 3 horizontal dots to open up a context menu. That context menu has many interesting options, of which we are currently interested in the Create Hierarchy option, which is second from the top. We now see that in the Field Explorer, we continue to have the Market field, that's the standalone field, and just below it, we have a Market Hierarchy field. You can see that the icon for the Market Hierarchy field makes it clear that this has a hierarchy of fields. At this point, there's just the one field in that hierarchy, and that's the Market field. We are going to change that, however, by adding in country, state, and city. Let's go ahead and do that. We navigate to each of these fields, starting with the country field. We click on the 3 horizontal dots over on the right of the field name, open up the context-sensitive menu, and in that context-sensitive menu, we choose the third option, Add to Hierarchy. This opens up a sub-menu displaying all available hierarchies. At this point, we have just one, that's the Market Hierarchy field, so we choose that, and this in turn causes country to appear inside the Market Hierarchy. The Market Hierarchy now has 2 fields. It has the market and then the country. We repeat this process by adding in the state and then the city. In both instances, we follow the same process. We click on the field name, the 3 horizontal dots over on the right. This opens up a context-sensitive menu. We choose the Add to Hierarchy option, which is third from top, and then choose the Market Hierarchy. By the end of this process, the market hierarchy field is nicely set up. We can see it there in the Field Explorer. It has 4 sub-levels: market, country, state, and city. We are ready to actually make use of this market hierarchy in our tree map. So let's drag and drop this into the group input of our tree map visualization. First, let's just delete the country field, which is currently in that group input, and then drag and drop the market hierarchy. And as soon as we do this, our tree map changes in appearance. We have top level rectangles corresponding to the regions APAC, EU, US, and LATAM. Inside these rectangles, we have sub or smaller rectangles for the corresponding categories, and these continue to be technology, furniture, and office supplies. Now at this point, you might be wondering where the remaining regions are. Well, remember that we still have a filter in place, and that filter has restricted our tree map to only include the top 10 countries by profit. We open up the filters tab and delete that filter, so we are back to having country is all. And now when we relook at our tree map, we can see that we do indeed have all of the geographic regions in there: APAC, EU, US, Africa, LATAM, and EMEA. Let's now turn on the drill down mode by clicking on the downward pointing arrow icon, and then if we click on a rectangle here, we will be able to drill down into its constituent components. For instance, we click on the EU and the title has changed. It's now showing profit by market, country, and category. We can see that the United Kingdom is the most profitable country, France is second, and Germany is third. Let's try clicking on Germany, and this takes us into the individual states within Germany. Clicking again takes us down to the individual cities. We can see that within Germany, the top most profitable city is Munich, and in Munich, the most profitable category is. Remember that we are drilling down, and that's why we only see information for the cities in Germany. If we now click the up icon to drill up, we are back to the states. These are all the states in Germany. We drill up again and we reach all of the countries in the EU. These include Germany. And finally, if we drill up one last time, we get back to the top level. And we are back to having profit by market and category. We can continue exploring these drill down features to an infinite level of detail, but by now we have a good handle on how these work. So we'll cut short our explorations here and move on to the next demo, where we will add a powerful new capability in Power BI, that is the slicer widget. In this demo, we are going to introduce a new visual element called the slicer, which is very similar to a filter but is a standalone visual element and a part of the Power BI report. We will then see how slicers can be used and synced across pages and controls, and use these synced slicers in order to coordinate our matrix and tree map controls. That's a packed agenda, so let's go ahead and get started. At the end of the last demo, we had a tree map which plotted profit by market and category. Let's just delete the category field from the details input. This gives us a much simpler tree map with just profit by market, and then we click on the slicer icon in the visualizations toolkit. You can see it there, it's the second icon from the left in the 5th row. Clicking on this causes a new placeholder slicer to be added to our Power BI report. Let's now populate this slicer. There's a field input. We drag and drop the subcategory field that's at the very bottom right of the screen into that field input. This slicer now has a series of checkboxes, one checkbox for each subcategory. As always, after adding in a new visual control, we click on the paint roller icon and tweak some of the formatting aspects, specifically the text size, and then we resize the slicer in order to make it more clearly visible. By the end of this process, we can see each of the subcategory names more clearly. Now, let's see what happens if we select an item from the slicer. Let's go ahead and click on one of these items, for instance, the appliances checkbox. As soon as we do this, we see that the tree map over on the left updates automatically. So the slicer was automatically synced up with the tree map. And that tree map now only includes information for profits by country, but effectively filtered or sliced on subcategory equal to appliances. Now at this point, you probably are wondering what the difference is between a slicer and a filter. The most obvious difference is that the slicer is a visual element, and so it's directly interactive even for a user of the Power BI report. The filter, on the other hand, is not a visual element, rather it's a part of the Power BI desktop environment. As the Power BI docs tell us though, Power BI slicers do not support input fields or drill down options. You might remember that with filters we have options such as basic filtering, advanced filtering, and top N filtering. That's pretty different from how a slicer works. Next, let's try and understand the interplay between the tree map and the slicer. We begin by clicking on the two downward pointing arrows. Remember that these have the functionality to go to the next level in the hierarchy. We are currently at the market level, so when we drill down by one level, we are going to go to the country level. And that's confirmed when we click on that icon. We now have profit by country rather than profit by market. As we perform this drill down, you might have noticed that the contents or the selected item in the slicer did not change. The appliances subcategory is still checked, none of the other subcategories are checked. So this tree map is showing us profit by country, but for the specific subcategory of appliances, and the most profitable country for this subcategory is the United States. Please keep that in mind because we will shortly return to this tree map but with a different subcategory selected, and at that point we'll find that it will be China rather than the US, which is the most profitable country in the top left corner. We can drill up in the usual fashion by clicking on the up arrow, and we go back to profit by market. Once again, all of this information is only for the appliances subcategory. Now, let's try and choose a different category. Let's click on bookcases instead. As an aside, by default, slicers do accept multiple selections, but only if the control key is pressed down. Here, when we clicked on the bookcases category, we did not have the control key pressed down, and that's why the appliances subcategory got deselected. But now only for the subcategory bookcases. Let's try and go to the next level by clicking on the two down arrows. This is going to give us profit by country rather than profit by market, once again only for bookcases. And now we can see that this tree map has China as the most profitable country. So when it comes to sales of bookcases rather than sales of appliances, leadership passes hands from the United States to China. We can continue experimenting with different choices of subcategory and drill downs and drill ups. And this also shows how easy Power BI makes it for you to explore different cuts of your data. It's really simple to get views of profitability by subcategory for different markets and countries. In any case, once we've done this to our satisfaction, we now turn to a multiple selection. Remember that this is possible simply by holding down the control key. So we first clear the selection from our slicer. We'll do that by clicking on the eraser icon in the top right of that slicer control. That clears the selection such that none of the checkboxes are selected. And then we make use of the multi-select feature of the slicer. We first click on chairs. We then press down the control key while we also click on tables. And at this point, you can see that our tree map has both chairs and tables selected. If we now click on the two downward pointing arrows to go to the next level in the hierarchy, we are going to get a combined view, that is profit by country for these two subcategories. And we can keep clicking on those two downward pointing arrows to get profit by state and then profit by city. Let's now drill up a couple of times to get back to the top of this hierarchy. We have a good basic sense of how slicers work by this point, but there's a lot more left for us to learn. And we'll get to some of that in the demo coming up ahead, where we'll see the interplay between slicers and filtering and how slicers can be synced across different controls and pages of a Power BI report. At the end of the previous demo, we left off with a Power BI report file containing two pages, matrix and tree map. You can see these two page names in the bottom left of your screen. The tree map, which we were just working with, has profit by market. And in addition, there is a slicer control. You can see that slicer just to the right of the tree map. Currently, we've selected the subcategory phones from this slicer. And that's why the tree map currently only reflects profit by market for subcategory phones. It's pretty clear that Power BI has automatically synced this slicer with the tree map. However, the question is the slicer also synced to the contents of the matrix page? Let's go ahead and try to find out. We switch over to the matrix page and we can see instantaneously that no, the two pages are not in sync. How can we tell so quickly? Well, take a look first off at the rows of the matrix. We can see here that the rows correspond to states within countries, and also the columns represent all of the categories and not restricted to the subcategory phones. So in the tree map, we have region and subcategory equal to phones, whereas in the matrix, we have states of countries and all of our categories. We can also drill up in this page and we go one level up. We now have countries. We can again see that there is no sync between the matrix and the tree map. When we click back into the tree map page, we continue to only have profit by market. So we have the geographic regions such as the APAC, EU and US. And from the slicer on this page, we can see that we still only have subcategory phones selected. Our next aim is to establish a link between these two pages, and in order to do so, we first click on the View menu item over at the very top towards the left of the screen. Once we are in the View menu, way over on the right, we see a button titled Sync Slicers. It's always a good idea to read the tooltips on these UI elements, and this tooltip says synchronize slicers and control their visibility across pages in your report. So this is exactly what we are trying to accomplish. Let's click on it. We click on it and a Sync Slicers dialog opens up towards the center of the screen. As that dialog tells us, we can use this to add and sync with all pages or to select specific pages. There's a table in there in which the first column is titled Page Name, and that has the names of the two pages in our report, Matrix and Tree Map. The second column in that little table tells us whether we'd like the slicers in those pages to be synced, and the third column indicates whether the slicers ought to be visible. Right now, we only have one checkbox, and that's for the tree map slicer in the visible column. Let's go ahead and check all of the remaining boxes in this table, and by the end of this process, these two pages will share a slicer. That slicer will be visible on both pages and will be synced across both pages as well. Let's verify that this is the case. We are currently in the tree map page. Let's change the selection to machines. So that's the subcategory we now choose in the slicer. The appearance of the tree map changes. Let's now switch over to the matrix page, and we can see there that both the contents of the matrix as well as the slicer reflect this new choice. We can see in the slicer that it's machines which is selected, and in the matrix view, we can see that the only category that's represented there is technology, because technology contains the subcategory machines. Let's run a few more experiments to make sure that we understand the syncing. We are now in the tree map page. You can see we have the machine subcategory selected, and we click on the up arrow to go from the country level to the market level. Then let's change the selection in the subcategory slicer. We pick accessories. We can now see that in the profit by market, the US is the most profitable region. We click on it and we can see that the total profit in the US is $41,936. We can drill up. We are back to the entire profit by market. And now let's verify that the matrix page shows the same number. We switch to the matrix page, and right away we can see that the selected subcategory in the slicer is accessories, so that's correct. Then let's scroll down into the matrix and check the profit number for the United States, and indeed this is also $41,936. So we've again verified that the slicers across the two pages in our report are indeed synced. After performing a few more experiments like drilling up, we decide to clear the selected subcategories from the slicer. We do this as usual by clicking on the small eraser icon in the top right corner of the slicer visual control. This has cleared the selection, and we are now going to add in another visual element into this page of the report. So let's make room for it by reducing the size of the slicer and moving the slicer down towards the center left. The new element that we're going to add is going to be a stacked column chart. You can see that we've now clicked on the icon for the stacked column chart. It's the second icon from the left in the visualizations toolkit. A placeholder stacked column chart appears in the center of the screen. We drag and drop the country field from the field finder over on the left into the input card for the axis. Then we scroll down and drag and drop the profit field into the input card for the values. So in this way, we have a stacked column chart in which we have countries on the x-axis and the profit on the y-axis. So far so good. We now have 3 different controls on this matrix page. We make a few tweaks to the appearance, such as increasing the size of the title text and the other parts of the stacked column chart. And after some of these minor tweaks, we are ready to use the focus mode in order to view the stacked column chart in more detail. Here, you can really see the utility of that focus mode button. This is a somewhat crowded page in our report. By clicking on that focus mode icon in the top right, we get a view where we can explore the profit by country in a lot of detail. Way over on the left, we have the United States, China, India, and the UK. These are the most profitable countries. As we scroll to the right, we see that the Netherlands, Nigeria, and Turkey represent the least profitable countries in this dataset. Once we're done exploring, we click on Back to Report in the top left, and we are now ready to compare the revenues and the profits across the major countries. To begin with, let's sort our matrix view by the total column. Remember that this is total sales, that is revenue, and that's why we have the total revenues for the United States, which stand at $2.297 million. We get that information about the sales from the matrix view, and then from the stacked column chart, we can see that the total profits in the US stood at about $0.3 million. That's an interesting bit of information to begin with. Now things get even more interesting. We select a subcategory from the slicer down below. At this point, before we select anything, all subcategories are selected, so the totals in the matrix view represent the total sales and the totals in the stacked column chart reflect the total profits. If we now go ahead and select a specific subcategory from the slicer, we see that both the matrix view and the stacked column chart immediately update. The subcategory we chose was accessories. We can see here that in the matrix view, the total sales in the United States for this subcategory came to $167,380, and the profits in the United States stood at around $40,000. We can now hold down the control key and try and select multiple subcategories at one go, and the matrix view and the chart will update accordingly. That gets us to the end of this demo, in which we've learned something really interesting. We've seen how easy Power BI makes it for us to wire up multiple different UI elements in the same page. In the demo coming up ahead, we'll take things one step further and we will wire up multiple UI elements across the multiple pages of our report. We ended the last demo with the matrix page of our Power BI report containing 3 visual elements. In the top right corner, we have a stacked column chart showing profit by country. In the bottom right, we have a slicer. The field setting on the slicer is for subcategory. You can see that in the visualizations pane. And then towards the left of the screen, we have a matrix view where we have the sales by country and category. Please note that we've just cleared the selection from the slicer. Note how our mouse is hovering over the eraser icon at the top right of the slicer. Now, if one slicer was good, 2 slicers ought to be better. So let's free up a little bit of screen real estate by reducing the size of our matrix, and then in the space that's opened up, let's add in a second slicer. We click on the slicer icon that's in the 5th row, the second icon from the left, and then we drag and drop this icon into the space we just created. We orient this slicer control horizontally rather than vertically, and then we drag and drop into the slicer's data field, the profit field from the field finder over on the right. This is something interesting. Because profit is a numeric field, our slicer has taken the form of a slider. It's a little hard to see, but the extreme left value on that slider, which is also a slicer, is the largest loss. As we slide the slider over towards the right, the other elements in our page change as well. When we slide the slicer way over to the right, we are left with only the single most profitable country, which is the United States, and that is also the only country displayed in the matrix view on the top left. Let's expand the profit range a little bit, so we move the slicer back towards the left, and as we do this, more countries appear in the matrix as well as in the stacked column chart on the top right. Now let's switch over to the other page, that's the tree map page, and there we seem to find that we still have all of the countries in here. Let's confirm that we've not synced this with the contents of the matrix page by clicking on the two down arrows, and indeed this drill down reveals that we do indeed have all of the countries still present in this tree map. Can you tell why these two pages are not synced? Well, if you guess that we did not sync our newly added slicer with the tree map page, you guessed correctly. This little experiment was meant to drive home 2 points. The first was that when we have a continuous field or a numeric field which we add in to a slicer, that slicer takes the form of a slider. We can see that in the bottom left of our current screen. The other point worth keeping in mind is that we've always got to click on the Sync Slicers button if we want to have our slicer work across pages. These 2 points have hopefully been driven home by now, so we can now click on the little icon over on the top right of the slicer and choose Remove. We've eliminated this slicer which was local to the matrix page. Now there's another interesting little experiment related to slicers that we need to try. We are currently in the Home menu. You can see that from the little yellow underlining under the word Home in the very top of the screen towards the left. Let's click on the View menu, and there we find the Sync Slicers button way over on the right. Let's click that button again. We can see from the little table inside that Sync Slicers dialog that we do indeed have a sync established between the matrix and the tree map pages. There are 4 checkboxes in that table and all 4 of them are currently checked. Let's go ahead and change that. Let's uncheck the 2 checkboxes from the matrix page. And so by the end of this process, we will have a slicer in the tree map page, and that slicer is still going to be visible. However, there's not going to be any slicer visible or present in the matrix page. So now there will be a slicer in the tree map page, it will be visible, and any changes that we make will be reflected in the rest of that page, but those changes will have no effect on the matrix page. With this understanding in mind, let's now go ahead and switch back to the matrix page. We notice right away that the slicer has disappeared from that page. There's blank space below the stacked column chart where the slicer used to be. We can expand that a little bit. We then switch back to the tree map page, and there the slicer is still visible. Now let's move this page around a little bit. So we resize the matrix and we move the slicer so that it's horizontally oriented beneath the matrix. And then we're going to change an important visual property of the slicer. We click on it, then we click on the paint roller icon in the center of the visualizations pane. There we open up the general card. Within the general card, you can see that there's an outline color, an outline weight, and finally an orientation. In that orientation dropdown, we change the selected choice from vertical to horizontal. And as soon as we do this, the appearance of our slicer changes drastically. The individual items now appear in the form of buttons rather than as checkboxes. Next, let's close the general card and turn our attention to the selection controls card. And once there, let's slide the single select slider to be on rather than off. And in this way, we are making sure that only one of the buttons can be pressed down at a time. Turning on single select also means that one button has to be pressed down at any point in time, and that's why the accessories button is now highlighted in black. In similar fashion, we can try out the other buttons, we can click on them, we can always only select one subcategory at a time. After a bit of experimentation, we decided that the single select isn't such a great idea, so we turn that back to off. And then we scroll down a little bit and toggle the Show Select All option to be on instead of off. And as a result of this, a button gets added way over on the left and it reads Select All. At this point, you should be aware that we can change the appearance of our slicer back to have checkboxes rather than buttons, all we need to do is to go back into the general card and change the orientation back to vertical. At this point, you can see that we have a select all option here as well. And we can go ahead and tweak the orientation as we like. When the orientation is horizontal, the individual choices appear in the form of buttons. That gets us to the end of this little demo in which we explored horizontal and vertical orientation of slicers, and we also saw how we can break the syncing of slicers on different pages. In this demo, we will continue with the example we were working with previously, but now we are going to try and optimize our Power BI report for the mobile app. The easiest way to do this is by navigating into the View menu and clicking on the Mobile Layout button, which you see in the center of the menu bar. As the tooltip there tells us, this button helps us to design our reports for mobile devices. The Power BI docs also inform us that by default, any Power BI report will be displayed in landscape orientation. However, by using this mobile layout, we can also optimize it for portrait orientation as well as add other little tweaks, which we will discuss in the demo ahead. So let's go ahead and click on that mobile layout button, and the look and feel of the Power BI desktop changes entirely. Now, the center of the screen is dominated by a fine-grained canvas grid. On right, we have a pane called Page Visuals, and within this, we have the widgets or the UI elements that we had in the non-mobile or the desktop view, and these are identified via their visual names. So we have two visuals in here, Profit by Market and Slicer. Below the word Page Visuals, we have two icons over on the right. The extreme right is an eraser icon, which can be used in order to remove all of these visuals from the page. Just to its left is a little icon which can be used in order to specify the ordering of the elements in the visual layout. This is known as the layering order of the visuals, and in order to understand it, you should remember that when we drag visuals onto the canvas, each visual exists in its own layer on top of any other visuals that might already be on that canvas. So we've got to ensure that these different visuals do not overlap. Then coming to the two little visuals themselves, we have the visual names as well as thumbnail previews of what they look like. And then we have a little eye-like icon, and that is the visibility indicator, which tells us whether that particular visual is visible or not. In this case, we see that visibility indicator for both Profit by Market as well as Slicer, indicating that both of these are visible UI elements. Let's drag and drop the Profit by Market into the canvas. We then can resize it or simply delete it if we feel it wouldn't be a good fit in the mobile layout. Deleting this visual sends it back into the page visual section over on the right. Glance now at the bottom left of the screen. You can see that this mobile layout is specific to the tree map page. We could either navigate to the matrix page right here inside the mobile layout, or we could switch out of the mobile layout, go back to the desktop view, change pages, make whatever changes we'd like to the desktop version, and then again click on mobile layout. This time in the page visual section, we have not two but three page visuals: the matrix, the slicer, and the profit by country. You can see here that the slicer is actually not visible at this point. It's grayed out, and what's more, the visibility indicator is covered with a slash, telling us that this slicer is invisible. Of course, that's something that we had explicitly done while creating the page in the desktop view. Now let's drag and drop these visuals into the canvas and reorient them so that they appear as we'd like. If we feel that we don't like the look of this page at all, we just click on the eraser icon in the top right. That's to remove all visualizations. When we click on it, we are prompted to confirm our choice. Do we really wish to remove all visualizations from this mobile layout? If we confirm our choice by clicking on the bright yellow remove button, all of those visualizations will be removed from the canvas and reappear in the page visual section. Now, there's a specific use case for buttons which tends to arise more often on mobile apps than on desktop apps. And that is a use case where there's a linear flow to a report. You can think of this as similar to the checkout flow in an e-commerce store. Modeling such a linear flow isn't difficult in Power BI. To see how this is done, let's exit out of the mobile layout, click on the Insert menu item in the top left, and then click on the Buttons button, which is towards the center right. This brings up a submenu which allows us to insert buttons pointing in different directions: left arrow, right arrow, and so on. You can see here that there are also customized buttons for reset, back, information, help, Q&A, bookmark, and a blank button as well. For now, it's a right pointing button that we are interested in, because of course we'd always want to shepherd our user through onto the next step of the linear flow. So right arrow is what we click on, and we move that right arrow towards the top right corner of our canvas. Please note that we are doing all of this inside the desktop version. We'll switch to the mobile layout in a moment. Before that, let's just change the look and feel of this button. So in the visualizations card, we add in a nice blue fill. When we are ready, we close the fill card, navigate down to the action card, and that happens to already be on, but we need to specify the type of action. There's a drop down there, and the acceptable choices are back, bookmark, drill through, page navigation, Q&A, and web URL. For now, it's page navigation that we are interested in, so that's what we choose. We'll then be prompted for the page that we wish to navigate to. That's in the destination dropdown. The choices are none or tree map, because tree map is the only other page in this particular report. So we select tree map, and our button is now ready to use. If we hover over it, a tooltip appears telling us that we can use control click to follow that link. And if we do control click on that link, we find ourselves in the next page. Buttons are a powerful addition to a Power BI report, and you should always be thinking about ways to try and use them if you can. We have now come to the end of this course, Matrix and Tree Map Controls in Power BI. We began this course by creating a matrix control in Power BI. This is very similar to a pivot table in Excel. We added aggregations to our matrix, created row and column hierarchies from hierarchical fields, drilled through those hierarchies, formatted the matrix, and applied conditional formatting using color scales, data bars, and icons. Next, we visualized composition of a whole using tree maps. These are useful when there are more than 4 or 5 categories that make up a whole, in which case pie charts are hard to interpret. It is also easy to display hierarchical fields using a tree map. We created a tree map, added a hierarchy to it, formatted it, and drilled through the hierarchical tree map. When the tree map became too cluttered, we applied a filter. Finally, we created and filtered data through slicers. A slicer is a visual element that can be used to filter data in graphs around it. We created a slicer on a categorical field, synced it with our tree map, synced the tree map with the matrix that was on another page in our report, created slicers for numeric fields, and aligned slicers horizontally. We rounded out this course by optimizing the mobile layout of our report. Now that you have an expert level understanding of visualizing data in Power BI, you are ready to move on to using the Power BI service. That's in the course with that same title coming up next. So far, all of our activities were confined to the Power BI desktop, which, as its name would suggest, is a desktop app in which we can develop reports. We are now going to introduce the Power BI service. This is a SaaS tool in which we can view and share Power BI reports. We can also publish Power BI reports to a workspace and create dashboards which access visuals from multiple reports. Let's go ahead and get started. We are going to configure and set up our Power BI service account. We have a blank browser before us. We type in the URL app.powerbi.com. This takes us to a page where we are prompted asking whether we already have an account. There we scroll down and find an option to try Power BI for free. Let's go ahead and click on that. We are led into a simple sign-in process where we first enter our email. Next, we are prompted for whether this is a work or a personal email ID. In this case, this is a work email ID, so that's the option that we choose and hit next again. We are led to the next step in the process. This is where we choose our password. That password needs to be confirmed, and then down below, we have a verification code that we need to type in. This verification code would have been sent to the email ID that we had entered up above. Once we've specified the password and confirmed it and entered the verification code, we can hit next. This in turn gets us started with Power BI. Let's go ahead and click on that Get Started button. We sign in with the email ID we just entered, and this sign in and password leads into the Power BI service. We get started by dismissing a couple of prompts that arise right at the beginning. We are still in our trial period, so we click on Try Free and then take a moment to orient ourselves. Power BI comes with a free 60-day trial. In order to start the trial period, we click on the profile icon over in the top right. This has a bright yellow Start Trial button. We click on it. We are asked to confirm that we'd like to start our 60-day free Pro trial. For the next 60 days, Power BI Pro is ours. Let's go ahead and hit OK. At this point, we are told that we've been awarded all premium features. Anytime you'd like to check how many days you have left on that free trial, you can click on that profile icon once again. And as you can see there, the license type says Pro, and it also informs us that we have 59 days left in our trial. You can also use this to either cancel the trial or to go ahead and upgrade and buy Pro now. Let's close out that profile box and then scroll down. There's a space there which has recently shared or opened content, and we can see that that's currently blank. So far, so good. Let's now switch back from the Power BI service, which was the web app, to Power BI desktop, which of course is the desktop app where we find our trusty global sales report. This is the report which has 2 pages, matrix and tree map, and we have these exactly where we left them. Note the presence of the right arrow button in the top right. Now, in order to make this report available for use via the service, we need to publish it. And to do that, we click on the Publish button, which you see in the toolbar ribbon on the top right. Please note that the Publish button appears when we have the Home menu highlighted. We can see the Home menu. It's highlighted with a yellow bar. It's the second menu item from the top left. As the tooltip on that button tells us, the Publish button will help us to publish this report online in the Power BI service. And of course, the Power BI service is what we just signed into. Let's go ahead and click on that button. We are prompted for the email ID associated with our Power BI service account. And we enter that email ID and hit continue. We are then prompted to authenticate ourselves using the password. Once we sign in successfully, we are then prompted for the name of a destination to publish this report to. Now, reports and dashboards in the Power BI service exist within the context of a workspace. And when we create our account for the first time, one workspace has already been created for us. The name of that is My Workspace, and you can see it here as a suggested choice in this particular dialog. So let's go ahead and choose My Workspace, and that is where our global sales report will be published. Because My Workspace is the only workspace available, it's been highlighted and selected by default. We click the select button, and a moment later we get a message indicating that our publishing to Power BI service was a success. At this point, we can switch from the Power BI desktop app to the Power BI service. There on the bottom left, we see a list of workspaces under which there's just the one workspace titled My Workspace. We click on that, and the contents of My Workspace appear in the center pane. This currently has 2 files. Both of these are called Global Sales Report, but when we examine the types closely, we see that the first one is of type report, the second is of type dataset. You can also see that each of these has the owner listed as Diana Duncan. That's the email ID that we use to sign in. Let's delete the prompt asking us whether we'd like to start a tour and instead conduct a little tour of our own. We can see here that we have 3 tabs. These are titled All, Content, and Datasets plus Data Flows. As we can infer from this, when we publish a report from the desktop app, 2 files get published into the workspace. One of these contains only the report, and this is listed in the All tab as well as in the Content tab. And then there's the dataset. That is available in the All tab as well as in the Datasets plus Data Flows tab, as you can now see on screen. Let's see what happens if we click on this file. This is the Global Sales Report dataset file. This takes us into another page where we have options listed up top. These could allow us to download the .pbix file or manage the permissions, or we could refresh the dataset right now or schedule a refresh. We could also choose to share the report or create a new report from scratch. Additional options available here include Analyze in Excel, View Lineage, and Chat in Teams. The same actions can also be performed by clicking on those bright yellow buttons down below. If we scroll to the bottom, we can see that there is a way to explore related reports. And there we see a link to all of the reports which reference this dataset. At this point, there's just one report, and that's the global sales report itself. We'll get to that report in due course, but first let's try and click on those three horizontal dots in the top right. The one action there is Show Tables. We click on that and we find details of the tables or relations that we have in the global superstore. We can expand the table in the table view, and of course this is very similar to the field explorer that we had in the desktop app. We can collapse this table and close it anytime we like. Next, let's click on My Workspace in the bottom left. This takes us back to where we began. This is in the workspace. We click on New, and there we can see that there are many different actions possible in the context of a workplace. Possible actions here include creation of a new report, which helps to visualize data, a paginated report, a dashboard. We'll have more to say on this topic. And we can also use this menu in order to create a dataset, a streaming dataset, or even to upload a file. As you can see, the types of files suggested here include .ppix, .rdl, .xlsx, or .csv. So clearly there's a lot that we can do within the context of a workspace. For now, let's just exit out of this new menu and click on the All button. This will take us to the two files which are actually present in our workspace. We've already explored Global Sales Report, that's the dataset. It's now time for us to explore Global Sales Report, that's the report file. So we click on it, that's the first file listed here, and this opens up a web-based version of the same report that we have come to know so well from the Power BI desktop app. Let's quickly explore some of the menu items. The first is the file menu. You can see that we can use this to save a copy, download the .pbix file, manage permissions, and print. The export menu, which comes next, allows us to analyze in Excel, PowerPoint, or PDF. We also could share, chat in Teams, or get insights. Let's click on the three horizontal dots over on the right. And there are some interesting actions possible from here as well. We could subscribe, edit, see related content, open lineage view, usage metrics, or pin to a dashboard. The option to pin to a dashboard is going to become important in the demo coming up ahead. We've now familiarized ourselves with some of the functionality present in the Power BI service. We can start clicking on the pages in this particular report. You can see these listed under the Pages pane, Matrix, and Tree Map. We spend some time clicking on the buttons, exploring the filters, and we can see that most of the functionality that we were working with in the desktop app is visible here as well. Let's keep going with this exploration in the demo coming up ahead. In the previous demo, we introduced the Power BI service and also alluded on multiple occasions to dashboards. We saw, for instance, a menu item where it was possible to pin a visual or a page from a Power BI report into a dashboard. This demo is going to talk about dashboards in a lot more detail. As we shall see, dashboards are single page views which are compiled using visualizations from one or more reports. The whole idea of a dashboard is to give a big picture view. Reports, on the other hand, are for more detailed hands-on analysis using drill downs, slicers, filters, and so on. Let's go ahead and get started and see how we can create dashboards in Power BI using the Power BI service. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. As you can see from the black ribbon at the top of the screen, we are in My Workspace. This is the Global Sales Report. There are two pages here. They are called Matrix and Tree Map. This is the same Power BI report that we had created using the desktop app and then published into the service. Now let's go ahead and click on the pin icon that we see right above this page of the report. And that pin icon has a very descriptive tooltip which reads Pin Visual. Let's click on that pin icon, and that in turn brings up a prompt. This is how we pin to a dashboard. We are asked to select an existing or a new dashboard into which we'd like to pin this page. As you can see, there are a couple of radio buttons. We could pin either to an existing dashboard or a new dashboard. And if it's a new dashboard, we can specify the name of that new dashboard right here. Let's go ahead and type in a name, and that name is Global Sales Dashboard. The pin button is enabled and we click it. And at this point, our visual has been pinned to the dashboard. We get a prompt in the top right confirming this. That splash screen asks whether we'd like to create a mobile layout or go to the dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard and view our handiwork. Here it is, we are in our dashboard, and a few important points worth noting. To begin with, right up top on the left is a box prompting us to ask questions about our data. We'll come back to this. This Q&A feature is extremely powerful. Next, we note that we can resize this widget or right-click, and in the context-sensitive menu which opens up, we are presented with other options including exporting to a CSV. We can also use this menu in order to go to the report from where we obtain this visual, to edit the details, or just to delete this tile. This also gives us a clue as to the structure of a dashboard. The dashboard can be thought of as consisting of tiles, and each individual tile is obtained by pinning a visual from some underlying Power BI report. Next, let's click on the File menu on the top left and try and save a copy of this dashboard. We are prompted for a name. We go with a generic name and hit the duplicate button. At this point, our dashboard has been successfully duplicated. If we go back into the workspace in the bottom left, that's my workspace, there we find that we now have two additional files. The first is the copy of the global sales dashboard that we just created, and the other is the original global sales dashboard we created a moment ago. In addition to these two files, we continue to have the global sales report as well as the corresponding dataset file. The first two files were the ones that we pushed or published out to the service from Power BI desktop. We can open this copy and it's pretty much identical to the original. Let's now go back to the workspace by clicking on my workspace in the bottom left, and let's delete this copy. To do this, we hover over the file and click on the three vertical dots. The context menu which opens up has delete as the first alternative. We click on it, we are prompted to confirm the deletion, and once we confirm by clicking on delete, that file disappears. We just have three files left in our workspace. Let's click on the global sales dashboard file again and confirm that it has just the one tile. We'll now head back into our workspace, open the report, and pin another tile into the dashboard. So here we are back in the matrix page of the global sales report, and this time we hover over a different visual element. This is the stacked column chart that we have in the top right. Please note that we can hover over individual visual elements. Each one of them will have its own pin button. So we click on this pin button. We are prompted for the dashboard that we wish to pin this to. We select the name of the dashboard that we had created a moment ago. So we are no longer pinning to a new dashboard. Rather, we are pinning to the dashboard that already exists. This is now the second tile that we have pinned to our dashboard. So we are more familiar with the process, and let's repeat it a third time. We go back to the Power BI report. We are once again in the matrix page. We already have two visuals from there. So we switch to the tree map page and hover over the tree map and pin that tree map to our dashboard. We are back in the dashboard, and you can now see that we have three visuals here. At this point, we are going to do something interesting. These three tiles that we currently have in our dashboard were all standalone visual elements from the corresponding pages that the report contained. Now we are going to click on the Recents button. This will take us back to the Power BI report. We are now on the matrix page of that report. And this time, rather than pinning any individual element, we are going to click on the three horizontal dots in the menu on the top right. And from that menu, we are going to choose the Pin to Dashboard command. Now this is going to pin the entire page live to our dashboard. The semantics of pinning a page in live form are quite different from pinning an individual tile. We click on Pin to a Dashboard, and in the dialog which opens up, we are prompted for the name of an existing or a new dashboard. Nothing new there. But then there is a message telling us that we are doing something a little different this time around. Pin live page enables changes to reports to appear in the dashboard tile when the page is refreshed. In other words, Pin Live, as its name would suggest, is going to update our dashboard each time this page updates or is changed in the underlying report. We click on Pin Live. Note that as before, the name of the dashboard is Global Sales Dashboard. This goes through successfully and we click on Go to Dashboard in the splash screen as usual. This takes us to that dashboard and we see that on top we still have the 3 tiles. These are not live, but if we scroll down we see that we have the pinned live version of the page that we just pinned in here. One little note, you can't pin tiles from reports that are shared with you. This feature currently works only with reports that you already own. We've now learned how to create dashboards and how to pin individual visual elements as well as entire live pages into dashboards. In the demo coming up ahead, we will explore the exact meaning of live pinning, and we'll also try out the Power BI Q&A feature, which uses natural language processing to allow you to ask questions about your data and get smart answers. We ended the last demo by live pinning a page from a report into our dashboard. We are now going to see how exactly this live pinning feature works. Let's take a moment to orient ourselves. We are currently in the Global Sales Dashboard. We are at the bottom of the dashboard and here are the controls from the live pinned page. You can see that we can interact with these. However, if we scroll up, there are other visual elements there which were pinned as tiles. So these were not live pinned, and those elements up top are not interactive. Next, let's click on My Workspace in the bottom left, and once there, let's click on Global Sales Report, that is the report file. Once we are in the report, we are going to turn on the editing and make some changes here and verify that those changes appear in the dashboard. We click on the 3 horizontal dots on the top right and enable the edit mode by selecting the edit command there. And you can see now that the UI looks a lot more like the Power BI desktop. We have the fields, visualizations, as well as other visual elements virtually identical to Power BI desktop. Now let's edit our matrix. We are going to delete the state field from the rows pane, and that changes the appearance of the matrix as well. We just have the countries. These can no longer be expanded into their constituent states. Let's click on File on the top left and save this report. Please do remember that the changes we made were on the matrix page, which is what was live pinned to the dashboard. Next, let's navigate back to My Workspace by clicking on it in the bottom left. Let's now open the Global Sales Dashboard. Remember that this dashboard is where the page was live pinned. We had pinned the matrix of sales by country into this dashboard not once but twice. The first time around, we had done it by pinning the individual matrix, and that's what we now see in the top left. You can see that in this particular version, we still have little plus signs next to the names of the countries. So the changes that we just made to the underlying report, where we eliminated the hierarchy of country and then state, that change has not been picked up by this version, which was pinned but not live pinned right here. Let's now try another test. Let's scroll down to where we had pinned the entire page, and there we find that the change has indeed been updated. There are no plus signs next to the country names, so the hierarchy of country followed by state has been removed in the dashboard just as it was in the report. And we can again confirm by scrolling up top that that change does not reflect in the underlying pinned version. That's the version which was pinned but not pinned live. Next, let's see where the changes flow in the other direction as well. We are now in the dashboard. We've scrolled back down to the live pinned portion and we've changed the ordering so that it's gone from being in alphabetically sorted order by country name to being in decreasing order of total sales. So we now have the United States appear first, followed by Australia, and so on. These changes were made in the dashboard. The big question now is whether they will reflect in the report. Let's click on My Workspace in the bottom left and then navigate to the Global Sales Report. And when this opens up, we find that the changes have not reflected. In the matrix page, we still have the countries sorted in alphabetical order starting with Afghanistan. So what we can see from this is that changes which were made in the report were reflected to the dashboard, but changes made to the dashboard did not cause the underlying report to update. Let's again confirm that these changes work in the forward direction. So we click on the three horizontal dots in the top right, click on edit to go into the edit mode. Here we can edit and change aspects of our report, and we change the sort of our matrix so that it goes from being alphabetically sorted by country to being sorted in a decreasing order of total sales with the United States on top. Again, please remember we've made this change in the report. We now click on the file menu in the top left and choose the save option to save this report. And let's verify now that if we go back to the workspace and click on the dashboard, the changes will have reflected. Let's scroll down, and there we find that in the live pinned portion of the page, we do indeed have the countries reflected in a decreasing order of sales. So the changes that we made in the report have indeed been picked up in the dashboard. That brings us to the end of our exploration of how live pinning worked. We saw that when changes were made to the live pinned page in the report, those changes reflected in the dashboard. However, when we made changes to the dashboard, those changes did not flow back to the underlying report. In the demo coming up ahead, we will turn to the Q&A feature and the use of natural language processing in Microsoft Power BI. As of when this video was recorded, Microsoft, which of course makes Microsoft Power BI, had a market capitalization north of $2 trillion. There's a reason that Microsoft has done so well as a company in recent years. In fact, there are several, but one for sure is the exemplary way in which Microsoft has leveraged machine learning and natural language processing in its products. In this demo, we are going to see the Q&A feature in Microsoft Power BI and see how we can use this in order to conduct conversations about our data with the Power BI service. We'll also see how these conversations can serve as a starting point for building visualizations which we can then pin to dashboards. Let's pick up right from where we left off at the end of the last demo. Here we are in the global sales dashboard. Let's click on the prompt for the Q&A in the top left. This leads us to a Q&A pane where we have a prompt which states, ask a question about your data. There are also a number of helpful suggestions. Try one of these to get started, we are told. Average sale, average discount, and many others. Let's pick one of these at random. While doing so, please remember that all of these queries are being performed within the context of the global sales dashboard, which in turn is linked to one or more underlying reports. Here, we are tied to just the one report, the global sales report. In any case, let's click on the average sale, and the answer comes back in the form of a single number, 246.49. Note, however, that there is a filters pane visible over on the right. So if we'd like to drill down further into that number, we could work with that filter pane. We'll come back to that in a bit, but for now, let's try a few other queries. We hit the back button, and there we type out some more queries such as the average profit. This shows up as 28.61. In similar fashion, let's try clicking on the card for the maximum discount. This is 0.85. You can tell how this is being done. Power BI is smart enough to figure out the field from the underlying dataset that we are referring to, and it then applies some kind of aggregation function. Here, for instance, we've typed show the maximum sale, and the result is $22,638.48. Next, let's clear the contents of that Q&A chat and click on the Show All Suggestions link on the right. Some of these suggestions are pretty interesting, and they give us ideas about how we can interact with the Q&A feature. For instance, way over on the right, we can see one of the suggestions is compare discount and profit. Another is show customer names and product names. Let's see what happens if we type a more open-ended question. This time we've tried top 10 product names by sales. This is a little different from our previous queries because it doesn't rely on an aggregation function quite so directly. You can see that the results are indeed product names, and on the x-axis we have their sales. However, what's a lot more interesting is the filters pane. We are going to use this particular example to see how our initial question can serve as the starting point for a little modeling exercise. Let's start by expanding the product name filter. This is a pretty familiar dialog. We can choose basic, advanced, or top N filtering. To the right of that, we see that there are two hidden panes, visualizations and fields. Let's expand the fields pane. This opens up the field explorer, and we can drag and drop a field, that's the profit field, into the buy value input of our top end filter. Please note again how interactive this filter is. We can apply the filter on profit, view the results, and then change our mind and go back to sales. We could also change the value of n from 10 back to 5 and click on apply filter again. And in this way, you can see how the initial query that we typed in was just a starting point. We can experiment with many different combinations based on the initial query. We've yet to try the visualizations pane, but let's expand that now and click on the paint roller icon, open up the data labels card, and you can now see that we do indeed have data labels on each of these bars. So pretty much all of the functionality that was available to us within the Power BI desktop app is also available right here from within the Q&A feature. Another important aspect to note is that we can pin visuals from the Q&A feature or anywhere from one dashboard into another. Here we've clicked on the pin visual button in the top right. That brings up the pin to dashboard dialog that we are quite familiar with. We can choose an existing or a new dashboard. We just go with the existing dashboard. Please note that that happens to be the global sales dashboard that we are currently in, and we get the same splash screen telling us that the pinning was successful. We click on go to dashboard, and this takes us into the global sales dashboard, where if we scroll down, we can see that we have in the bottom left the sales Q&A chart, which we just created using the Q&A feature. This Q&A feature is a pretty recent addition to Microsoft Power BI, and it's a powerful feature that you should be looking to use at every possible opportunity. We are almost done with our exploration of Power BI, both the Power BI desktop app and the Power BI service, but there are just a few last features that we need to cover. To begin with, we are going to see how to import an existing Power BI file without having to publish that file from Power BI desktop. We'll then see how visuals from that file can be used to create a dashboard, and we'll also see how one dashboard can be linked to another dashboard. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we are inside the Power BI service. We start by clicking on the Get Data link that we see at the bottom right. This web page has two broad categories: Discover Content and Create New Content. And within Create New Content, we can choose to work either with files or databases. It's the files that we are focused on, so we click on the Get button inside the Files section. As the text just above that button tells us, this can be used in order to bring in your reports, workbooks, or data from Excel, Power BI desktop, or CSV files. That sounds like a good plan, so we go ahead and click on that button, and we are then prompted for the type of file that we are interested in working with. It's a local file that we'd like to upload, so we click on that first green link button. A file chooser opens up. We navigate to a .bbix file called US Sales Report that we've already created and that we have on our local machine. We see a dialog telling us that the file is being imported, and then a moment later, inside my workspace, we can see that we have a report, a dataset, and a dashboard, all called US Sales Report. Let's click on the US Sales Report. Now, we did not open this from Power BI desktop, so let's use this as a quick opportunity to understand the contents of this particular report. We can see over on the left that it has 3 pages: matrix, pie chart, and column chart. We are currently in the column chart page, where we can see a clustered column chart called profit by state. In similar fashion, if we switch to the pie chart page, we have a pie chart there titled profit by subcategory, and in the matrix page, we have a matrix titled US sales and profits by state. We quickly orient ourselves with this data, and once we are done with that process, let's go ahead and pin this visual to a dashboard. We click on the pin visual button up above. Please remember that this pin visual applies only to the matrix, so we are not live pinning an entire page. In the dialog which follows, we are prompted for whether we'd like to pin to an existing or a new dashboard, and we call this US Sales Dashboard. We click the pin button, and then we click on the Go to Dashboard button in the top right. We are taken to the US sales dashboard and we can verify that this is indeed the title that's displayed in the top center of the screen. Let's add a few more tiles to this dashboard. In order to do so, we go back to the underlying report and we pin the pie chart, and once that's done, we go back to the original report yet again and pin our column chart. By the end of this process, we've pinned 3 visuals into our US sales dashboard. So far so good. Now let's also interact with the Q&A feature. Let's ask it to show all suggestions. Let's type out a query to view total sale by order month. Then let's explore the visualization which appears. We can customize it if we so choose to. We know how to do this using the filters, visualizations, and fields panes which we see over on the right. Once we are done, we click the pin visual button over on the top right, and then we save to the US sales dashboard, which happens to be the dashboard that we are currently in. From the splash screen which appears, we click on Go to Dashboard and we confirm that we now have 4 tiles in this dashboard. Let's scroll down and see how we can pin one of these tiles from the US sales dashboard, which is where we currently are, into the global sales dashboard. So we pick a tile of our choice. This happens to be the one in the top left, and we click on the 3 horizontal dots in the top right corner. A context-based menu opens up and we choose the second option from the bottom, which reads Pin Tile. When we click on Pin Tile here, we are effectively going to pin this particular tile from the US sales dashboard to another dashboard of our choice. We are presented with a dialog where, as usual, we can pick between an existing dashboard and a new dashboard, and we've chosen the global sales dashboard. That's the other dashboard that we were working with in the previous demo. Before we hit pin, let's take a moment to read that warning displayed against the yellow background. Here, Power BI is telling us that even though we are adding a visual to the global sales dashboard, we do not have the permissions to reshare the report or the underlying dataset. So if we do decide to pin this particular tile to a shared dashboard, only those recipients with permissions to the report and the underlying dataset will be able to view this tile. That sounds fair enough. We go ahead and accept this warning with grace and hit pin. The pinning goes through successfully, the splash screen appears, and we click on Go to Dashboard as usual. Now at this point, please pay careful attention to the name of this dashboard that we are in. This is the Global Sales Dashboard. So we are in a different dashboard than we were in a moment ago. That was the US Sales Dashboard. This is the Global Sales Dashboard. And if we scroll down, we find that the tile we just pinned to this dashboard does indeed appear here. It's the one titled US Sales and Profits by State. So in this way, we've successfully demonstrated how to link or pin a visual from one dashboard into another, and this is a great way to link dashboards in general. Now, in a previous demo, we had seen how we can optimize the appearance of a Power BI report for mobile viewing. That was something that we did from within the Power BI desktop. Let's perform a similar little exercise for dashboards using the Power BI service. We click on the Edit menu up top, and there we choose the option titled Mobile Layout. Clicking on that opens up a mobile shaped canvas very similar to the one we had worked with in the Power BI desktop app. You can see that there is already a default rendition of this dashboard for mobile layout. However, we can edit it as we so choose. We can click on the individual tiles. Each of them is individually pinnable and unpinnable. Here, for instance, we can see that we are changing the order of the tiles. We always make sure that the tiles do not overlap. It's also possible for us to unpin a tile. We are doing that right now. We remove this particular tile and it moves into the pane of unpinned tiles visible over on the top right. In this way, you can make sure that mobile viewers get the most important information first, and you can also unpin any visuals which are not well suited to display on mobile devices. That gets us to the end of this demo and indeed to the end of our exploration of visualizations in Power BI. Thank you for watching. We have now come to the end of this course using the Power BI service. We began this course by creating an account and opening the Power BI web service. This is where you can publish your reports for other people to view. We uploaded the report that we had created using the Power BI desktop, which is a desktop application, to this Power BI service. We mentioned that two files were uploaded, a dataset which contained the data being used in the report and the report itself. Next, we explored how to pin visualizations and reports to a dashboard. A dashboard is a collection of visualizations from multiple reports intending to give a high-level understanding of the data to the user. We pinned multiple visualizations to our dashboard and even live pinned an entire report to that dashboard. This, as its name would suggest, will update automatically if the pinned report is updated. Finally, we discussed various features of dashboards including the Q&A. This uses natural language processing to answer queries about your data that can be written using simple English text. We used this feature, pinned its results to a dashboard, and edited the filters that were being applied on our data manually. We also covered how to pin a chart from one dashboard to another dashboard and how to optimize the mobile layout of the dashboard. Now that you have a solid foundation on how to leverage Power BI with visualizations, you are ready to learn how to analyze and share data with Power BI coming up ahead. That's it from me here today. Thank you for listening.